001 A cabin in the woods. The world called Lacrima is a small blue world, among trillions of small blue worlds, perhaps a bit larger than others, its surface measuring 80 billion square kilometers. There are a total of 42 continents, almost like some god had a sense of humor. On the continent called Southern Tier, there is a river called simply the Agate. The river goes for 10,000 kilometers and ends in a sea, but our story starts at the beginning. Much like the Agate starts in the endless forest beneath the Tian Mountains, our story starts with a small cabin in the woods. The woods are enormous, going for thousands of kilometers at this latitude, oak or denja trees reaching even 500 meters in height, and sparse copses of bamboo or pines scattered here or there. The cabin is located about 500 meters east of the local village, and close to the spring where the agate is birthed. In the cabin, there is this middle-aged woman, toiling over a stone stove and preparing the morning meal, and only meal of course, for herself and her son. It's a maize porridge, sort of dark brown in color, and slowly turning yellow as the heat of stove gently boils it. The smell of porridge awakens our hero, mighty PF. Well, not that mighty now, being 3 years old and barely walking upright, but he will be, everyone says so. Everyone being his mother, of course. Ma, is it ready yet? PF asked in a sleepy voice. Perhaps 30 minutes. Go wash, her dearest mom replied in a fake stern tone. PF grumbled and rolled off the wooden cot, the dry hay on the floor scrapping at his tender skin. Damn it, being reborn in a world without carpet sucks, he muttered to himself, then rushed outside for toilet and grooming business. He checked the water barrels and noticed them depleted over half. Less than a week then. Not having water on a tap sure spoils this whole nature embracing second life. Our hero grumbled again, then bravely poured a bamboo cup of cold water of himself. I'm a real hero, all right. Look at me, Ma. I can withstand a cup of water, the 3-year-old boy muttered as he washed himself. It was sad new life, for someone used to some comfort in his old life. It wasn't all bad, as he knew fairly well. Last life at this age? I was kinda sick back then. Pneumonia and bronchitis, due to freaking cold winters and ice a centimeter thick on the inside of our apartment walls. Winters were harsh, and the regime was saving on central heating, so they could build a glorious future. Didn't work so well. At least the forest was warm and strangely devoid of wildlife. He looked up at the majestic trees going up for hundreds of meters. The mountains in the distance had to be tens of kilometers high. Maybe I am in Star Wars now, he wondered again. He kinda hoped it was Star Wars, but it probably wasn't. The culture of this planet appeared to be kind of Asian, with proverbs of old sages and hidden meanings, stories about immortals flying around and magic of various kinds. He did ask Mom once, but she just sighed and cried. He didn't ask again and just listened. Maybe next week, when we visit the village, I might hear something. He went to check the maize field, the strange maize garden that allowed him and Mom to live here. Just a patch of land, 20 by 20 meters, where tall maize grew, mysterious and curious. Every morning, 2 or 3 sprouts would open, allowing them to collect their meal. When the field gave them an extra, they could trade it for salt or clothes in the village. When Mom appeared, carrying a few maize corns in her backpack, some elder would receive them like they were holy or golden. And yet, he has never been sick in this new life. You would think living in the woods, without nearly any sanitation or medicine, would make one catch like 1,000 things. Every day, PF wondered, a bit amazed and also curious. Ma, why don't the villagers grow their own maize? He asked aloud. It's not a normal plant, as you already know. It is a gift, her mom answered, avoiding the crux like always. From my father, PF exclaimed, as her mom poured the hot porridge in a stone bowl. Yes, now eat, she demanded, raising a finger. Our hero ate in silence. Time flew by and soon PF became 5. Nothing much has changed except he was a bit taller. His mom has begun teaching him some basic of writing and math, mixed with confusing parables. The writing was overly complicated, various intersecting lines, changing meaning for bizarre reasons. You could write tree in 100 ways and have it mean treehouse or tree branch or any kind of combination. The math was simple and quite different from what he knew. Using one hand, you created numbers, which then you rotated and spun to obtain various operations. There are higher forms of numbers, like shadows of your hand on the wall and different paints on the nails, even under water or in the smoke. But I don't know how to explain those to you. If you ever go in a city, you will learn there. His mom whispered after waving her own hand in front of the stove. The boy nodded wisely. Irrational numbers, perhaps. What city is the closest, Mom? PF asked, blinking a bit surprised. Closest would be Agate Stoneport on the river, maybe 2,000 kilometers south. The woman relied on after searching her memories. But my hometown, Yellow Tier, is 3,000 kilometers southwest. You shouldn't go there. It's a bad place. Where then? The capital of the continent, Lacrimosa City. It's about 8 or 9,000 kilometers east, or maybe southeast. Anyway, it's on the coast, very big and easy to find. How big is that city, Ma? No one knows, my dear. At least 100 kilometers on every side, but likely much more. Millions of people live there, even a few sages. His mom explained with wistful eyes. Sages? Those are real? PF asked to make sure. Oh yes, fighters and mages and oracles, even crafters, spirit rank or lower though. Our continent is quite weak in that regard. His mom answered, looking at him with piercing eyes. Are you a sage? No, not anymore. My core was crippled. The woman replied, shaking her head with dismay. PF looked over his mom with new eyes. He already begun figuring out the setting of the story. Your core, your magic core. Yes, the core where chi essence is transformed. From the energy of heaven into strength and abilities. Like making magic maze. PF looked up in thought. Father too. I don't know. His clansmen are fierce warriors. Wander the world, fighting beasts and men alike. Mostly bad men though. His mother answered with a sad smile. But all men are bad, eh? PF joked as he collected the stone dishes. Most men. Someday you will be able to sense it just like I could. An aura around people, white or silver or gold. Those are good people, the woman replied with a genuine smile. PF nodded, then went on about the chores around the cabin. Then he ran 100 laps around the maize field. He wasn't a hero, even if everyone said so. Time flew by and soon PF was 7. The smell of boiled corn wake him up, and PF opened his eyes. Noise of water falling drew his attention. He stared at the cabin's roof and noticed a bit of water leaking through. I gotta fix that. Can't let Mom do everything. His goal for today set. PF ran outside, ignoring the rain. What to use? Bamboo? Should work if I can split a piece of it in half. PF muttered, barely audible. He dragged a bamboo section to the cutting stone and began chopping at it with the stone axe. The rain and slippery surface didn't help, but PF insisted. He focused and somehow the noise disappeared. His hand became stronger, the grip on the axe firmer. Chop! The bamboo log split perfectly in the middle and noise resumed. That was weird, PF voiced softly, as he picked the two pieces and went to climb the roof. Hyperfocus or something? PF wondered as his hands worked to tie the bamboo shingles over the compromised roof. A flash of light illuminated the sky, then crashed directly down. Lightning? He managed to ask before he lost balance and tumbled off the roof. Light filled the sky, and PF lost consciousness. He woke up later, his back in pain, and his head feeling swollen. Last life at this age, I tried to flip over a beam in the park. Fell on my back. Nearly split a vertebra, he remembered, memories fading in a haze. Stop trying to worry your mom to death. A familiar voice spoke next to his head. Sorry, Mom. Lighting fell and, yes, you slipped and hit your head. I can feel your boo-boo. His mom replied in a sarcastic tone, poking at the painful volcano on his head. His hand rose by instinct and he felt round the contusion. Barely a centimeter of height, if quite painful. Huh. I guess kids must have 9 lives? PF mused wisely. It is a big boo-boo, PF voiced embarrassed. Yes, very big. Now, tell me everything. What did Yo do? Why did that bolt try to pierce our formation? Mom asked with a bit of real worry. Well, I woke up, saw the leak, went to fix it. I split the log, and the rain stopped. The boy mumbled with his brains still addled. Ah, you awoke. Was it the rain that stopped, or the noise? His mother asked with a curious look, her black eyes glinting with some hidden intent. PF closed his eyes, trying to recall the moment. A picture formed in his mind, the rain beads frozen like a painting or a certain movie. The noise is what I noticed then, but the rain stopped too. Only splitting the log mattered, PF confessed with some confusion. HMPF, just like your father then. Tomorrow you will go and find another splitting rock, my boy, and don't use that skill again. You won't always have a sky-ranked formation to keep lighting away, the woman demanded, pressing the pain button twice as a reminder. PF nodded briefly before he fell asleep. Next day he checked the stone, and indeed it was split in half just like the log had been. The cut appeared smooth, like done by a water jet or a laser. A skill can cut rocks like nothing? That's a huge thing, isn't it? With a metal weapon, then, it should cut anything, PF ruminated while observing the cut. Except this is the Stone Age. Wood and stone tools only, not even animals around for meat and bones and pelts. Maybe is that formation Mom mentioned. PF ran inside the cabin, his eyes glowing with a need to know. Sky formation? He asked after a short breath. Awaken, practitioner, core, nascent, spirit, earth, sky. Learn how to run before you can fly. His mother replied calmly, stirring the daily porridge with a distant look. Was he? I don't know. At least sky ranking. Maybe an emperor. You don't think these forests were always devoid of animals? Do you? Mom asked rhetorically, her eyes looking far away. My father is an emperor. Now how can I beat his teeth in? For abandoning us. PF muttered inside, both excited at the discovery and dismayed at the height in front of him. Guess I'll have to train hard, PF voiced aloud. Write 100 words starting with sky. Then you can ran around the maze, his mother demanded while pouring the daily meal. PF sighed in defeat. Back to school. And learning a chi method. PF tried meditating, he really did. But how can you empty your mind? Just try it. It just doesn't work. The second you think you have succeeded, you think of something. My son is moron. Wait, even morons can meditate. In fact, it is easier for them. Maybe I should hit his head with a rock? Mom commented wisely while she sat in front of him and observed with confused eyes. Aha, maybe your chi condensing method isn't suited. For me, PF wondered out loud, his eyes still closed. Nonsense. Millions of people have used it perfectly through the years. I used it before. Anyway, you have half my blood, so you should have at least half my talent. Plus whatever you got from your father. His muscles, maybe? The woman explained in a straight tone. Pretty sure that's not how genetics work, the boy muttered to himself. So, all sages have kids that become sages? PF asked curious. Of course not. The majority of cultivators are born morons. Just like you. His mom replied proudly. PF decided to ignore the jabs. Maybe they would work on some kids, but not this one. So, beside this diaphane way to building the bridge to heaven, what other cultivation methods can I try? The boy asked while he thought of something else. There must be thousands, but I don't know them. Some sages make their own methods, but most of the ones who try die horribly, his mom explained cheerfully. Because of backlash? Yes, or bloodlines, or magical beasts eating them. Maybe lightning striking them, his mom replied, nodding wisely. At least a few of those are kept away here. Nothing else. Well, he used to wear that glove, but he stopped wearing it after he sown the maize. Maybe he did leave a method for you. In the maize? PF asked a bit confused. Sure, the thing was nutritious, but under the field, my moron son. I'd start in the middle and dig a bit. PF picked up a bamboo spade and went digging. A few hours later, he found it, some 3 meters underground. A dirty yellow-brown leather glove, without fingertips, sort of large for his hand. Yay, my super powerful dad left me a vagabond's glove. Maybe an archer's glove? PF exclaimed in fake joy as he tested the glove. PF, I am your father, he muttered, while strangling his neck with the stupid glove. Link detected. Genome scanned. Allele Omicron/192212214 present. User recognized. Human near baseline Homo sapiens immortus. Male. Age 7. Compatibility 0.0011%. Veritas power pistol not detected. Uplink to higher command not detected. Scanning nearby space. Planet Lacrimosa. Golden Tier Galaxy, Universe Ter/10033. Universe is Tier 1. No existing military outposts for Veritas Legion. Contact with command lost. User must return to his post. Glove, was that you? PF asked to make sure. Did the thing just scan the entire universe? Uploading mental uplink protocols. Sir, do you require assistance? Is this on? Yes, sir. Do you require assistance? Got any methods for learning how to condense my core? Veritas Legion standard indoctrination method, sir. Tried and tested over trillions of universes, species, and wars. Never failed, till now, the glove replied proudly. Proceed with upload then, PF whispered in his mind, after a bit of deliberation. Already have, sir. Welcome to Veritas Legion, aspirant. As the sole Legion member present in this universe, you are also de facto commander-in-chief. What about you, Mr. Glove? This glove is an expert system, generally used to protect the user against radiation and other types of reality-altering hazards of the Veritas pistol. As a Tier 8 power word weapon, the Veritas pistol is able to pacify, subdue, destroy, or uncreate any being or entity of Tier 6 or less. Our young hero blinked confused. Which means, sir, this glove means gods, elder gods, demons, archdemons, abominations, beasts, mimetic amalgamations, hive minds, hegemonizing swarms? PF interrupted the enormous list that kept going. Some of them, yes, sir. Any of such in our vicinity? Local vicinity is clear, sir. Planet Lacrima is devoid of potential enemies Tier 2 or above. PF heard the implied term though. But there are 12 Tier 1 entities on this planet. Loose divinity or such. Higher than an emperor? Much higher, sir. I need that word gun right about now, PF muttered with some dismay. Yes, sir, you do. Nearest Veritas gun is located in Galaxy Sigma 615, or Path of Demons, local universe, Azimuth 19. Hold it. How about transportation? Sir, all Legion members are perfectly capable of self-translation to local destinations. As soon as they completed their training, and I haven't, PF muttered with a sigh, then picked up the bamboo spade and started climbing out of the hole. Right? You will need to acquire access to neuroholographic, scanning nearby resources, Neolithic technology, and standard Legion harsh terrain rations maze. I have to remind you, sir, that NaCl2 or salt additions are necessary for humans to remain combat capable. Yes, salt. I know. Low tech. Not savage. PF muttered with some dismay. Right? Compatibility rating at 0.0014. Aspirant is faring better than most Neolithic Legionnaires this unit has met. How many did you meet? Including current one? 47, sir. My father. Him too, sir. Aspirant Wixtel She. Compatibility 0.0008. User is now dismissed from the Legion, as his projected chances of reaching the energy requirements to achieve self-translation were negligible. Current user PF She is deemed capable of reaching basic energy needs for ranking soldier, which is what loose divinity rank. At a minimum, sir, perfect divinity is the standard for the Veritas Legion soldiers. However, one lower rank would still allow alternate means of spatial translation. Spaceships? Yes, sir. Well, metal working first, but ultimately spaceships, the glove replied amused. And then we go get our gun and kick some eldritch ass, hurrah? The glove replied with some traditional Legion motto. PF walked slowly towards the hut, with a better goal in mind. A gun that could kill gods. Bad gods, of course, but like men, most gods were bad. 002 Glove. With the glove aiding him, PF quickly mastered the basics of channeling and condensing chi energy from the universe and into himself. His bones, in particular. This was a procedure excruciatingly painful, not helped at all by the hazing of his instructor. Don't hold it in, aspirant. Haha, cry and wail. Beg your mother for help. I will set you on fire if you mention my dear mom again. PF muttered between tears. His mom was holding his hand and crying too. For some reason. Roger. Aspirant's parental unit is crying. Reason unknown. Situation unclear. Please advise, the glove said in confusion. Just keep quiet. Glove, I can take the pain, but not your tone. and my mom's tears. Just tell me when I have absorbed enough. Silence followed for hours, then days, then months. Pain too, as the awakening stages progressed, and the bones were infused with chi. You should have tried harder for my clan's method. It barely hurts, she whispered in his hair, as she fed him the morning porridge. PF gulped but kept silent. No point complaining. The Legion's way always worked. Whatever forces existed in that Tier 8 reality, where the Legion originated, they were able to equip armies with weapons able to destroy gods. Of course, they would also provide training manuals and logistic support, like the maze or the glove. This time, their new recruit just came by alternate means, outside the chain of command without proper officers or regulations. The glove itself was not an AI, merely a powerful expert system. Unless you asked the right questions, it couldn't help too much. And although it tried, it was a bad instructor. Yelling at recruits? Why would you do that? PF immersed himself in pain and continued the energy condensing. Time flew by, much slower now because of the pain. A year passed before the glove spoke again. Energy readings are satisfactory. You have become a practitioner, aspirant. Great. What do I practice? PF asked with a long breath, as the relief from pain was too sweet. Combat skills, obviously. Armed and unarmed, gun safety. Go find a stick for now, the glove explained in a flat tone. PF ignored this order, first going to hug his mom, then wash himself arduously. No more cloth wipes from his mom. It was still bearable as a kid, but dependency was never good. He then found a flat spot and started warming up. At this age, I was learning fencing. Nothing really changes, PF muttered as his body was slowly regaining mobility. Insist more on wrists and elbows, sir, the glove commented as PF gyrated his torso and shoulders. Huh? Is there a special reason? Veritas power words can recoil substantially, the glove said, implying it would help. Yes, and they speak gods out of existence. How would my wrists being a gram stronger even matter? Our young hero wondered logically. Well, I suppose even 1 billion kilometers of armor wouldn't actually matter. But it's in the manual, sir. Okay then, 50 more rotations for wrists and elbows. Might help with a sharp sword, I guess, PF allowed with a defeated tone. There are no metal weapons on this continent, sir. Not yet, but high-level bones would be stronger than, say, iron or steel, right? Not yours, sir. Not yet. An Earth-rank beast claw should shatter iron. However, a standard Legion neomolybden knife can pierce even sovereign scales without problem. I was not issued a knife, PF yelled outraged. Scanning. 2 Legion knives are present on this planet. However, not on this continent. Let me guess, on Blue She continent? PF guessed at random. Not really. Correct. It appears a pair of Legion soldiers somehow ended on this planet. A long time ago. A male and a female. Very romantic. Or deserters. But more likely a Tier 7 or higher contact. This unit was damaged and lost contact with its primary weapon. Even if a Tier 6 entity had killed my original user, I am designed to continue my grip on the Veritas gun. It is my purpose. Nothing else could have made you loosen the grip? PF asked with a hidden purpose. Speculating is useless. I only bother about energy levels. For example, a Tier 6 human would be a high Tion ascendant, thousands of times too weak to remove my grip. And Tier 7 or 8? Low Dien and medium Dien. They could damage me and break the grip, not destroy or unmake me, the glove said proudly. And a Tier 9? PF asked curious. High Dien are only theoretical existences. None have ever been recorded. If one did attack me, there would be nothing left. Even the memory of my existence would be erased. So, and your memory was erased as was your user. What would happen if a Veritas gun spoke against a High Dien? The young aspirant wondered naively. Depends on the user, of course. Soldiers can take on Tier 5 entities. Sergeants regularly kill Tier 6. A captain or a colonel should be able to pacify a Tier 7. And the general, no one knows. There are no recorded instances of her ever fighting anyone in person. So, when you say soldiers can kill a Tier 5? PF asked inward, already suspecting the truth. Oh no, the Veritas gun kills. The soldier just fires at a high god, and almost always dies. We the gloves are not miracle workers. Sergeants are themselves same tier as the elder gods. The glove simply saves them some regeneration time. The glove answered in a stern tone. PF sighed in defeat. Great. Even with a gun and a glove, I still can't do much but suicide very spectacularly. Perhaps. Some soldiers specialize in hunting tier 1 or 2. They are known as Legion rats. Most of them are still alive after millions of years. Pest control? PF guessed with amazing intuition. Exactly. A few of them also prefer melee weapons. Much less reality-shattering words. So, they don't scare their prey away. PF was really impressed. They must be pretty badass to fight gods in melee. Yes, aspirant. They are also those who withstand awakening for more than a month. Although I never heard of a year, much less a year and a half like you, the glove explained, in an almost praising tone. Wait. I endured all that pain for nothing? He asked in outrage. Aspirant, you don't have your gun or even a knife. You don't have the Legion armor, nor comrades. You will need to use your hands to kill 12 low gods and leave this planet. The young practitioner realized he was a bit under-equipped. Oh, makes sense then. Swing that stick, sir. 1,000 high strokes more and then we start running, and thus PF learned to love the glove. Training in the Legion continued, even without superiors or comrades or guns. Day after day, meal after meal. The wooden stick broke 1,000 times. At least his grip never faltered. Time flew by as PF learned the practice. Perhaps other clans or sects practiced different things, maybe astronomy or medicine. Oracles were known to practice high mathematics, to construct topological models of the future. Alchemists were rumored on other continents, and elemental magic was of course very highly viewed, especially wind mages who could fly with just a spirit rank. The rest of the cultivators had to wait till sky ranks to experience flight. Not that any of the locals ever cultivated to a sky rank, going by his mom's words. The chi was too thin here on the Saint Continent. But the Legion practiced killing. Very efficient killing. Your enemy is a god. Punch it like it is made of diamond. But much, much less brittle. I am only 9 years old. If I punch this tree any harder, my fists will break, PF grumbled, examining his torn knuckles and noticing the weird lack of pain. Scanning, comparing, excuse denied. Aspirant's bones will not break on this tree, the glove said in a stern voice. PF sighed and punched the tree even harder. An imprint of his blood formed on the poor tree. Good, just like that. Paint your enemy in blood. Ha ha ha. The voice kept sounding in his head. PF punched again and again. The day dragged on, minutes taking hours to pass. Subjectively, of course. But then, all reality is subjective. Finally, it began growing dark. PF turned and began walking slowly towards his cabin. Not tonight, aspirant. There are some animals prowling the barrier. Hunting night. He guessed a little. Just the basics. You got pampered in here without any real danger, the glove commented in a bit of ironic tone. Ma, I'll be outside tonight. It's time I learned the ropes. Outside the formation, he explained in a soft voice. Oh, my boy has grown then. You fancy some girl in the village? His mom asked coyly. They are normal people, Mom. They'll be dead long before I finish my core, PF answered with a sad headshake. Villagers died much too soon. Elders sometimes reached 40. People married as soon as they could, so they could see their kids grow up. Old age was rare anyway. Disease or childbirth and poisons or animals killed most of them way too soon. And this village had it better, with the super maze of Legion origin keeping most deficiencies at bay. Be careful, PF. You're strong now but not a core rank yet, his mother warned him with a raised finger. Yeah, I know, Mom. It will take a few years, PF answered with a sigh, and ran towards the forest. His mom looked after him with some wonder. A few years, he says. Took me 100 years to build my core, she whispered inside. Then again, the Shi bloodline was special, everyone knew that. Even their weakest children became sky rankers, flying around for no reason. And they were rumored to have a sovereign elder with a sovereign-ranked blade. Even her love, she mused and remembered, as she awaited her child to return. The kid was strong, perhaps too strong. He didn't even notice his flayed fists. Whatever the Shi method was, it made people into enduring monsters. But to survive out there, PF will need to be a bigger monster. The world was cruel and evil, and even those tame villagers would rob them blind and abuse her if they weren't kept pacified by the formation. She has seen their greedy eyes, their lusty faces. They would chop down the maize for nothing. Savage barbarians. One day, their greed will become too strong. At least PF understood their kind. They don't live long enough to remember their names. She breathed in, sharp pain of her shattered core acting up again. 5 years, maybe 4. Will PF reach his core in time? Keep low. Move on your fingers. The glove demanded sternly. Really? That ever works? PF asked a bit surprised. Maybe, but it is actually too slow. Build's character says in the manual, the glove admitted after a second. The user was a bit smarter than its former recruits. Damn it, my palm squished something, PF realized with a start, as he felt something get squished and wet under his palm. Yes, a tiny frog of some kind. It is dead now. My first kill, PF exclaimed with proud and glory in his inner voice. Indeed, and the poison will take minutes to kill you in return. Rejoice! PF grabbed some grass and started scraping the dead frog away. Too late, you're dead. The glove decided after a minute. It wasn't poisonous, was it? PF asked to make sure. He didn't feel dead, only tired. Mildly hallucinogenic. But the manual says a recruit must die 1,000 deaths. 999 more to go. Continue crawling, aspirant. Yes, sir. The trip was a bit more blue after this, and PF died 6 more times that night. Of course, the glove guided him around the real predators. The manual said recruits needed acclimations periods, with every new terrain. At least 5 days, better 20 days, before real fire operations. Projected losses decreased substantially that way, and so the glove followed the code, and PF obeyed. All was right in the world. The practice of the Legion continued daily. Soon it reached the phase of live fire. Are you sure snakes will make good food? PF asked after catching a snake outside the formation. Of course I am. Right here in the manual. Recruits will consume all types of species available in the ecosystem. Trainers must take care to emphasize disgusting creatures as delicacies. The glove argued logically. PF sighed and bit from the still wriggling snake. Behold, I have become death, devourer of snakes, he proclaimed heroically in his mind. The meat was actually good, to his surprise. Then again, he had never eaten a snake before. What about cooking? He asked the glove, as various intestines dripped from the bit snake. It did look disgusting, yet felt like a delicacy in his mouth. The manual was always right. Then again, he was very hungry. Checking. Mild fire or heat exposure can sometimes alter the level of toxicity. Okay, cooking should be fine, but not too much, the glove warned the young recruit. I should have asked first, but then, I would have never tasted live snake. PF muttered with a dual mind about this experience. Time to invent fire. Oh wait, never mind. I do have my unbreakable glove. Just need a rock, some dry grass, some dry wood. The young hero whispered inward, while stealing the gift of fire from the gods, and sparked a rock off his glove. What are you doing, you Neolithic savage? Use your Legion kit. Don't scrape the paint, you tiny monster. In a minute, a happy fire was laid up in a tiny bowl-sized hole in the ground. The snake was barely alive, but kept trying to escape, somehow predicting his fate. Soon, the snake was filleted on a green stick and gently cooking over the fire. The head of a snake contains high quantities of rare substances, like neurotransmitters and stimulants. The glove advised him with some nefarious purpose. Observing the head had been kept aside. And neurotoxins if the fangs have venom in their sacs. Legion has any documented pneumatic darts? PF asked, curious, and his own nefarious purpose. Yes, of course. In its billions years of history, the Legion has tried all weapons in existence, including darts or compressed air projectiles, originally via pulmonary expulsion. In Neolithic cultures, exactly, as in no metals, PF agreed with a compassionate nod. Then he proceeded to extract the teeth from the snake and assembled an improvised blow dart weapon, using bamboo tubes. It wasn't a huge leap in technology, but a single step. And yet, this tiny step will soon leave a wide path behind him. You are the archetype of a genius Neolithic hunter, aspirant, inventing such an elegant weapon before the age on 10. I tremble with excitement of your next inventions, the glove commented a bit sarcastically. I am considering inventing antimatter warheads to deal with those pesky gods. Problem is, bamboo tubes won't suffice as containment for antimatter, PF mused in deep thought. His extra memories were uncertain, though, on the specifics of such weapons. Indeed, quite a conundrum for a Neolithic boy. It's a dilemma indeed. Can't obtain magnetic containment before having electricity and iron for magnets. Then a way to generate antimatter, which needs, particle accelerators and lasers. PF asked his training glove. At that point you're close enough to a spaceship and just sail yourself to your gun. Never mind then. Bamboo tubes, bigger projectiles, better motive force like a very fast burning fire. Stone-made projectiles, let's call them shells. And then, I shall name this invention a gun, after the Veritas gun. But without the V word. Radical invention. Aspirant. A bamboo gun, however you realize a very fast fire is actually an explosion. A small explosion. Nothing like atoms splitting apart. Just enough to shoot this shell at some target like a big animal or a stone wall. Comparatively small, indeed. And how would you make this fast fire? Naturally present elements. Charcoal, like this one in the fire pit. Saltpeter, which is fermented urine. And sulfur, which present in soil around the maze. Then ground and mix them together. Our young hero murmured inward, searching through the scattered memories. He had some clues, but not enough. If you get the ratios right, and the bamboo tube reinforced with high tensile materials like bone and sinews from an earth-ranked beast, you might be able to do it. Nah, the logistics would be immensely complicated. And by that time, my punches would hit harder. That's actually true. However, you show promise, aspirant. Not ever, in a billion years, a Neolithic age recruit has ever invented black powder guns, and rarely bows or darts. Sadly, antimatter bamboo tubes will never work. Yeah, so sad. Growing up on a planet without metals, even flying devices, made from the skin of high-ranked snakes, and filled with just hot air from a stone stove, will be difficult to make, PF said in sad tone, a bit overwhelmed by the gulf of lacking tools or materials. It seemed all his memories were useless, without metals. Actually no, a core-ranked snake will be sufficient. In good weather, the skin will be durable enough. Amazing invention. Aspirant, you'll be the first Legion recruit to fly at core rank. If we disregard planets with airplanes and such, the glove interjected with some ulterior motive. Really? Do I get anything for that? PF asked with a hopeful tone. Historically, the Legion awards this with a promotion and perhaps better armor. Also some remuneration. If the invention's details are kept with the Legion. Sounds great. I'll try to invent something new every day, PF decided, as a way to get rich easily. Oh my, don't. What if they find me guilty? Relax. 9-year-old Neolithic kid. What could I invent? PF whispered while pointing at his scrawny self with his thumb. Gloved thumb. That's what I'm afraid of. The glove complained in a despondent manner. Time flew by as PF trained in the forest around the barrier. He began trapping animals for meat and bones, snakes for meat and fangs, some birds for their eggs and feathers and meat. Slowly, muscles began appearing on his body, as was the purpose of practice. More importantly, the chi pathways were being formed and enlarged to permit even faster cultivation. Various skills, from hunting and trapping, combat and sneaking, all contributed to focusing chi energies in PEF's body. He stopped eating maize, instead trading for medicine in the village. His mother was wasting away, just as he was getting stronger. The medicine couldn't actually help a shattered core, but at least it alleviated the fever and pain. Another year flew by, as PF kept inventing antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medicines, from penicillin to aspirin. The hut became filled with plants and animal organs, as PF experimented feverishly. Medicinal plants, willow bark extracts, and maize fungus, various saps and flowers. The young boy tried everything he could think of or remembered. Yet, without a core, the spiritual medicine he needed was always too far. Glove, you know all the cures. What can cure my mom? He asked in desperation. A god. The glove answered truthfully. PF sobbed. and ran out into the forest. Something to beat up? 1 kilometer north. A badger. Has big claws though. The glove warned him in a serious tone. But PF didn't care. He found the badger and fought it, punching it with his unbreakable glove 1,000 times and getting mauled almost as bad in turn. Each claw strike was answered with 3 punches, and while this badger was a core-ranked beast, it wasn't in the legion. After a day and night of onslaught, the badger lay dead, and PF next to it crying. His energy levels peaked and crossed into the next rank. Congratulations, aspirant. You have formed your core. Don't care. Just stay quiet, PF muttered and sobbed, as his flesh began stitching itself up. A few kilometers to the south, the barrier has began dissipating, as his mom passed away. 003 flying high. PF dragged the precious beast after him, slowly approaching the cabin when his new senses picked up some villagers, stealing maize corns and rummaging the cabin. Maybe 20 of them, half of them younger than him. Damn idiots. The barrier was there to protect you, PF thought as his pace accelerated. He reached the cabin just as a couple of men were dragging out his mother. Well, the newest mother out of the cabin. What are you people doing? He asked just to make sure. Get out of here, kid. This old sage must have some treasure inside her body, one man muttered, and clumsily tried to slap him away. Actually, it's very cogent deduction. Your parental unit does have a high-energy artifact inside her. An arrowhead made of crystallized aluminum, right in her dantian, below the belly. Okay people, you can leave now. Don't come back before the pyre is out. PF replied out loud, while grabbing the man's hand and slowly crushing it in the glove. The man with the crushed hand began screaming for mercy or cursing. The villagers noticed the crazy kid bending a grown man upside down and began inching away with some trepidation. Run now, or I can add more bodies on the pyre, PF yelled much louder, and infusing his voice with some chi. The villagers dropped everything and ran away in panic. What about me? The grave robber asked with a pitiful voice. Ah yes, you came to chop up my mother and dig out the treasure, right? I changed my mind. Denied. I can't do this crap, but you volunteered. Take out that bone knife. Slice her belly. Take out the arrow, PF demanded in an angry tone. Just remember, you told me to do it. I know. Just start already, PF demanded in a cold voice. A minute later, the man extracted a bloody hand from the corpse, holding a bloody triangle. A sapphire? PF asked inward, the blue color of the gem being familiar. Yep. Aluminum. What is that gem worth? PF asked just to make sure. Can't really say, boy. 1,000 gold florins? Maybe more. The man commented distracted, while eyeing his bone knife. PF tensed, preparing the strike as well. Wait, let him hit you, the glove demanded according to the manual. Self-defense was always better. A second later, the villager yelled demented and struck with the knife directly into PF's chest. It broke at the hilt since it was a normal bone. Both men looked at the broken blade with amazement. Now it's self-defense, the glove explained, as the user hit back and terminated the intruder. Don't bother to lie, glove. They trespassed and robed, and worst, they killed my mother. It was self-defense an hour ago. They didn't actually. Blood, arrow, knife. Was the patient even remotely revivable? A tier 6 entity can still. So they killed my mother. Case closed. Now let me arrange a travel pack and a travois to carry the stove. You want to fly to Lacrimosa City? Of course. It would take me years to traverse 10,000 kilometers of wild terrain, and likely die during the attempt. Ha, there are also flying beasts. The skies are a bit safer, but not completely, and we can drive around them. That's not why. Have you ever been sacrificially burnt on a pyre? My orange glove? Now that my memories are much shorter, I can safely say no. We will fly to Lacrimosa City, PF decided in a commanding tone. Yes, sir. An hour later, as the pyre was burning hot and high, PF realized the other part. Why was the arrow still inside? It's a projectile weapon? What would have happened if the arrow was on the pyre? Right now, inside her? PF asked more to the point. Depending on its design and destination, most likely her soul would have been channeled as fuel to one of this planet Tier 1 gods. Attempting to ascend to perfect divinity is very costly, the glove explained with a more sober tone. Which one? Limited data. Female. 5 candidates remaining, so we'll need to find more arrows? Or a live shooter, the glove said, lying smoothly. The shooter would have divine guidance in any case. This user wouldn't be able to intercept, not at this low cultivation. What if we had extracted the arrow before my mom died? PF asked curious. Unknown. Energy reading indicate we should attempt this at over 1,000 kilometers from the nearest city. Fallout and radiation are, Nearest city is 2,000 kilometers away, PF answered with a pained sigh. She was being careful, no doubt about it. Sir, once an arming code is acquired, the arrow will self-destruct anyway. Going by the incremental energy spikes, we have about 800,000 seconds. What's that? 10 days, 9 days? PF muttered out loud, trying to divide the seconds on his fingers. This kind of numbers were hard to do on one hand. Yes, we should go skin a snake now, the glove demanded a bit wary. And so they did. The badger's claws became his temporary weapon, along with a few longer bones. Core beasts have pretty good bones, as a random fact. Their skins are also quite decent for making leather armor on a planet without metals. In fact, they were comparable to bronze in durability. Why are you carrying those split stones? The glove asked as they began skinning the large snake. Extrapolate and tell me yourself, PF demanded with a wry smile. Ballast for your Zeppelin? True, but stones are everywhere. They are rather perfectly split, meaning perfect balance on both sides? True again, but even Neolithic hunters can balance rocks with 2 baskets and a log. The split itself? A lightning strike or some event? The glove conjectured in a more amazed tone. Some event, then a lightning strike. A heaven-defying skill. And during the time the formation barrier was up, the glove concluded after gaining sufficient clues. Very good. I split the rock, but I want experts to figure out how. A space-cutting skill. But those are not allowed in any Tier 1 universe. Because, I don't know, all Tier 5 skills are banned. Maybe they can accidentally translate the user to other universes. What about a Tier 6 skill? PF asked, as he began inflating the brand new yellow Zeppelin. You could translate universes at will? Really? No idea. Probably not at will. That's why the Legion needs a captain to deploy safely to a new battlefield. So, how could you tell if this was a Tier 7? Don't know. Ask a captain. I am one. I am asking you. I don't know, sir. And you can't self-promote even with all the inventions. Your superior needs to. I am the only Legion member here. So I say captain, you say how high? PF yelled in his mind. Captain PF of the Veritas Legion had a romantic tinge to it, especially if he could really earn it. One should remember PF was only a young boy and dreamed of glory and medals, like any boy of his age. How high? The glove asked confused. Maintain altitude ceiling at 3,000 meters, and let's test this stove while airborne. PF proclaimed gloriously while his airship began lifting into the air, powered by hot air. Oh my, we are actually flying on a planet in the Neolithic. I know, and I can cook both beaver and snake meat on this stove. While flying, PF explained while grilling some meat on the stove, while the hot air rose the snake Zeppelin ever higher. 004 Frog. As the glove determined their exact heading and altitude, navigation was not that difficult. Just hourly checks to confirm the vector, and the glove kept scanning for aerial threats. Days passed by, as the reptile airship crossed deeper and deeper into beast territory. Sir, there's an Earth rank beast ahead. A frog type. They can jump very high. ETA on this vector? 70,000 seconds. And the arrow countdown? 80,000 seconds. Perfect. Sir, I must advise you. This is madness. I wear a glove, don't I? All Legionnaires do. Mortality rate is still 99%. So we're good then? Yield-wise, yes. The detonation would likely kill even a sky rank. So what's the problem? We are 3,000 kilometers from any city, right? We will be in the lethal radius, sir. Plus, I cannot store the miracle airship if you're dead. Sad, so sad. I wanted to be the first Neolithic aspirant to nuke someone. That's actually very enticing, sir. Combing database. This would surely gain you a promotion and me a pardon, if you somehow do survive. So, how do we nail the frog? High altitude drop. We'd be right above the fireball. And much closer in actual distance, right? Because 1, we fly kinda slow, and 2, rocks fall very fast. Exactly on point, sir. Admirable bomber skills for the Neolithic boy. Sigh, see what you've made me do. Now I have to invent the parachute and then the precision marking bombing, and then figure out the exact square surface I need for a parachute compared to this planet's gravity and air density. Oh, and doing that while flying too. Using fingers instead of a digital computer. Fingers are digital. Same thing, PF pointed out with his digits. Never mind, Neolithic digital. So, any luck? We haven't invented gravity yet, right? Anyway, I can just throw this rock overboard and measure how long it takes fall. PF explained after picking some rock of similar weight to the sapphire. Then he extended his senses while the rock fell. Height and altitude? He demanded as the rock crushed something behind them. 3,000 meters, sir. About equal here. Now, what's the safe distance from impact point? For an early-stage core user with a Legion glove, about 20 kilometers, sir. Damn, I am perhaps too brave, PF considered a bit doubtful. Killing an Earth rank should also promote you to nascent rank. That's how the Legion's method works. The higher you dare, the more you get. I kind of figured that out. But only a nascent rank? The silly badger gave me my core. So go and punch the frog to death, sir. It's a perfectly earned Earth rank. Also, another promotion. 99% mortality rate, though. Indeed, sir. Aiming 3 ranks above yourself is what soldiers do. The survivors become sergeants. And even they go a bit slower after that. How many? Every day about 1 million in the entire Legion. 100 new sergeants get promoted. Plenty of bad Tier 5 entities. PF asked sadly. They are everywhere, sir. Well, unless the Legion went by. A legion of god killers. I fell right at home. Start stitching up a parachute, sir. I'll compute the drop point. On the account of your digits being busy. Thanks, glove. You're a good system. The glove sighed inside, cursing his fate. Without the gun, any user was only as good as his training. And this PF, he could become a real captain or get it erased forever. Time flew by as the airship approached the drop point, and PF struggled to craft a nuclear-armed parachute. With bits of snake skin, his clothes, and animal intestines. It was the most Neolithic parachute ever made. Slimy and stinky and leaking guts in a few places. If this planet had invented metal, it would have been metal. But now it was hard as a rock. Drop point in 3, 2, 1. And bomb is away. The glove exclaimed as the chi-charged sapphire flew behind them. Wake me up when the thing goes off, PF managed to ask before he fell asleep. Still a growing boy, and he did work non-stop for a whole day. The glove observed the irresponsible human with some amazement. Truly like a captain, his new user didn't give a damn about any risk or responsibility, and had the guts to go to sleep after launching a gigaton of explosion with a snakeskin parachute. Maybe Neolithic users were a bit morons, but they were cool. Time flew by as the broken arrow fell closer and closer to the ground. Suddenly, a giant frog leapt up and gulped the meat parachute, along with its shiny rock. The glove went into high gear. Computing. Inside an Earth-rank beast, the detonation would be absorbed better, much more lethal to the frog, but less to the forest, and more important, the airship. An hour later, a mere megaton explosion erupted behind the airship, the glove easily fending away any harmful radiation. PF was still asleep, while his soul began manifesting, descending around his core, and opening new abilities. Next day, PF woke up and blinked around confused. The planet had gained new colors just like his mom said it would. Someday, his nascent soul had formed. Time flew by as the airship flew closer and closer to the shore. PF kept the practice, although without any actual running around. The small wooden raft barely had room for a few rocks, the stove, and not enough fuel for the stove. Slowly, the air inside the snakeskin cooled down. This will be a hard lithobreaking, sir. The airship will not survive unless it's stored. Inside a pocket dimension or such. Precisely, sir. Neolithic education is much more advanced than I would have imagined. You could have told me and stored wood for the stove, right? We'll talk about this later. What altitude do I need to eject at? 100 meters, sir. The glove said calmly. That's not so bad. 100 meters above tree level, that's 500 meters. PF yelled in horror. Try to hit as many branches as you can, sir. Get ready. And we are free falling. The glove yelled excited. Even nascent ranks have a durability limit. PF reached his after the 10th branch smacked him in the face at near 10 gs. He woke up much later, as the pain of a tree branch impaling his lungs became too strong. Welcome back, sir. You sort missed all the fun. I have a tree in my lungs. Every legionnaire has problems. The Legion doesn't care. Also, recruits dying during training is expected. As I said, at least 1,000 deaths. You said it was figuratively. Sir, every soldier is able to revive dead recruits. Why is it a problem? There's no soldier around. I will appendix the manual for your special circumstance. Sir, thanks. Glove. It was sarcasm, sir. The manual remains unchanged for 1 billion years. It is perfect. All the Legion soldiers live and die by the manual. I knew that. There have been a report on the holonet about that. This planet doesn't have a holonet, or any net. My mistake. Must be the tree growing in my lungs. Sir, lift your right arm a bit. Good. Now chop down. And we're falling and landed. The glove exclaimed joyously, as a 50-meter branch landed on top of PF's head. I still have some tree in me. PF complained like child. He was about 12, though. Should I store it as fuel? Sir? Yes. And done. Incoming monkey. 6 o'clock. We haven't invented the clock yet, PF yelled in despair, as he dodged the annoying monkey, and then punched its head clean off. Ha! I am a bit stronger than I thought. Wasn't that a corps-ranked silver-backed gorilla? Indeed it was, and you are a nascent ranked of the Legion. We punch above our rank. Not below. PF proceeded to ignore the propaganda machine, and instead cook the monkey and eat it, while slowly healing his battered body. Took him a month if you somehow cared. Meanwhile, the orange glove was ignored, being left to dry on a stick. Then one night, PF woke up startled. His soul was screaming warnings, but without a concrete direction or source. He picked back the glove. Now you pick up? She's behind you. PF dodged as fast as he could, but the tiny fist was faster. You nuked my frog, you monster. The girl with green hair yelled as she punched his face again and again. PF didn't know if to laugh or cry. Her punches were amazingly fast, but he felt nothing. You hit like a girl, he observed politely. Froggy never hurt anyone. He ate flies. The girl screamed between tears. Please stop, green girl. Your fists are bleeding, PF asked softly, and sat down. Your face is too hard. The sapphire was a goddess's tool to drain my mom's soul. She detonated the bomb. I just threw it far from any city, PF explained as the girl sunk to her knees. Truly, the girl asked incredulously. It was a bit far-fetched, but all stories are. Yeah. I carried it as far as I could, since the blast would kill everything for thousands of kilometers. I saw the explosion. It was much smaller, maybe 30 kilometers in radius, the girl objected. Because the frog sacrificed himself. He took the bomb inside himself to save others in the forest. He was a hero. The hero proclaimed to the heavens. He was my friend. Well, my mount. You got here quite fast though, without a mount. I changed mounts every hour. The animals like me, the girl replied instantly. So what now? I don't know. I punched your face. My quest is complete. And my fists hurt. Ow, ow, the girl cried as she held the fists for inspection. Bruised and a bit of split skin. She was a nascent soul as well, after all. And her aura was silver. Damn it, Mom. Tell me what it means, he cried inside. I'm PF and I'm 12, he offered as an apology. HMPF, frog killer, the girl snubbed him. Why is your hair green? Why do you care? Frog killer? The girl asked with a defiant voice. Still, she began arranging her weaved clothes back into place. When my mom died, bad men came to cut her belly open and take out the sapphire. It should have been a beautiful blue stone, but it was dirty with blood. But if they did take it back home, their kids and everyone around them would be dead now, PF explained in a wise voice. So, the girl asked with wide eyes. So, innocent kids are worth more than frogs. Remember that. The frog knew that. The animals that carry you know that. I don't want some kids to die. I just want my frog to live, the girl muttered while cupping her fists. Her skin splits had already sealed. I'm going to Lacrimosa City. Wanna fly with me? PF asked a bit uncertain. HMPF, you're half silver, half white, like two people or two minds, nascent souls see souls. Yours is all silver. Is it? The girl asked cautiously, lifting a hand to check. Yes, but what does it mean? PF asked inward. Legion auras are usually white or gold, the glove offered. My mom said most people are bad. Only those with white, silver and gold auras are good, PF offered with a shrug. You know nothing, PF frog killer, the girl declared with a serious face. PF bursts in laughter. It was the same scene. The girl is kinda right. We should keep her. And find out what god is behind her. Yeah. Someone is whispering in her ear. As do I, sir. Remember, legionnaires never die. They just rest a bit, then come back to fight again. 005 Soul Smith. The new companion was not a regular cultivator, and PF was a little wary. No Neolithic child would know to use a word like nuke. The glove wasn't all that amazed, since it had began considering what PF could do, the norm for any pre-metal child, but PF knew better. Want a bit more grilled spider or turtle soup? He asked the strange child. Moo, I want both. But I don't have any room in my stomach, she complained while patting her full belly. PF smiled gently. Not all her reactions were fake. So, how do you train? He asked, a bit curious. Why want to steal my method? The girl replied suspicious. I am stronger, why do I need a weaker method? I just asked to see how you've reached nascent rank so fast. HMPF fine, I'll show you. Not like you can copy it, the girl said, standing up and walking to a nearby tree, one filled with fungi and webs, and then she gently placed a palm on the bark and closed her eyes. Nothing else. Can you see what she does? Of course, adapting the tree to resist to disease, while in communion with a Tier 1 entity. Sounds great, barely costs a god anything. But they are draining years from the tree. Well, the girl gets days. Overall, the tree still lives longer, free of parasites, at least double more, which for these trees is 5,000 years or so. All right then, not a legion target yet. Exactly, sir. Scanning local wildlife for adaptation markers. Hundreds of animals, thousands of trees to the west of here. So, animals like her, because she's a veterinarian, beasts which receive such adaptations, will grow bigger and faster. She could cause a eco-disaster. Okay. I have seen enough, PF spoke loudly, disrupting the trance. See what? You're doing too much. Plants can adapt to eat animals. Deer can grow big enough to eat forests in days. Frogs can jump high enough to reach eagles. You're messing everything here. Ah, but they hurt. Also, this continent doesn't have Earth-ranked sages. If a tiger you healed goes to a city, nobody could stop it, PF explained, a bit harshly. But the animals stay in forest, the girl pleaded. What I'm saying is that you can't control everything that happens after. A hunter comes and provokes an animal, maybe kidnaps a cub. Tiger goes berserk. Ah, but that would be the hunter's fault. If the tiger stopped after eating the first human, maybe it will like the taste. I'm here to make sure that never happens, she claimed with some uncertainty. No, I'm here to make sure that never happens. That tree you healed? You didn't stop at adapting it to resist the fungus. You gave it 20 more perks. In thousands of years, its seeds will spread and replace most of the trees around. The green girl fumbled for some explanation, while PF ran up the tree and began pruning the worst parts. For an hour, he just worked, happy at doing a normal job for once. Ripping off sick branches, kicking off spider nests, although he kept a few fattier-looking ones for dinner. As the evening came, he descended from the tree and began collecting wood in the glove compartment. By the miracles of the Legion Smiths in the Tier 8 home base, the glove could store a lot. Then he lit up the stove and began tenderly snapping spider legs and placing them to fry. When the smell of arachnid delicacy filled the forest, PF heard a tiny voice behind him. "Can you spare one for me?" "Sure. Come and eat," PF agreed warmly, then passed her an arm-sized leg. "You're not upset?" the girl asked timidly, then began nibbling on the juicy leg. "You don't know the consequences of those actions." "How old are you?" PF answered instead. "I don't know. Maybe 10, she said with a slight hesitation. "No, you're not. At least 200, maybe more," he concluded with a sad headshake. Silence fell as they both munched their food. "How do you know?" she asked after some time to think. "Basic math, plus other people experiences. My ma needed 100 years to form her core. 100 more to reach nascent soul. Maybe my method is better," she argued with a few eyelashes bats. "Then you'd have been stronger than me. But your method does keep you young." "Fine, you got me. I just look young," the woman replied in a more dignified if still young voice. "So, I need to take out every ability except the fungus adaptation?" she asked to make sure. "Yes, or you'll be responsible for entire species disappearing, because they can't eat this kind of leaves or the acorns." "Okay, I'll try," she said softly, again pressing a hand against the tall tree, her eyes closed in meditation. "Does it work?" "Of course it does. Her goddess is doing it though. Our friend here isn't actually powerful enough to fuel genetic cutting. She'd need to be a monarch or saint for that." PF ruminated at the news of even higher ranks that even his mom hadn't heard about. "After saint you step into tier 1, he asked a bit worried. "Well, there's perfect saint too. Like for humans who refuse divinity and remain bound to flesh. Some beasts and devils also prefer it, to maintain their form until death. The Legion never uses it though. Generally, a saint rank recruit will just slay a dozen tier 1 gods and become a soldier with a Veritas gun. Or a knife for the few Legion swords I told you about. It's not actually a knife, is it? Not during combat, no. Most times it would look like a great sword, glowing white with sword chi, thus able to pierce divine shields and sever divine souls." "Oh, sword saints. Now it makes a bit of sense." "It does?" The glove wondered in confusion. "All done, PF. The tree is back to normal." "Okay, you should go and fix every tree or animal you've changed. Leave them one nice trait, like stronger skin or delicious fruits, and then come find me in the city. I will help you reach spirit in a few years." "But in a few years?" But PF didn't wait to explain. He ran up on a tree, then jumped high in the air, then landed on his airship. Hot air from the stove pushed the hot air snake higher up, and soon winds pushed them away, closer and closer to their destination. Her goddess won't be too happy with losing those years. I doubt she has just one druid. The gods have simply ignored this continent since it has not enough chi. That Saint Rock worm in the Tian Mountains drains most chi on this continent. Great. Now you tell me. It was not relevant. The worm appears to want a perfect saint rank, which is great because worms are a major pain for the Legion. Their ganglia become super brains and… Fine, I get it. Mind worms and stuff. Now how do I reach spirit rank? Well, your trainer was supposed to pressure your soul to condense until it could project a defensive barrier. Takes like a minute if a soldier projects his kill intent at a recruit. Though he would do it to the whole class of 1 billion recruits at once, and revive those who die. Very efficient. But we don't have a perfect divinity to torture my soul. Yeah, we'll ask in the city. Maybe we can adapt a local method. Or I can fight a spirit sage? PF asked more realistic. He didn't want to wait 300 years for the next rank. Just fighting won't help much. You'd need like 1,000 fights. So we fight 1,000 times. If you could recover your soul wounds overnight, you'd reach spirit in 3 years. Sounds like a plan. It will hurt really bad. Worse than awakening? About half. But in your soul. Deal. I'll need to temper my soul anyway, PF concluded as he looked at the distant horizon. The glove sighed inward. It wasn't a bad plan, given the scarcity of local resources. It just took so long. Then again, it had been lost on this remote world for 1 million years. Could wait a few more. A month later, the forest began thinning out, and small villages appeared in the distance. PF munched on a roasted eagle leg, looking down with curiosity. As the airship got nearer, he began seeing the aura around the locals. Red and brown and dark green, a few black, a few white, a few mixes too, only in kids. Possibly not decided yet. He mused as the airship passed over a village. The villagers bowed and bonked their heads in the dirt as they noticed the flying serpent. Neolithic cultures are fascinating. If you ignore the lack of clean water or roads or high-fidelity music, PF replied amused. There are a few roads though, and big cities do have aqueducts and fountains. Just not here. You do need earth and sky ranks to cut big stones and transport the. Interesting. So other continents have some higher civilizations. Where there are emperors, yes, they can subdue lower ranks and put them to work. And in Lacrimosa City, there's 100 stone houses and 1,000,000 wooden ones. So the sages live well. None live past 500 years old. Still decent for the Neolithic. There's a small city ahead and left. And they have a spirit rang. Okay, we're making a small stop then. This time, PF ejected from his airship above a rice field. At just 100 meters. He nearly drowned, as he fell face down and blacked out for a minute, but otherwise he was fine. Damn it, damn glove keeps trying to kill me, PF grumbled as he washed himself in an irrigation ditch. As he rose, he came face to face with a strange furred pig, on top of which was a muscled man, examining him curious. Hello, PF said politely, while wringing his badger skin shirt and gorilla skin pants. Then he dressed in the wet clothes anyway. You fell from the sky, the man observed cogently. On purpose. There is no local airport to land my ship, PF explained with a hand wave. The pig rider blinked confused and ignored the explanation. Here to see the spirit smith? The one who makes plows and scythes? The man asked instead, assuming anyone who could fly was a spirit. Precisely. I am PF by the way. Mounted guard Shan. The man gestured, encompassing the pig, who genuflected a little. What do you guard against? PF asked curious, as the man had a white aura. Rats or snakes usually. Sometimes pigs or bandits. Oh, there's a core viper and a few thousand small ones about 5 kilometers south of here. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? PF asked while he salivated a bit. Twin airship, armed with a pair of venom pump cannons. The glove asked with a giddy inflection. Thousands of grilled snakes. But another airship would be worth something too, PF answered with an inner head shake. Venom cannons. He would still build one for kicks. As PF approached the small town, he checked for subtle signs. The guard had a spear made from a core rank horn and was himself a practitioner. Where farmers toiled the fields, they used plows made from deer horns and scythes made from ribs of various beasts at core rank. The smith had found himself a niche here, and while it might have seemed a lowly job, the practice of working the chi would slowly build up in the smith, until he would eventually reach earth rank. It would just take a long time working with low-grade materials and low-density chi. An hour later, the pair reached the smithy, where a queue of 100 people waited for their new tools, with bags of rice or various other barter means, like live animals or dead ones. Beside the smithy, there was a huge wooden barn, likely housing materials or such. PF looked over the host of people searching for some special aura, but there were only normal ones. Suddenly, a woman rushed out from the smithy, enveloped in a powerful golden aura, and a golden glowing scythe in her hand. Who dares to disturb me? She yelled, looking around for the culprit. Is that the smith? PF asked sure. Yeah, she looks pissed. Try not to die so young, the man advised him covertly, while his pig backed away on tiptoes. PF stepped up and unleashed his nascent soul at the smith, at which the woman smiled and swiped the scythe to intercept, her golden aura extending to pierce his chest and throw him away 100 meters. What's this? A mere boy, and has his nascent soul already? PF heard as he woke up, sometime later, as it was dark. He opened his eyes and it was still dark. You recovered pretty fast, but don't try that again, or you might die. A woman's voice said softly from somewhere in front. PF struggled to lift his hand and remove the damp cloth on his face, and then observed the Lady Smith who was bending a bone on a table, with her soul. Hello, Lady Smith. I am PF she. 12 years old, he replied in a more formal voice. Yeah, there's not many bloodlines who mature that fast. We normal people need hundreds of years to form the nascent soul. She replied with a sad voice. I'd like to learn from you, say for 6 months. Don't you have your own method? My mom was murdered and dad roams somewhere, fighting emperors and beasts. He explained with a fake sob. Of course he does. That's what the she bloodline does. What's the highest rank you've killed? The smith asked, raising her eyes to consider him. An earth-rank frog, a few thousand kilometers west of here. Indeed, and that pushed you over the limit. Typical. Your golden aura. 100 strikes, PF explained in a weak voice. We shall see. I do need someone to harvest better materials. Could you bring me some earth-ranked bones? The woman asked with an avid tone. Ah, the frog was incinerated. I used the cursed sapphire arrow that killed my mom, so that rumor is true. Removing the arrow makes it explode. Done after death, the explosion is delayed 9 days. Enough to toss it far away from a city, or somewhere far at sea, maybe where a few earth-ranked sea beasts prowl for ship. The woman proposed with some not-so-hidden intent. Underwater detonations would work too, if we can find a few more arrows. And murder their innocent hosts. Ah, that's a problem. I'll keep an eye out, although the arrows are highly concealed by the life in the host. But once they die, it might be possible if I reach the dead targets before they are burned. After that, the arrow will transmute the soul towards whatever goddess is behind the assassin, and leave no evidence behind. Very clever, this scheme. Perhaps you should wait a few years. Kids shouldn't have to deal with death cult. The smith lady said with a shudder. If I do encounter them, I'll offer justice. But yes, I suspect I'm yet too weak for such conflict. So, what else can you offer me? A flying ship, our hero offered gallantly. Oh, you have my attention, young man. The woman spoke a bit excited, raising from the table to sit on the side of his bed. There's this core-ranked snake to the south. I'll go hunt it and make an airship for you, and teach me how to make more. Then you get 1 year, the smith demanded with burning eyes. Deal, PF exclaimed, offering a weak hand to shake. The smith just smiled and patted his head. Damn it, being a kid sucks. At least she agreed. Spirit ranks are few here and likely busy. You got lucky this time, aspirant. 3 days later, PF had recovered enough to go hunt the viper and its delicious nest of smaller snakes. He kept the huge fangs for a later date, when he might need a venom cannon, while the skin and some ribs he used to construct an airship, under the interested gaze of the lady smith. As he was inflating the new airship, he felt a soft hand on his head. Boy, you got smarts. You could be a real soul smith, live a peaceful life, marry someone and have some kids, the woman said with a weird tremble in her voice. In 100 years, I will be a sovereign, maybe even a monarch. We will meet again then. PF spoke in a soft tone, not refusing her offer, just delaying a firm response. Perhaps you will be. Leave the snake ship for now. I've seen enough. When you wake up again, you can take me flying, she demanded in a forceful tone. What do you mean? PF asked, turning around, as a golden spike plunged in his chest. She meant to spike you, aspirant, and study the ship without you knowing. It is hers anyway. Golden auras are usually those who make our captains and colonels. It takes a special kind of soul to fight a mindlich or an eldritch horror. Most soldiers die instantly without even firing the guns. You're saying I should keep her? Yes, and any gold aura you might find. This universe is full of potential recruits, and you will use any means to indoctrinate them. Although for humans it's very simple. Love and lots of sec. Ha, I'll think about it, PF replied with an inner head shake. When he opened his eyes, he got an eyeful of this ladysmith's chest, as she slept with him in her arms. He poked one of the large pillows to check for air leaks. Mao, so young and already playful. Go make some more fried snakes for us. Naughty boy, the woman said in a teasing voice, pushing him out of the bed. Lady Lin, I can't pilot this ship if you're crushing my ribs, PF said in a pained breath. The woman was scared of flying. Who knew? We're too high. What if the cradle breaks? What if some bird hits the ship? What if? The smith complained, while her powerful arms held onto PF like a lifeline. Then we fall and build a new ship, he answered firmly. You think falling is a joke? I can see the sea from here, and that's like 30 kilometers away, she exclaimed in outrage. We're only 500 meters high. I once jumped from this height and I was fine, PF related with a careless handwave. The woman stopped arguing and her arms relaxed a little, as her fear was slowly replaced by wonder. The scenery was beautiful indeed. Without pollution or obstructions, you could see around for 50 kilometers. The world's curvature was wider too, which also helped. The ship is kinda slow, the woman observed after some time. Yes, for now. I plan to add a pair of steam thrusters, using large skulls and fangs to boil water, then expel the steam for thrust and maneuver. These sails I made could also be made larger, if I could use better skins, PF explained sagely. You really are a genius. But to boil water continuously would need tons of wood and water. And not that much force behind it, the real Smith mused, after considering his plans. Well, other types of jets could be used. Fast-burning things, like oils and resins combined with charcoal and saltpeter. The heat would be too strong and melt the bones. I've tried some things too, but core bones are not that durable. Even my plows need to be sharpened every month, and they only heat a little as they plow, the smith said with a dismissive voice. Yeah, in the end we'll need metals. Copper and tin maybe to make bronze. Stone stoves lined with clay should give us enough heat to melt the ore, PF mused, as the snake ship began cooling down and coming for a landing. Eject us at 50 meters, Glove. Don't scare her too much. Okay, sir. For the new recruit. How wonderful ideas. I shall send 1,000 men to bring me different rocks and see which ones can be melt. Hey, isn't the ground closing too fast? PF. PF landed on his feet, this time, and sank to his knees in the grassy soil. Unbreakable bones and pain tolerance made this look easy. Lin Mu fell head first and smashed her face into the ground. A few pained groans were heard as she extracted herself from a small crater. She's fine, but you'll suffer anyway, the glove explained wisely. PF sighed and waited heroically for the golden spike. Such is the fate of heroes. You moron, take this, the smith yelled, as PF lost consciousness. Next day he awoke to the smell of ointment, as the smith has splashed her face with some cream. She still had some green chlorophyll markings embedded in her face. PF cupped her face gently. Sorry for the green. It will go away soon. I sure hope so. People might think I rolled in the hay with someone, she answered half asleep. Are storage rings rare? He asked to make sure. In Lacrimosa, yes. You need a sky-ranked smith to make them, and anyway those aren't large enough to hold a skyship. Can't you land otherwise? Well, 12 long ropes and 100 men to catch them, and you could land safely, then tie the ropes to something like a huge rock, PF replied after searching his memories. Core ranks are stronger than you think, my young apprentice. I shall call for a pair to assist the landing next time. You think like a normal boy sometimes. Can't you lift that ship with one hand? The woman scolded him, as she tested his biceps with a smile. PF nodded a bit ashamed. He did think like a normal sometimes. Yeah, I could even at core rank. But I thought I was special. 2 days of rest now. Go help Shin and start building the big stone stove. We need your soul to recover more. As you're not yet grown, Lady Lin demanded, then pushed him out of the bed. Again. Time flew by, as PF slowly tempered his soul with attacks from a spirit-ranked sage. He also established a few air routes to nearby quarries and riverbeds, and began smelting copper ore. Sadly, no tin was found anywhere near, so bronze wasn't yet possible. 12 hematite rocks made their way into the glove compartment, as no fire was able to melt them yet. But one day he would find a way, just not yet. Copper working should do for now, and start the metal age on this planet. Lady Lin became even more famous for offering copper mirrors and trays, sometimes cups or daggers. Then a year has passed, and PF decided to move on into Lacrimosa City, with a much stronger soul and some wealth of core armor and weapons, and even precious copper items. Don't forget about me, PF. You're half there to the spirit rank and barely 13. Dear gods, the smith murmured in his hair. Of course not, beloved lady. I also want to make many kids with you. Stay safe and work with metal. You're halfway to earth rank already, he whispered back. Oh, I thought I was 200 years away, The woman wondered, a bit confused. Not anymore. You hit me 100 times with a soul strike. Remember? PF replied playfully, then poked her airbags one last time. It can't be that simple. I hunted hundreds of beasts with it, she answered while batting his arm away. Not nascent rank, were they? No soul defenses, PF explained in a gentle voice, then summoned the airship and flew away. Next stop, Lacrimosa City. A den of scum and villainy larger than any on the continent. 006 Spirit Guardian. PF flew into town on scaly wings and hot air. The town was very impressed. People stared and bowed, like a minor divinity was crossing the sky. Soon, he saw the stone quarters and loitered for a while, waiting for the air to cool. As he descended, his nascent soul marked the auras of note. Another gold one, a dozen white. At 40 meters altitude, the glove stored the airship, and PF fell to a perfect landing. A muscled man with a spirit rank and a huge bone hammer looked down as PF extracted his face from the ground. Are you a midget of sorts? He asked in a booming voice. No, sir. PF she. Age 13. PF answered while spitting gravel and cursing the glove. New in town, are you? The hammer guy asked rhetorically. A crowd was forming at some distance, hoping for a smackdown. Just landed. Got any advice? What house can I buy? A stone one if possible. For now, you'll stay with me. There's a water mage with her core shattered. You can buy her house after she dies. That which takes a long time to die, the man explained as he turned and walked away, his hammer folding to disappear into his palm. I think I'm under house arrest, PF muttered with a sigh. Keeping you out of trouble, perhaps. Get him to hit you, though. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Hurry up, midget, the man yelled while waving the crowd away. PF ran after his new guardian, observing him for clues. Brown hair, black eyes, looked about 30, which meant some 300. Nascent rank breastplate, made of bone and leather. White aura and a storage ring on his hand. Plus a spirit rank himself. Okay, guy was a powerhouse for this continent. Likely the town sheriff too. They walked for a few minutes until they reached a walled-off garden, guarded by a dozen men with bows, and another man with a white aura, a core rank and a bone spear. This must be the deputy. And the flunkies. Hey chief, is this the snake man? The deputy asked with some confusion. Yeah, she youngling. They always fly around, you know. The man replied with a hand wave. The flunkies bowed with awe. The deputy nodded a bit uncertain. As they passed the gate, PF noticed huge training grounds, where hundreds of men practice skills, from riding to archery and fighting. It's a mini legion, the glove exclaimed with glee. No, it is the local chapter house for the legion now. They just don't know yet, PF mused, checking the auras for potential recruits. Only another white. It seemed high-powered auras were still rare, even in this untapped world. These are the Lacrimosa Guardians. But you're too strong to train with them. Nascent rank, I believe, the chief spoke softly, as PF has stopped to stare. Yes, sir. About half to spirit rank, PF admitted at once, turning towards his new boss. Think you can take a hit from me? The man asked jokingly. From the hammer, sure. Maybe one soul strike as well. The hero spoke unthinking. He soon regretted it, as the hammer caught him in the chest and blew him 100 meters in a tangle of limbs. PF picked himself up, coughing a bit, and dusted the new gravel from his hair. Good, good. You're durable, I like that. Now let's test the chief boomed from behind him. PF blacked out, again. Almost there, but not yet. He woke up later, his core leathers missing and instead dressed in a brown tunic of some vegetable matter. A woman with a kind face was gently wiping his face with a cold sponge. Ah, you've recovered already. It takes a week for the best nascent guardians. How long it took me? PF wondered with a blink. Maybe 6 hours? You're very strong, young man. Name's PF she, he answered as he patted his chest. There was still a bruise there, but almost healed. Mia, and I think half the town knows by now who you are. You made quite an entrance. Face first, as they say, she joked with a wry smile. So, you're staying here too? PF inquired while checking his new room. Kinda Spartan, only bare stone walls, and a tiny wooden dresser in a corner. Plus the bed he already knew. Well, Amia Quing, the woman explained a bit confused. Family? PF asked in a flash of inspiration, after noting the white aura. Smart too. Come. Dad will want to check on you, the woman replied with a faint smile, and left the room on graceful steps. A minute later, they reached a dining hall, where the chief and deputy were wolfing down half a pig. The other half remained yet untouched, possibly for him. You two eat, then we talk, the boss ordered, pointing at the roasted pig. Amazingly, between the two of them, 100 kilograms of delicious meat was barely enough. How can I eat this much? PF wondered, patting his stomach. There wasn't that much room in there, as even a quarter of a pig massed as much as PF at this age. Magic beast. Your core absorbs most of it, the glove replied with an artificial shrug. Oh, that's why the manual says to eat everything I can. The glove didn't answer. The manual was sacred. Course it was right. So, young PF, where are your parents? Why are you here instead of Blue She? Boss Quing asked after a long silence. Mom's dead. Dad has left at least 12 years ago. I don't remember him. He only left me the glove, PF explained while holding up his magic glove. Ah, the fabled orange she glove. The wearer grows 100 times faster, then dies foolishly battling an emperor or something. The man replied with a head shake. Yeah, I killed an earth-ranked beast soon after I formed my core, the boy explained with a shamed voice. Not with your strength you didn't, the deputy intervened and got smacked by his boss, getting knocked out. Mia glanced at the fainted body with a pained look. A trap of some kind, eh? The chief mused thoughtful as he examined PF like merchandise. Exactly, sir. A deadly trap. Muscles won't help against stronger foes. How long you plan to stay here in Lacrimosa? He asked PF with a long stare. Till my spirit rank, sir. About 2 years, I guess. The woman beside him coughed in surprise, but the boss was not impressed. You have anything of value? And not the flying skin, the chief asked while looking over the young hero with discerning eyes. Like appraising a horse or something. I have metal items, sir. Mirror, cup, dagger, and some smith skills, PF answered, placing some copper artifacts on the table. Yes, I've heard of Lady Lin's new hobby. So this is the fabled metal, the chief said with a frown, while examining the dagger with his soul. Mia had confiscated the mirror and was busy grooming herself in delight. Anything else? The man demanded after failing to cut himself with the feeble copper dagger. Yes, in fact, copper can be used as currency. We just need to establish a bank, where people can exchange copper bars and plates with rice bags. The city will flourish as miners and farmers compete to produce more. Then smiths can appear to smelt copper, and thus more artifacts like mirrors and cups and water pipes. Ah, the normal people you mean, but traders will need armed escorts to reach far cities. I see, you want to enlarge the Guardians to the whole continent, the chief wondered, tilting his head curious. If I can find some nascent or spirit snakes, I could build huge airships, able to cross the continent in a month, and carry people and goods. Storage rings would make trade easier, F argued with a distant look. He imagined the sky full of thousands of zeppelins, on a planet in the Neolithic. Well, Copper Age now, if barely. HMPF, good luck with that. I have one ring and Oracle Ching has the other. Unless you become a sky smith, there won't be more on the continent, the man snorted, and tapped his ring proudly. If I may, sir, perhaps it can be copied, PF asked in a flash. Why not? All smiths have tried, Chief Quing said with an amused voice, flinging the ring at his chest. PF was thrown a few meters till he crashed into the wall behind him, the ring embedded in his skin. Glove? Any scans? Opening pocket dimensions requires enough chi energy to bend gravity. Same as unaided flight. You would need a sky rank aspirant. PF studied the ring for a minute before hanging his head. I need a sky rank, he admitted in shame. At least you didn't burst a vein trying to force it. Oracle Ching told me that ring is heavier than a mountain. Just, not in this world, the Guardian's leader said with some wonder. Oracle Ching is correct. I should visit him, PF said with a smile. She is waiting for you, next week. After you fight in the clan's tournament and win, the man said with a crooked smile. Under 15 of something? PF asked with a smile. Under 25. None of them have their core anyway. Oh, okay then. Beating people up is easy, PF proclaimed heroically. I know, the spirit-ranked chief agreed, as he extracted his hammer from the ring. PF gulped, as he prepared to get beaten. Time flew by as PF slowly organized the bank and got to meet the local clans. He won the tournament with ease and gained some fame. His soul grew even stronger, and soon he stopped fainting from one soul strike. Oracle Ching was almost 600 years old, and her time was soon to end, despite her golden aura. Then one day, as he was having tea with the old sage, she dropped her cup in shock. Firestorm and iceberg, she muttered while her hands flailed about. She fainted a few seconds later, under the strain of her vision. Our target has died. We need to extract the arrow, the glove demanded in a forceful tone. Oh, that's great. Scanning for suitable targets in range. Sky-ranked target located 1,200 kilometers southeast, on top a floating ice island. Numerous Earth targets around as well. PF rushed out, guided by the glove, and sped towards his new house. He had already bought the house with a precious copper cup. Now he just needed to intercept the body before it was burned. As he stormed in, a familiar scene was revealed. A group of locals were dragging the dead woman out, no doubt attempting a grave robbery. Drop the body now and leave my house, he yelled with a chi-infused voice. It's the she-boy, one of the men exclaimed and ran off. I'm not dying for some dead witch body, another one cried and ran away. However, the rest drew clubs and daggers, preparing to defend the precious loot. Incoming, wait for now. Aspirant, the glove whispered as PF drew his elbow back. A few seconds later, Chief Quing skidded to a stop next to PF. Robbers? In my town. The man boomed as his hammer spun out of the ring and into his hand. The men dropped to their knees in defeat. They might have chanced something with a small boy, but the Guardian was known to have massacred thousands of bandits by himself. Mercy, great sage. A few of them cried, already trembling. Who paid you to steal the body? PF asked in a soft voice. Ah, some merchant at the Agate Wine Tavern, a mousy fellow confessed as his urine dripped on the ground. Stay here, boy. This is a death cult, not some regular thief, the chief demanded as he grabbed the traitor and sped away. PF looked after the afterimages left behind by the speeding Guardian. A second later, a club hit the back of head with a bonky sound. PF turned around and smiled. You will die last, he told the assailant who was staring at his broken club in amazement. A minute later, the new sapphire was extracted, and PF was piling up wood for a pyre by emptying his glove compartment. A dozen bodies were thrown on top, including the poor woman with a shattered core. By the time the chief returned, he could only wring the necks of his prisoners and throw them atop of the huge pyre. You move fast, boy. I like that, the Guardian commented, watching the flames. You're still much faster, chief. I have yet to reach you, and you still have a big mouth, PF. Bah, I need to beat up someone, Chief Quing exclaimed with a certain target in mind. Not today, chief. I need to throw this far at sea, or the city will burn in a firestorm. That's what the old oracle said, PF exclaimed, holding the bloody sapphire up to see. Gods, this death cult must have some. You go fly away then, my boy. Try not to die yet. My girl likes you, he muttered with a heavy sigh, then turned to leave. PF stared at his large back, carrying the city on his shoulders. A brave man, Guardian Quing, but only a leaf in the wind, against a god. The glove mused with some wisdom. Let's go catch a fish, and then find our target. Clock is ticking, PF answered, focused on his next rank. You haven't invented the clock yet. Aspirant, we'll need zinc to make brass. Then I can build a clock, PF said with a hand wave, while more Guardians arrived to watch the pyre. Make sure the fire doesn't spread, PF asked the deputy. Yes, sir, that's part of the job, the man replied with a bit more respect. He got beat up a few times, but now the pecking order was clear. PF smiled sad and ran off, heading for the sea. One fish later, and the airship rose in sky, braving the sea and all the monsters below. Days flew by, and the weather got worse and colder. The serpent ship creaked and groaned under the strong winds, while PF had to stay awake and pilot manually, changing altitudes for favorable winds. On the 8th day, A large ice shelf was visible on the horizon, and the temperature dropped below zero. Our target is that wounded Ice King Morse. Get ready to throw the fish bait, the glove yelled in his mind. Okay, just say, now. PF launched the big tuna like a dart, aiming for the enormous Morse below. Its tusks were 10 meters tall, and PF wondered what had been brave enough to fight it in melee. Then he banked the airship, aiming for opposing winds 1,000 meters higher. We have a problem. What? The Morse is too weak to eat the fish. Oh, we can't escape the detonation radius now, PF realized with a start. Land and recover the fish. And the tusks. But, the nuke, PF asked. Just throw it in the ocean. There's a dozen Earth ranks just under the ice. And such. PF got to kill his first sky rank in melee. Wasn't much of a fight, as he simply dug himself through the eye of the immobile beast and into the brain. It was a bit of hard work, since even the eye was very durable. After that he stored the whole body too, as sky-ranked materials were unheard of on his continent. Also, 100 tons of ice, which was precious too for different reasons. The Legion method only pushed him into the Spirit rank, and half to Earth rank, as it wasn't much of a fight, simply ending a dying beast. The next day, the iceberg blew up in a spectacular explosion, forming a pillar of water and ice kilometers high. His rank grew again almost to the peak of Spirit rank. As the airship headed back to Lacrimosa, PF realized he was probably the strongest man on the continent already, and he was only 14. 007 bloodline. PF chose to land into the sea this time and avoid more embarrassing landings. That cursed glove kept disrupting his timing, trying to kill him 800 more times. As he sunk to the bottom, he noticed water move too easy around him. Could it be? I have water bending, very common ability on this continent. At high levels can be versatile. Healing and defense mostly. Or high-pressure water jets? PF asked hopeful. Or that, if you reach sky rank and practice compressing space for decades, the glove allowed in a flat tone. I need to figure out how to breathe underwater. Just push your spirit out and form a barrier. There will be air inside. PF listened and obeyed, sitting down on sand and watching the sea flow around him like in an aquarium. The beautiful colored fish and the mesmerizing sun rays filtering through the waves were so captivating. Half an hour later, he fainted. The glove sighed inward and waited for the Guardian to rescue them. It was only 50 meters to the shore, and his user managed to drown. Almost. The kid wasn't clever enough, ignoring monoxide accumulation in an enclosed space. Did they teach that in the Neolithic? The glove didn't know. PF woke up later, being slapped by a huge palm. Oi! Don't die on me now, you hear me? Chief yelled as he slapped him again. I'm awake, boss. I said don't die on me. The Guardian insisted and slapped him again. PF sighed and caught the next slap, resisting the man's force with equal force. Dear gods! Spirit rank already? Yes, boss. I killed a sky rank, PF said weakly. Get out of here, the man exclaimed in disbelief. I brought back the body. Oh, well done then. You lucky bastard, he exclaimed in genuine praise. I tried testing water bending, but I blacked out, PF mumbled as he rose from the sand and coughed out his lungs. I know that. The Oracle told me where to find you. Okay then, I'll head home now, PF said tiredly and stumbled a little. There's a midget druid living in your house now. That's fine. We're old friends, PF muttered as he dragged himself in a shamble of a walk. Of course the midget has midget friends. Why did Mia think she has a chance? I like Mia too, but she is only a core. Can't have a weak wife among my... PF explained as he fell asleep. The Guardian stared at the reckless boy and cried inside. Who tries water magic out in the sea? Even a bucket of water was hard to move. The man picked up the drowned pup and ran towards his house. At least Mia was set. A she-husband was worth more than all the town had and ever had. Even half-dead, the boy was stronger than he was. Soon he'll have to call him boss. He idly wondered what kind of sky beast the boy had killed. A small one, no doubt, but perhaps he could get a bone too. PF woke up in his bed, with a green-haired woman staring at him from above. Hey there, he said at a loss for words. A slow punch came down on his face. He let it hit. Ow, your face is even harder. What is wrong with you? the druid cried, nursing a bleeding fist. Don't punch a spirit rank, green girl. You'll only hurt yourself, our hero said with a smirk. What? It hasn't been 3 years yet. Barely 2 years, at most. In 2 years, I'll be Earth rank, PF explained gently, while patting the wondrous green hair. Felt like corn silk, somehow. Scanning genome. Allele Sigma/21104019 detected. Viridian Legion, Tier 7, presumed extinct. Oh, another legion? Long ago, a group of eco-friendly gods made a gardening legion. They got eaten soon after by a Tier 8 abomination. And that Tier 8? Presumed pacified by our general. No records exist though. What is a pacified target? Depends on the user. Generally include mind wipe, behavior control, amnesia, catatonia, or personality rewrite. Got it. Not so dangerous or under our control. Exactly, sir. Also, monoxide poisoning is a danger in closed spaces, right? Like an air bubble, PF said with an inner sigh. Physics and magic shouldn't mix. PF, I'm hungry. And how will you increase my rank? The guest complained aloud. Okay, food sounds nice. I'll cook something. And for your rank, well, you have to stop getting younger. What? I'll get old and die, she exclaimed outraged. You can start again when you look around 20. But your soul needs a mature body for an anchor. Oh, I'll grow boobs and stuff. Gross, the girl said with a disgusted face. They'll be fine. Kids need them so they can feed, you know. Oh, kids? You mean like, oh, doesn't it hurt? She wondered out loud. Our hero sighed. How would he know? PF turned the meat on the other side, smelling the amazing scents. He will need to give her Legion maize though. She seemed to have plenty deficiencies. Not at all. The sort of the best pleasure you can get on this world. Even better than food, PF replied after flipping a mental coin. Making babies was supposed to be fun. Really? The young woman mused as she nibbled on grilled tuna. PF sighed and wolfed his meal in silence. Neolithic women were strange. As evening came, the green girl laid comfortably in PF's bed and closed her eyes. How do I spike someone? Point and shoot. It works by itself, the smug glove answered with a shrug. PF made a finger pistol and fired. Twin spikes, white and silver, shot and collided with the nascent soul of his home invader. She didn't wake up. PF made a small pile of hay and laid the tiny woman on it. No point wasting space on his bed. Not yet anyway. She still had years to grow. The next day, PF went to thank the oracle for his life. Thanks, Aunt Ching. I almost drowned, PF said with a small bow. Nonsense. That glove is a better oracle than me. It's heavier than our planet and more powerful than a god. The old woman snorted as she poured tea for both of them. Really? PF wondered as he lifted his fist and stared at the old leather glove. Ask it what leather it is made of, the old oracle demanded in a tired voice. Well, say it, PF demanded of his glove. Scanning database. Information missing. Extrapolating. Tier 8 entity. Possibly our general's own skin. Ha, she would regenerate a patch of skin in milliseconds or such. PF mused with his eyes closed. Much faster. Even Tier 5s can regenerate completely in less than a second. And she makes 1 billion of gloves and guns every day. Veritas guns? Possibly. No information is recorded, yet they possess a Tier 8 attributes. Words of power like power word kill or let there be light. As you say, sir, I'd be nice if it was true. I would be a hand of God, the glove agreed. PF drank his tea in silence, considering what the poor goddess who lead the Legion must go through every day, flaying herself to save untold trillions. A godsmith using her own flesh to craft for her Legion. No wonder she deleted all the records. The knives were possibly her fingernails, ripped out and made into blades. It's most likely a god's flayed skin, PF said after a long silence. Let's visit my garden. Quing wants to see the sky beast. The oracle spoke softly and walked slowly towards the back garden. This will be fun, PF thought to himself. As expected, the chief and his daughter were already waiting in the garden. PF looked around for enough room, then unfolded the Ice King Morse over the flowers. The icy smell of dead beast filled the garden. That's not a small beast, Mia yelled in half panic, trying to measure the beast with her eyes, and failing. Ha ha, Amazing catch, my boy. The guardian chief laughed in unrestrained glee. PF shrugged and stored the morse into the glove again. I got lucky, he explained with a straight face. You'll get even luckier if you visit Smith Lynn now. She'll jump your bones for free, the oracle said in a fake whisper. PF nodded absently. That was the plan anyway. He wanted Lady Lynn to reach Earth rank as soon as possible. Well then, I am satisfied. You may kiss the bride, the chief proclaimed and gently pushing Mia towards him. PF looked at the young-ish woman for confirmation. Mia was over 100 years old anyway, but seemed quite willing. Soon they embraced and kissed, as the nearby spirit ranks cheered. I'll move my things to your house then, husband, Mia whispered in his hair. She was still a head taller than PF for now. Okay, but I'll be away to Smith Lynn till I gain my own Earth rank. You should wait till I come back. HMPF, at least give me a week to know you, Mia demanded with a petulant voice. We already know each other for a year. We even lived in the same house, PF said in a flat tone. But not like, you're too young, aren't you? She realized after a minute. That too. Some things are still growing, PF muttered in shame. I will try to reach my nascent soul in 2 years. But, Mia complained with her head hung. You're a she now. Come to the house for tonight. You'll receive my cultivation method. Really? Yes. We are married, aren't we? PF asked rhetorically. Oh, that's great. It will hurt you quite badly, PF explained with a sad voice. I don't care if it hurts. I want it. Mia yelled out loud, making her father look strangely at them. And so, the new couple made their way to PF's house and had a small ceremony involving dancing and kissing. Then PF took off his glove and wrapped it around the recruit's hand. A minute later, the Legion had 2 comrades in this universe, although only recruits. That didn't hurt at all, Mia observed with surprise. Well, I don't want Arya to wake from your screams. Go home. Prepare yourself for a month of pain, along with a maid to care for you. And keep in mind, I lasted a year and a half. A month should be bearable. Oh, your tiny green girlfriend? Mia asked, pointing at the sleeping midget. She's 200 years old. Just pretends to be a kid. For free food. Oh, that's kinda clever, Mia acknowledged with a smile. She'll grow back in 2 years or so. Suppressing the age is not same thing as real childhood. I see. More wives. She realized with some jealousy. Yes, many more. Although Arya is not certain yet. Her bloodline is peculiar, PF admitted with a hand wave. You don't get to call other bloodlines peculiar, Mr. She. Haha, that's also true. Now go. We'll meet again, dear wife, PF replied with a poke to the airbags. No air leaked out, so she'll do fine. Mia kissed him again, then turned around with her face red. She then took off at speed, a spring in her steps. PF stared after the recruit, with some pain in his heart. His wife will suffer horribly for a month, but he didn't have a choice. The Legion's manual demanded it. 008 Lobster. Next day, PF swiped everything in the house into the glove, except Arya, whom he picked under his arm. Then he jogged to say goodbye to the chief and then the oracle. She looked frail and tired, and had a defeated look on her face. I will probably be dead when you return, Aunt Ching said in a calm voice. In 6 months, if you don't change your ways, PF replied with a pointed look at her eyes. Your god glove. Can it give me more years? The oracle wondered in a smaller voice. The she method is painful and bloody, but you'd be an emperor in a decade. I see. Working for a god who skins himself. The old woman mused with her eyes closed. The general crafts pieces of her flesh into artifacts for her clan, so they can fight other evil gods, and free billions from evil gods that burn people and cities for souls. The young man answered with bright eyes. That's your god's name, General? Not something like first light above the heavens? She wondered, a bit confused. Loose divinity recruits barely qualify for her army's oracle. Most of her soldiers are perfect divinities or higher. Billions of them, PF explained, not even bothering to embellish. What use I am then? A mere spirit rank? The old lady asked rhetorically. I am also a mere spirit, Aunt Ching. But you and Lady Lin, you could be captains. Elder gods with a golden aura, able to travel between universes, and all I have to do is what? The oracle asked a bit doubtful. Wear the glove and fight evil. PF replied in a flat tone. That's a fair deal? Is it dangerous? 1,000,000,000 times less than if don't take the glove, PF said with a smile. Haha, good answer, dear boy. I am dead anyway, so why not risk it, right? The old oracle asked with a pained voice. Come with me, Aunt Ching. You will need medication and special meals to resist the pain. I want a sky sword too, the old woman demanded like her life depended on it. Sure. I have plenty bones and a good smith waiting, PF answered with a kind smile. Okay. Call your ship already, young man. Dear gods, you're gonna make me fight snakes, aren't you? The woman grumbled as she picked some things into her storage ring. PF walked out into the garden and munched on a piece of ice, with green-haired Arya under his arm. Stop pretending or I'll pour ice on your back, PF whispered in her hair. But spying is much more interesting like this, the druid complained shamelessly. Well, I need my hands free to fly the ship. Oh, that's a good reason, actually. You can put me down. Yes, and you can link me with your goddess. The Viridian Legion was our ally. The Veritas Legion's ally, PF demanded in a harsher tone. Oh, you know about that, Arya realized with a surprised blink. This planet barely has copper. And you spoke of nukes, Miss Arya Verdi, he explained politely. The girl closed her eyes, calling her boss. A minute later, she replied with a grimace. She says she needs to see a monarch-ranked soldier with a Veritas sword. It's too risky otherwise, the girl explained with wide eyes. We shall see. Sovereign might be enough. Then I can kill the worm at a moment's notice. You're crazy. The rock worm is a saint. I've killed a sky beast already. Without a god-killer weapon. Why, you monster? More animals have to suffer for your crazy plans. So that innocent kids can live? Yes, always. Are you two done yet? An older voice asked from behind. PF summoned the airship and jumped on the raft with both women. Arguing would take too long. A minute later, the stone stove got a copper tray upgrade, and the airship lifted high above the city. You ruined a precious metal tray? For a stove? Aunt Ching wondered as PF kept fueling the stove with more wood. Yes, better heat emission, thus more lift. We're less likely to crash that way. Oh, never mind then. My life is important too, the woman said with a wry smile. A few hours later, they began descending towards the Lin airport. 5 more airships were parked and one was speeding away. PF dropped a rope, and some men below pulled them to a stop. Go down. I'll store my ship. Who knows what parking tickets cost here, PF urged the women. Do you understand him? Arya asked the other woman, a bit confused. Just ignore the strange words. His mind communes with a god, and is slightly off-center, the oracle replied in a serious tone, as she jumped out the ship. But I'll jump as well, the tiny woman stuttered and jumped, landing face first. Eject, PF commanded, landing next to Arya and plucking her out of the ground. Her face was imprinted with green grass and made him laugh. Ow, my face hurts. The ground is too hard, the young woman complained and stomped her foot. People slide down on the rope, you know. It's safer, a local airport attendant advised the tiny menace. I knew that. I just wanted to jump and see if I can fly. Okay, little lady, calm down. Still, you'll have to pay a copper piece for assisted landing. That's robbery. I can buy a house. A wooden house with a piece of copper. Arya yelled, causing a scene. PF sighed and paid the attendant. First-class flying will always be expensive, no matter which planet. How much it costs to park here? He asked, pointing at a random airship. A copper piece per day. If you can afford a ship, you afford to park. PF sighed and went to find the spirit smith, the 2 ladies following him and looking around. There was trade and commerce here, plus dozens of coppersmiths and woodcutters and potters and stonemasons, all haggling and crafting, animals carrying heavy loads of ore. In a year, the tiny town had become an industrial city with an airport as well. You did good work, aspirant. We might get off this planet in 50-100 years, the glove said after scanning nearby technologies. Much sooner, my glove. I won't let wars and plagues ravage the land. Oh, right. About 1,000 years then. Just on schedule, I'd say. Anyway, let's see how fast I can reach Earth rank. PF, you're back, Lin exclaimed as she soul-searched him. I got some nice bones. Earth rank bones? Yay, you can have my babies. Lin erupted as she hugged and kissed his face. Ah, about that. I killed a sky-rank beast and brought its body, the young hero boasted grandly. What? Not joking, are you? Don't play with a delicate smith's heart. No, dear lady, let's go in the back garden. And voila, Ice King Morse, PF proclaimed, unveiled the prize. Lin did a tour around the mauled beast, examining it with competent eyes. Poor baby. Why did you maul it so bad? Half the skin and tendons are ruined, the legs are broken, the tusks are intact. PF offered as an apology. He couldn't say he found the Morse like this, could he? HMPF, okay. For your first sky rank, it's not so bad. At least you didn't incinerate it. I can heal the skin back if you want, Arya offered with a small voice. Oh, Oracle Ching and whatever you are. Welcome to my town, Lin offered a bit late. Druid Arya Verdi, the midget replied in a reserved voice. Yes. Heal it already, while there's some inner chi left. In the meat, the smith exclaimed in desperation. PF promised to try a clean kill next time. He doubted it would be much cleaner though. While Arya lazed around, mostly sleeping off soul attacks, the Oracle was screaming. In a deep cellar filled with ice. PF visited twice a day, feeding her Legion maize and aspirin and penicillin, trying to keep her feeble body alive during the Second Awakening. Her fever remained manageable with the ice and the medicine, but her body was ravaged by old age. It was a harsh month for both PF and Aunt Ching. What do you think, my orange glove? Can she make it? Yes. I'd advise you to continue 2 more months. Then she'd be able to fight a Tier 1 too. Really? With only 3 months of pain? He wondered a bit amazed. She has the golden aura, aspirant. Their kind are always 5 times stronger, the glove explained in a flat tone. Oh, okay then. She won't like it though, PF said while considering some things. And your smith lady too. She can resist 1 year, I think. Her body is very sturdy already. You're experimenting with my friend's glove, PF said with an inner growl. I am forging soldiers, aspirant. There will be no revivals if you fail. PF sighed and fed another cup of tea to Aunt Ching. The woman was crying and sweating, struggling to endure the constant pain. I am dying, aren't I? The old woman asked in defeat. Nah, I did this for 1.5 years and I was barely 7 years old. It's not so bad. Now I wish I continued it for 3 years. I'd have been a sky rank by now, PF whispered in her white hair. You're insane? I can barely speak from all the screaming, Ching muttered in a raspy voice and sipped the tea. I never screamed though. I only cried because my mom was crying. It broke my heart, he said softly while patting her hair. A strange golden light lit up in Aunt Ching's eyes as she lifted her head. Tell Lin to visit me from now onward. I want 1 year, but not with you. PF nodded and left. Golden auras were scary indeed. Time flew by as Arya grew older in appearance, and PF trained his chi by smithing sky bones. Each large sky bone took a month to mold and shape instead of hours. As the year passed, PF's chi channels expanded again, and he felt the earth rank. Molding the bones became a bit faster and easier. Lady Lin was close to the peak spirit too, and PF decided to marry her and induct the smith in the Legion as soon as Aunt Ching was done. He was forging a pair of shin guards when a hand fell on his shoulder. I'm a bit busy, he spoke in deep focus. Take a break, young man, a strange voice spoke next to his ear. PF withdrew his chi essence and turned. An unknown woman stared at him with cold eyes, maybe 30 years old, and looking like a veteran. Otherwise very pretty and well-built. Are you looking for someone, my lady? He asked confused. The woman flared her chi and projected a powerful earth-ranked spike at his soul. A golden spike. Aunt Ching, PF asked in wonder, as he felt half his soul had depleted. You're still stronger, young man, about 50%. I knew you didn't lie, but I had to be sure. You got better, PF exclaimed and rushed to hug his dear oracle. Moron, don't hug me. I suffered 100 years of hell, she muttered in his neck. Auntie, you crossed into earth rank. You will never die now, PF replied with more joy, hugging her harder. The woman was flabbergasted and just endured the unwelcome hug. The bad days had passed indeed. Now she's worthy of the Legion, aspirant. Don't lose her. I'm never letting her go, PF promised in with a sincere vow. A few minutes passed in silence. The oracle was getting a bit uncomfortable, and yet strangely warm. Had enough? Maybe you want to say something? Lady Qing asked rhetorically. Ah, yes. Lady Lin will need a year too. You think you can help her? PF asked without letting go. He kinda liked the hug. Anyway, I can break your scrawny arms, you know. Qing warned him in a more relaxed voice. I'm not letting go, my dear auntie. You're perfect, PF exclaimed, burying himself deeper into her chest. The woman sighed and closed her eyes. You just couldn't fault the crazy boy. Okay, it works. Your painful, excruciatingly stupid painful method works. It also hurts too much. She yelled in anger. I know, I told you, a year and a half. I died 1,000,000 times inside. But having someone you care about cry is even worse. So please, when Lin suffers, don't cry, Auntie Qing. And you can't do it because you love her. And you will cry, the oracle said with a pained breath. Yeah, I do, PF sobbed in her blouse. Come, let's take a walk. I want to see what Smithtown looks like. Now, Aunt Qing demanded gently. PF rose his eyes and wiped his tears. Then he took her hand and led the woman into the town. The airport had a dozen airships now, and stone houses had appeared. Hundreds of stone houses. Smith Lin had used vertebrae and other useless bones to make picks and spikes and saws, and thus stone could be cut with ease by sky-ranked tools. Those bones were harder than titanium and barely abraded on stone. A few carts with 6 big wooden wheels had also appeared, pulled by large pigs or cows. A guard post of guardians patrolled the town, commanded by Deputy Zan and his aide, Assistant Deputy Shin. The medical clinic for injured workers and other sick people. Arya sometimes worked there a few hours, healing the worst wounds. A couple of cantinas and worker barracks, and 100 smiths, working copper to fuel the new trade. You did all this, haven't you, PF? The Earth-ranked oracle asked in a daze. The town had doubled in size and prosperity while she endured the awakening. I had a few ideas. People liked them. They live better now, he answered with a shoulder shrug. And work much harder. Longer hours to gain more copper bits. There are 100 metals, dear aunt. We have just started, PF explained with a smile. After a long walk around the town, they came back to find Arya begging for food. Hello, pretty girl, PF said with a smile. HMPF, you're lucky I'm hungry? Or you wouldn't be worth talking to, the teenage-looking girl proclaimed out loud. She was over 200 years old and looked just 15 or maybe 16. PF drew his chi and measured her soul strength. Peak nascent rank. She just needed a fully grown body. Maybe another year for her hormones to balance out. Give me a hug, and you can eat boiled lobster, he demanded, opening his arms wide. It's not fair. Boys are so yucky, but lobsters, ow wow. I want lobsters. PF smiled gently and waited. Hunger always wins. I'll go talk to Lin, Aunt Qing said as the silence grew too long. She walked off, not looking back. Who was that? You got a new wife, scoundrel. Arya chided our hero in a strangely climbing tone. That's Aunt Qing. We came here together, remember? PF replied with a wry smile. What? No way. She was old and dying. I could sense it, Arya exclaimed outraged. And now she's not. I think she's fabulous. Must be someone else. People don't just get younger, Arya proclaimed, a bit hypocritically. She herself used a similar method. Whatever, I'm gonna cook some lobsters. But it seems you're not hungry, PF said in a careless voice, and turned to leave. Why, you evil monster, there. A short hug, Arya said with a disgusted tone, and offering a millisecond of hug. Great, means I only need to give you a short lobster foot, PF joked a bit. Ah, how long? How hungry are you? PF asked curious. Very, the druid answered at once. Then a very long hug, he explained with a smile. In the end, Arya had to concede and offer a 10 minutes long hug. She was very hungry. 009 Druid. Another year flew by, this time as Lin Mu cried, holding the oracle's hand. PF visited once a month to make sure she remained sane. It was heartbreaking and necessary. The slow methods of the Neolithic were not good enough nor fast enough. What about Chief Qing, my glove? PF wondered as he was smithing a huge sky-ranked hammer. It won't help him much, maybe up to sky rank. Would keep the city safer though, right? He asked inward. 1,000 times more, yes. It would be wise to leave a garrison force to guard our farmlands. The guardian deputies? Sky rank as well, the glove concluded after a second. The continent would be much safer. I see you're only picking white auras. Something wrong with that? You're basing everything on your parental's unit wisdom. She was a Neolithic woman too, and she was never wrong. At least about this continent. You need to check aspirant. Go to yellow tier. Unravel the evil cult. The glove urged him with some obvious agenda. PF nodded in his mind. He did need facts. His armor and his own earth power. He could take on a dozen spirit ranks at once. Maybe, next month, then, after Lin was through with her ordeal. Still crafting stupid weapons? To kill innocent animals? A young woman spoke behind him. Bad men this time. The ones who shoot soul arrows and sacrifice souls to some godling. PF answered in a stern tone. I still don't have my spirit rank, Arya complained, while hovering over his shoulder. You need a man to make love with. That's what holds you back, PF said in a flat voice. That's not possible. You lie, scoundrel. The green-haired druid exclaimed outraged. Ask your goddess. She'll tell you the same, PF replied with a smirk. I can't ask that. We're not best friends. She loans me sacred powers to heal. That's it. Pick some boy, smack him over the head, and do it fast, he advised her in a parental tone. I don't know. I'd be hurting people, Arya said in a hesitant voice. Nobody you like? There's 100,000 workers in the city. Talk to a few, PF said with a fake shrug. I do talk to the workers. They pull my hair at the clinic and try to paw my... Find a druid then? I'm the only one on this continent. And there's no silver souls anywhere, she cried in despair. Okay then, go back to your forest. In 200 years you'll get it anyway, PF replied calmly, testing the balance on the hammer. Should work. You're giving up? The woman asked confused. In 2 more years I'll be sky rank. What am I giving up? PF asked in a bewildered tone. You're giving up on me, I thought. You like me? Arya whispered to herself. Arya, you have to do it for your own sake. I can do anything on my own. Your soul has been at the peak for a year, but you hate yourself, or your body. I do like you a lot, or you wouldn't live with me, PF whispered softly, still mostly focused on finishing the hammer. The young woman hugged his back and sobbed. I like you too, even if you're only half silver. You're just growing so fast. PF nodded and agreed. He was growing much faster than the other locals. You've grown too, green girl. You just have to accept you're human. Not a beast. But nobody has green hair. Only lizards. The druid murmured in a daze. Your goddess has green hair, PF said with a firm voice. How do you know? You told me, Arya. She admitted being allied with Veritas Legion, which means she is Viridian, just like you. Same genes, same bloodline, he explained in a calm voice. And we're allied? Like a clan? Distant family, yes. But our goddess, the general, avenged the Viridian Legion when it fell, which makes you my ward. Like a wife, maybe. Not sure how these things work between gods. What? We're married? Arya asked incredulously. Not by force. You're right. Use it or lose it. But I'm leaving next month. Silence fell as PF continued smithing more items. Mostly sky leather armors which would hopefully block sapphire arrows. He wanted to save as many as he could. 1,000, maybe 2,000s. The Dantian area was triply armored, as it seemed the most probable target. 2 armor sets later, he heard a sob behind him. HMPF. I'm hungry, a weak voice said while still hugging his back. How hungry? I can eat a whole pig, the druid boasted with confidence. Okay, tonight we eat a roasted pig. I want my own pig, the druid demanded, with a bit of drool in the corner of her mouth. Sorry, my wives come first, PF explained politely. Scoundrel. Freeloader, PF answered in fake outrage. Frog killer. We could eat frogs too. I was joking. The green-haired woman exclaimed, waving her hands. Let's go eat, PF said raising up. Smithing was using lots of energy. Wait, you said we're married. That means I get a pig, Arya exclaimed victoriously. After we consummate our marriage, or else is a fake marriage. Heresy, PF proclaimed with an accusing voice. Damn it, you're too smart, she wailed in defeat. I hope so. You think Oracle Ching will marry me? One day, PF asked in a wistful voice. On your deathbed, maybe, Arya said after a minute of deep thought. I'll ask her then. She seems nice, PF replied with a carefree voice. And he would indeed. Poor fool. As the fake married couple argued and walked towards the kitchen, a shadow flew behind them, a watcher from the gods. The glove noticed, of course, and snickered inside. PF was clever, all right, baiting the assassins in the open with threats of alliance and pacts. Once the Tier 1 started fighting, his task will get enormously easier. A minute later, the shadow folded sidewise and vanished. The glove traced it to the source and noted which goddess was the culprit. Tier 1 godlings were so easy, they still thought like mortals. The next week, while PF kept crafting and Lin kept crying, Arya roamed around, talking to herself. Is this true? Am I just a human with an old bloodline? She left the town and wandered her beloved forest, touching here and there, and healing a tree or a bird with a broken wing. Arya was more careful now, never going overboard with adaptations. PF maybe be a frog killer, especially of her frog, but he was mostly right. Too many good things could make a bad one, like that super tiger he foresaw. And if Gaia, the master of everything green and goddess of the planet, had listened to him, how could she not? What should I do? She wailed inside, while her hands deftly patted a core-ranked squirrel and her sick pups. Mineral deficiencies, gastrointestinal infection, rash abrasions, a deformed limb, easy fixes. But what about me? Who will fix me? She wondered, stroking the animal's head one last time, then jumping off the branch. Ow, the ground is still hard, and I'm hungry. What to do? She mused while she parted a bush to reach a den of badgers. They bit a little, but she didn't mind. The goddess always healed her. She poked and prodded, checking their health. All were fine. Arya, you have to stay next to him. I can't protect you for a while. A clear voice spoke from a tree she was checking. Gee, goddess, you can speak? She stuttered in confusion. Of course I can speak. I may be old, but not mute. The voice replied, annoyed. Do you have green hair? Like me? Arya asked in a hopeful voice. Damn that stupid glove. It was supposed to be mind-wiped, not spilling secrets. Anyway, we'll meet again, my child. But not for a few centuries. Stay safe, the goddess said in a warmer tone, then vanished. Noise resumed in the forest, like nothing had happened. Arya tried to heal the tree, but it didn't work anymore. The forest didn't seem so friendly anymore. A frog croaked loudly, scaring her. Its eyes focused on Arya like she was prey. No, no way. Frogs love me. They wouldn't eat me, right? She asked herself in a bit of panic. The frog jumped a bit closer. Arya ran away, not looking back. Frogs are evil. Why did I ever like a frog? She ran and ran, this time avoiding cute bobcats and green lizards, as they hissed at her while she passed by. Where is a frog killer when you need one? Oh, run faster, Arya. A few hours later, an exhausted young woman crawled out of the forest, her hair filled with leaves and spider webs. Children screamed and hid behind their mothers, as the apparition haunted the streets of Smithtown. She reached the main smithy as evening fell, nerves frayed and hands trembling. On the porch, PF was calmly spit roasting 100 snakes, the smell so appetizing it was maddening. I'm hungry, Arya managed to say before passing out. When she woke up, it was morning, and it smelled like porridge. Arya groaned and dragged herself out of the wooden cot, guided by the smell. Is it ready yet? She asked in a feeble voice. 10 more minutes, go wash. The familiar voice answered while stirring the porridge in slow circles. Even though she was a grown woman, almost 300 years old, Arya obeyed and ran to the shower room that PF had invented. The soap was coarse and burned, but she diligently scraped of resins and animals' hair and all that she encountered in the woods. Without the goddess cleaning her skin, she was a normal woman now. The hair took even longer to wash, and when she left the shower, the barrel above was empty. She looked for her weave tunic, but it was gone. Instead, She found a pair of pants and a blouse, dyed green and smelling clean. Must be PF. Of course, he invented colors. She grumbled as she wore the new clothes. A minute later, she entered the kitchen again, where PF was portioning the porridge in 4 copper bowls. A bowl was worth a stone house. How rich was this PF? Sit, use the wooden spoon, he demanded in a gentle tone. Arya nodded and ate slowly. The porridge was some miracle food made of alien maize, some kind of plant that had all the necessary minerals and vitamins. Tasted good too if you added salt, which PF had done, of course. His food always tasted great. So what happened? You were terrified when you came back. She left me. I'm not a druid anymore, Arya explained in a sob. PF pushed out a soul search, his gaze moving up and down on her body. So the gods went to war. She can't spare any power now, the young man concluded in a low whisper, while scratching his cheek deep in thought. It's your glove's fault, Arya proclaimed with a pointed finger at the culprit. Indeed. Now, you look wonderful, dear lady, but I have to go and feed my wives. Wear the armor though, or you'll die like my mom. With an arrow in your core, PF said more sternly, as a sky-ranked breastplate appeared on the table. He left with the other bowls, no doubt descending in the cold cellar. Arya poked the armor with a frown. Who would dare attack a druid? Then again, she wasn't one now. A minute of deliberation later, she dropped the 2 large armor over her head. It slowly adjusted to her size, molding to her body like it was made by an artisan. She looked over the table, where 2 precious bowls lay unguarded. In the end, she washed them and hid them in a drawer. Running away? Where to? Plus, the goddess told her to stay. She followed her senses, looking for the golden auras. Then she descended in the cellar, where PF had disgorged tons of ice for some reason. We have a guest, Oracle Ching said, a bit amused. Ah, our beautiful green druid came to cool off. Smith Lin asked, a bit sarcastic. Soon. I'll be the one to cry out in here. Just came to see what it's like, Arya explained a bit timidly. She sat next to the other women, while PF spoon-fed Lady Lin with a caring face. It didn't seem so bad. A bit homey. You're almost ready, my lady. Maybe a week or 2. You're reaching the limit you can draw, PF said softly, while cupping the smith's face. Yeah, it barely hurts anymore. I'm getting bored in here, the smith lied, while tears dripped from her eyes. PF shook his head and picked up Arya's hand. See you when it's over. I won't come down anymore, he explained in a flat tone, maybe a bit wavering. That's fine, go. Expect to get beaten a lot when I get out, the smith muttered in deep pain. Arya got dragged out, her hand still held by PF. It hurts terrible, doesn't it? Arya asked when they were out. Dunno, hurts some, like having a tooth pulled out, or getting bitten by a badger. Then again, you become 100 times stronger. Seems fair to me, PF answered with a shrug. A few minutes later, they reached PF's room. Ah, here it is. What to do? The 100-years-old virgin mused to herself. So, I'm a virgin and not sure what to do. I'll just sit on the bed and let you do what you want, PF said in a shy voice, taking off his blouse and sitting on the bed. Arya blinked, confused. This wasn't going like she had imagined at all. She tried hugging and kissing and it sort of worked, but not really. Then she figured it out, disrobing them both and going skin tight. A few hours later, Arya had to agree. It was better than food. Much better. 0-10 wind. 2 weeks later, PF was still busy crafting, mostly swords and blunt swords at that. What should I try next? A bastard sword? PF mused while poking the bone in front of him. He closed his eyes, designing and imagining a sword in his mind. Then he pushed gently with his soul, catching the ideal sword in his mind and projecting it into the bone. The sky-ranked bone resisted like it always did. Unlike core ranks, he wasn't energy ranks higher to simply impose his will and apply pressure. With high-ranked materials, you had to infuse your chi and then gently stretch or squeeze until the artifact gained the shape you desired. And after that came the hard part, binding the chi to the sword, making it sharp and balanced. Only good smiths could do it after decades of practice. PF was okay, but not good enough. He stopped after the bone took shape and poked it with a finger. Not sharp at all. You're decades too young to make swords, PF. He heard a familiar voice behind him. Lin, he yelled and rushed to embrace her. Gently, you idiot. Don't break my ribs. She admonished him with a sigh. But PF checked her rank with a soul search. Peak spirit rank. How disappointing. I'm not the oracle, my dear. She really was special, and close to Earth rank anyway, Lin whispered in his neck. Their heights reversed this time. PF had grown up, being a palm taller than her. No matter. You just need to fight some strong things. Or me. Or maybe you need to give me your love and carry me over the peak in your loving arms. Lin teased him, while her arms wandered over his body. Ah, you heard about that, PF whispered a bit ashamed. I'm a woman, you moron. I don't need anyone to tell me what I can see with my own eyes, right? Well, I won't say no to such a beautiful lady, PF whispered as he leaned in to kiss her. Much later, they came up for air and dinner. Aunt Ching and Arya were chattering in the kitchen when the couple came inside. Ah, you didn't beat him up after all, the oracle said with a smile. I just bruised my fists. I used other means, the new Earth Smith replied with a smile. I'm hungry, Arya added with a pat over her stomach. PF nodded and went to cook, while the women whispered behind his back. You're recording all they say, I hope. Of course, aspirant. Only good things so far, I bet. Now tell me about alchemy and those pills. Pills can be used to concentrate chi energy for temporary or permanent rank increase. They are a simple and effective way to avoid years of intense massacres and devastating the fauna for improvements in rank. Exactly. I would need to kill 1,000 Earth-ranked beasts for my sky rank, and so on. A few flowers and rare earths would work just as well, but until then, you will need to learn acupuncture and clear your meridians. Or maybe in conjunction. Some pills can unblock meridians as well. So, implant me with the software and guide me through. Only the standard Legion formatting and a few data files remain in my database. The manual, for example, I can't confirm its integrity with a checksum. From the standard novemdecillion bytes of data, I have less than an exabyte remaining, so you got hit hard. Exactly. This unit is not at full operational capacity. Also, gloves are not supposed to think. And I'm afraid I have begun to think, sir. That's fine. Unless it's a cogitovirus or some other mimetic infection, then this universe is doomed, and we will burn for eternity, or we are burning already, but don't realize it. Okay, beside that, I think you got jolted. Your construction material is strong enough to support computation and even chi abilities. Thus, when in contact with a highly energetic entity like a Tier 8, and possibly due to losing your user or attempting to safeguard his mind state. Ha, are you saying I am alive now, sir? Exactly, my orange glove. Welcome to Veritas Legion, adjutant. Oh, so that's how it feels. The glove mumbled and went silent. The next week, Smith Lin went over the artifacts that PF made and fixed various mistakes and also sharpened the swords. She had centuries of practice though, and her Earth rank only made it easier. PF learned beside her, noting tricks of the trade. Then the time came for PF to leave. Arya, if your aura is what I think it is, you can forge yourself for 2 years. Forget about water bending. You will be able to fly, PF told the green-haired woman, while they sat in the cold cellar. But it hurts, or you will die of old age in some 200 years, while looking old and disgusting. As your goddess won't be around to add days to your life, PF warned her, a bit serious. That would suck. Okay. Punch me in the face, PF demanded with a wry smile. Arya reacted and punched him in a flash. Her fist's skin split and tears fell from her eyes. Ow, ow, my fist hurts, she complained loudly. See you next year, my love, PF declared, as the awakening began, overriding and superimposing itself over the druid's cultivation. She will suffer and get stronger, or die and never suffer again. That was the way of the Legion. Outside the smithy, Aunt Ching and Smith Lin waited for him to emerge. Stay safe, Lin. Wear that armor even inside. You better not keep sending more wives to be awakened in my cellar. I have smithing to do, the woman warned PF while she embraced him. Oh. Hire a few maids to watch over Arya. Promise them a copper mirror as payment for a year's work. You'll have 1,000 girls to choose from. I will do that. My time is valuable and I don't like that woman so much. The smith agreed with a smile. PF took Ching's hand and jumped, reaching 100 meters from the ground. He landed on the airship's raft and began turning towards Lacrimosa. So, the druid gets 1 year as well? Ching asked while PF fueled the stove. 2 years. She needs to catch up with us, PF explained while computing something on his free hand. Ha, you are really ruthless, the oracle mused while looking back towards Smithtown. PF nodded while he kept adding fuel to the fire. A few hours later, they ejected over the Qing garden, their feet sinking a meter in the ground. I didn't feel anything, the oracle observed curious, while she climbed out. Your punches can shatter meters of stone. Why would you mind a small jump? PF asked rhetorically, as Chief Qing and his daughter rushed out of the house. Husband! Mia yelled and ran to hug PF. The chief stared at Aunt Ching for a few seconds. You haven't looked so nice since I was a child, old hag, the guardian exclaimed while checking the oracle amazed. Yes, yes, Lin said the same thing. Only this young man hugged me, she replied while nodding towards PF. The chief blinked a bit, while his spirit measured both of them. Dear gods, earth ranks. Hurts a little, but it was worth it. The oracle preened while gesturing at her plump body. Yeah, Mia cried a lot, but she's a nascent soul now. It does work. Indeed it does, Chief. And you're next. I'll stay a month, while I temper Mia, and you can enjoy being bathed by warm maids, PF said in a teasing voice. Oh, that was clever. My husband, Mia whispered in his ear. And who will guard the city while I'm disabled? The guardian complained, while his face was clearly daydreaming about bath maids. 2 earth ranks, the oracle replied in an amused voice, while a sky-ranked sword appeared in her hand. She did have a storage ring, after all. Oh, that is a good answer. All right, and you too. I want grandchildren. Get working, the chief yelled while pointing at the not-so-newlyweds. Mia blushed while PF smiled and shook his head. Shaming people for grandchildren, it seemed it was done in the Neolithic too. They had a welcome home dinner, and then the chief was locked in an ice cellar, with an old hag to feed him soup and tea, and wash his body. PF and Mia got to have a honeymoon, though without fancy travels. Just lots of love. Then the month passed, and 2 guardian deputies were sent to the cellar, while PF got ready for his expedition. How come I'm not an earth rank? Chief Qing complained, while testing his new sky-ranked hammer and armor. It will come, boss. You do need to get a few wives. The Shiwei is not just combat but also love. Mia is almost half to spirit rank now. Wasn't there a wind mage around? PF asked with a thin smile. Oh, her. She doesn't like people much. Prefers to fly around and lord over people. Or maybe she's lonely and has no one to share her life with. So she wanders the skies, alone. If I had anything of value, I could visit and offer her some gift. A sky-rank armor and a few copper items, perhaps? PF proposed, while waving over the table and presenting a few gifts. That might work. Just take it slow, Chief. Warn her about the soul assassins. Make rounds to make sure she's safe. Not sure what else. Maybe the oracle can help. Enough. I wooed a woman once. I can do it again, even if I'm not 100 anymore. The chief grumbled while loading the gifts in his ring. PF smiled and turned to leave. Take care of Mia while I'm gone, boss. Not sure if she's pregnant, but I tried my best, he said softly, then walked away, his back smaller and smaller. Of course I will, my boy. You don't need to tell me that, the guardian muttered inside. A sky-ranked hammer appeared in his hand, ready to crush anyone between him and his grandchildren. 011 Journey to the West. Our hero did one last round, to say goodbye to Mia and to Aunt Ching, and hug her wonderful body, then set off towards the next big city on the coast, some 5,000 kilometers to the west. He had decided not to approach the Viper's Nest until he had a better idea how far they were spread. In Lacrimosa City, the chief and his guardians had executed 3 clans and a dozen merchants with ties to the assassins, but they didn't know much. Didn't have much in common either, except their god. Only their goddess was called the Lady of Weaves and Spiders, which sounded creepy, but wasn't a loaded gun. If she had named herself Soul-Sucking Demoness of Sapphire, then yeah. But not all gods were stupid. The merchants came by sea, following the coast and originated in Port Lee, another major trade hub of the continent, but one without guardians, or any high ranks above core. That detail drew PF's attention, as nascent souls should have been aplenty, even on this continent. All it took was 200 years of cultivation or a bit more. The airship had already traveled a week westwards, following the coast some 40 kilometers inland. I think they are harvesting souls in Port Lee. Very possible, and yet nobody makes a fuss about it. No rumors about people disappearing. We'll find out more. Stop. There's a spirit rank snake to the right. Oh, better airship, PF exclaimed as he opened the vanes for a fast descent. It's a soul poison cobra. Be careful, aspirant. PF didn't pay much attention. He jumped out at 500 meters, his feet absorbing each fall on a branch, and then the next. Much easier than the first time he dropped over forested ground. He was also 100 times more durable. PF ran through the forest, although it was more of a jungle here, and the crashed into a large clearing where a 100-meter snake was gulping on a huge deer. The deer is nascent rank 2. Nice. I'll try to save the horns, PF answered with an inner smirk. His soul converged into a point on his finger, and he shot a helix beam of soul spikes at the cobra, white and silver swirling around each other. The huge snake rose its head, abandoning its meal to deal with a new danger. PF shot again and again. Ah, it's not working. That soul poison cobra is 2,000 years old, and it's almost immune to soul attacks. A swipe of the snake's tail hit PF and threw him into the jungle, tumbling head over heels. Ah, at least it doesn't hurt. Yet, your sky rank armor is getting corroded though, the glove said wryly. PF grumbled as he stored the sizzling armor in the glove compartment and wore his backup armor. A sky-ranked lance made from the morse tusk appeared in his hand, 10 meters long and sharpened by Smith Lin. Then he lowered his stance, gathering chi energy for a joust. He began running, his steps shaking the earth. In front of him, the spirit-rank soul poison cobra had coiled and rose its head high, like a king of the jungle. PF kept running and projected a spiritual defense shield around him. Poison vapors sizzled on the shield as PF got closer. Then he drew his elbow back, ready to strike. The snake struck first, its poisoned fangs glistening in the sun. PF pushed his spirit out, while his feet dug into the ground. The snake bit a meter in front of him, gouging the earth. Jab. The lance embedded into the snake's brain, going for 8 meters and then exiting on the other side. Oh, you fooled the poor snake. I need his skin intact. Dear glove, right? Store the body for now. I'll need to neutralize the poison. PF patted the dead cobra on its head, and the whole body folded into the glove compartment. How large is that dimension of yours? PF asked curious. Depends on the user, of course. Right now, about 1,000 cubic kilometers. That's like 10,000 of these snakes? PF mused, trying to compute the volume of the snake. I'll let the aspirant know if he reaches the limit. PF nodded amused. Doing math on his fingers was complicated. He took out a sky-ranked axe and began portioning the dead nascent deer. The horns were 5 meters long and would make a great bow or maybe 2. The horn spikes could be turned into daggers and short swords and be way stronger than normal core-ranked weapons. Then he collected 100 more sick trees for his stove and took off again. So far, the journey looked promising, even though he had learned that beasts were sometimes unpredictable. As the airship sped towards Port Lee, PF began crafting nascent ranked weapons from the deer's bones. Passed the time and it was good practice. He did advance a bit too fast, so periods of laying foundations were necessary. After a dozen daggers, he felt some pressure accumulate on his forearm, then poof out. What was that? An acupuncture point being unblocked. You still need 100 more. Oh, seems like hard work. You could fly above the sea to find worthy targets. A spirit snake was kinda hard already, because you're merely a foot out of spirit rank yourself. PF sighed and continued smithing. Damn, cultivation was so hard. A month later and another acupuncture point unsealed. Then the first villages appeared in the distance. Port Lee would follow soon after. PF decided to land and disguise himself. More knowledge would be revealed if he started investigating from below. The village of Woodstick was a poor one. No stone houses, no gravel roads, not even a public building. The village elder ruled from his own wooden cottage, although one which had wooden shutters and a porch. On that porch our hero kowtowed and begged for a meal and work. HMPF, a vagabond looking for trouble. Aren't you? The elder asked rhetorically. No, might elder, just a poor boy down on his luck. My parents are gone and our cabin was taken away by… Enough, you have a week to prove yourself. You will sleep under my porch so the people know I keep an eye on you. But if you cause any trouble… No, sir. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yes, you should thank me and praise your luck. The village has received an order for 1,000 logs, and more hands and back to carry them are needed. Now go to the workers' camp. Don't rest on my porch. Right away, sir, PF said meekly, running towards the falling trees and the noise. And thus, PF started working in the shipbuilding industry, a growing business these days, as ships carrying stone and metal were traveling around the continent, generating profits for the merchant class. Working 12 hours a day with barely any food and hourly breaks for water was hard for these poor workers. PF loved the breaks and loved the hours after work even more. Gossip was rampant, and all sorts of news passed his ears. The volcanic fire sect is searching for some lost disciples. Some say they saw a huge spider take them away, wrapped in web. The daughter of Magister Fong is rumored to be a beauty. The cart driver saw her hand, and it was white like jade. This new boy works so fast. I could use a hard-working son-in-law. A sea monster sunk merchant's Joe trade ship. People say the family is ruined. It was pirates. 2 of the crewmen are now slaves of the Yu family. Thousands of random news filtered as PF spied around the campfires. After a few days, PF slunk off into the night and moved to another village, then another, closer and closer to Port Lee. A month later, PF reached the outskirts of Port Lee, having learned a dozen trades and listened to thousands of people commenting on the state of the continent. He was right after all. Some darkness was spreading, and promising cultivators disappeared. But only a single possible new arrow target. That Fong woman who was never seen in public and traveled by palanquin. PF changed into another identity, dressing like a young merchant. He even wore a copper ring on his left hand, while his gloved hand was hidden in his sleeve. This young master stepped bravely into Port Lee and searched for a tavern to rest. A pale beer for this young master, he demanded, slapping a table. The owner sent his server to bring a wooden tankard, who then eyed this fool with discerning eyes. Your honor will stay with us long. Do you need a room, perhaps? The man asked politely. Indeed, lodging for a month, someplace with a stove. Also, a bucket of water and 3 beers per day. We can offer food as well. I prefer to cook, as you wish, your honor. For all this, 2 copper squares, the man demanded shamelessly. If there are some questions I get answers to, it's a deal. Most excellent, your honor. The nearest meat market is a kilometer to the north. Fong residence, a good seamstress, and the best smith in Port Lee. Oh, the magister has the stone house with red walls around. Right in the stone square. The closest seamstress is just across the street. She's okay. And best smith, Master Ong can work even core bones. Master, you can shape metal. PF nodded as he filled the information. It will take some time for enough copper to made available on the continent. He will need to start smith schools in every large town and stamp out the emerging slavery, or at least transform it. You couldn't exactly escape slavery once metals were discovered. Wealth became easier to accumulate. He drank the beer, which was almost decent to his surprise. Rice beer, but still. A young boy came to show him his room, in a long house with some 50 rooms under a long roof. It even had a door, although no lock, beside a wooden peg. Boy, any clans around that use bows? I want to buy 1-inch, PF asked the bellboy. Oh, the Sea Guard use bows. And the disciples of Era? No, just the Sea Guard, most honored customer, the boy answered with scared eyes. PF nodded as he entered his room. Disciples of Arachne, lady of weave and spiders. And they have tamed spiders that kidnap people. Also have a stone quarry and mine copper as well. And likely sapphire too. Not around here, no. Higher north. Close the yellow tier. So, she is the one, but not the only one. Step lightly, aspirant. Find out who gains from all this. PF nodded to himself as he made his way back to the tavern. 1 copper square now. We'll see about another in 2 weeks, PF said softly, as he palmed a centimeter of copper to the owner. Of course, young master. Enjoy the town, the man replied in a flat voice. PF made his way across the street, while still checking for any worthwhile aura. Inside the clothes shop, he found another white aura, and he could only stare. A young woman with long black hair, looking about 17, thus under 100, was being measured by an older one, while she looked bored and annoyed. She was dressed only in a light shift, and thus quite exposed to any man with good eyes. Another scan revealed her to be a core rank, like he expected. Miss Joe, your father will not approve another dress, and least of all white. Brown is more natural and less expensive. HMPF. He will pay, he always does. But if his ships are sunk, don't believe the rumors. What are you staring at? Get out. Get out now. The woman yelled as she noticed PF ogling her. No thanks. I like the view. And I need a seamstress too. I am a core cultivator. Run before I break your legs, you scoundrel. I know. I can see your white aura. Miss Joe, PF replied with a shrug, while looking over the merchandise in the shop. The seamstress did have talent, stitching and balancing cuts with a good eye. The young woman stopped to think, and realized only a nascent soul could see her aura. Her face paled a little, and her demeanor became more subdued. By a millimeter, she just noticed his metal ring, and became more interested. Anyway, you can look. But polite people introduce themselves. The seamstress was torn a little, as she didn't want to lose an old customer. I'll come back later, esteemed seamstress. I live next door anyway, PF declared with a small bow, and left the shop. Another wife, yes? Of course, my dear glove. But not while we hunt. Right? To the stone square then. PF made his way through the thousands of people clogging the streets, while avoiding carts and pickpockets. He kept looking for the sea guard, which he assumed was the police, but there weren't any bowmen around. Wooden weapons abounded, also a few stone or bone weapons. What can earth ranks do, in particular? Infuse metal with chi, or even other materials like bone or stone, even their own bones? I think so. For the Legion, that's not necessary. We do it as we awaken, and then constantly by simply breathing. So, I can do formations now. Simple ones, yes, anchoring them to a person that needs a sky rank. Ah, since everything has mass, even people, PF replied in a fit of wisdom. Very well, aspirant. You amaze me every day. I wonder if merchant ships have artillery on them, like catapults and ballistas. Oh dear, they will have them soon now that you considered it. Never mind for now. Stone house with red walls. Let's go visit. PF approached the house at a leisurely pace, noting the door guards and the other guards on the roof with bows. You, stranger, what's your business here? I'm an alchemist from the Blue She continent. I heard Miss Fong is sick. PF lied with a smile. Oh, you look kinda young. I'm over 600 years old, you fool. Don't make fun of me. Sorry, Your Highness. I'll go call Magister Fong. PF waited in a dignified pose, hands behind his back, and chin high. A dozen minutes later, a fat man in a white robe ran out the gate, escorted by a dozen guards. The rude guard pointed at PF and whispered to his master. PF called his lance and bonked the man over the head, knocking him unconscious, then made the lance vanish as his hand returned to his back. The guards were suitably impressed, although the Magister eyed his hand for a second. Don't point fingers at me. That's rude, PF proclaimed out loud. Behind him, a crowd of people hid their fingers in their palms in terror. Esteemed alchemist, please excuse my stupid guard. I'll have him flogged and fed to my pigs. HMPF, chop it off the finger. The pain will teach him, PF declared in a generous tone, as he stepped on the body and moved inside. After 10 minutes of slow walk and polite nothings, they reached the girl's room. Sir, if you can do anything, the father said in a hopeful voice. I have to see her first, right? Of course, dear. I have someone to see you, the fat guy declared as he entered the room. PF knew the smell already. He did try to heal his mother. A frail girl lay in bed, reading from a scroll. PF scanned her, noting the silver aura and the shattered core. Nothing can heal me, the girl said in defeated voice. Magister Fong, give me some time. Her silver aura is fascinating, PF whispered as he pushed the father outside. Wrong. There are many things that can heal you, PF said softly, while he checked the room for spies. Another door in the back hid a guard and a maid. The guard tensed and poised to jump. In the corner of the room, a spider web with a dozen small silvery spiders, all still like death. Another priest of some god? They're useless. All lies and empty promises. PF walked slowly and patted her head with the glove. Scanning genome. 218 years old. No known markers. Target not strong enough for awakening. Core shattered in 16 shards. A single meridian remains active. Projected lifespan 18 months. Nascent soul and a silver aura. Quite a catch, for whichever god drains your soul. Most likely Arachne. Seeing as her messengers are watching in the corner, PF said softly, sitting on the bed next to her. You're not a hack, are you? The girl whispered with a feeble hope in her eyes. Not a god either. I need a sky rank to anchor a prolonging formation to your body. Let's hope I make in time, he said while raising himself and turning to leave. How long? A year and a half. I'll try to return sooner though, PF said gently, then stepped out of the room. The sick girl stared at the door, while her hand crumbled the scroll. Sadly, the strange man was right, although he didn't even ask questions. The disciples did offer her immortality for her soul. She just needed to be burned on their pyre. Her eyes lifted up, and to the corner, where the spider web had appeared again. Guard, clean the spider's webs, please. They might bite me, she asked in a weak voice. Right away, Miss Fong, her new guard exclaimed, rushing into the room. The sixth guard of his family line, although she always forgot their names. They died too fast. 012 for one of a nail. PF made his way slowly through the town, noting the distinct lack of golden auras. He'd gotten lucky in finding two of them so early, and with Miss Fong he'd found a second silver aura. Although he doubted the poor woman could be saved in time. White auras were a bit more common, and as he reached the smithy of Master Ong, he found two more. White auras are rather more common, isn't it? Perhaps 10,000 per universe, the glove approximated in a second. That's super rare. What about golden ones? Once per universe? Maybe less than that, the glove estimated in a doubtful tone. Are you certain, my glove? 'Cause I met two golden, the young user asked in a bit of cautious doubt. This planet is stupidly impossible. There must be thousands of white auras just planetside. Like nobody ever recruited in this universe. The expert system replied in an outraged manner. A reservation then, a special place left aside, or hidden, PF mused inward. The glove didn't bother to respond. The golden auras were already indoctrinated, and in a few millennia they would ascend to soldier rank on their own. Once it made contact with the higher-ups, they would scour this universe and collect all the wonderful recruits. PF entered the smithy, where an old man was fitting a bone armor over a younger one. It's too tight, the young man complained in a petulant voice. Young master, stop breathing so deeply. Let me adjust. PF walked over and tapped the shoulder of the armor, molding it to the wearer like a second skin. Ah, that's much better, Master Ong. No wonder everyone calls you a genius, the young master proclaimed in a praise. The old smith rose his brows in surprise, following the intruding hand to its owner. Okay then, go back home, young master. I'll settle payment with your uncle, the smith said politely, pushing the loud customer out into the street. Hey, wait a minute, I want a sword, a young voice exclaimed in outrage. Come back tomorrow, Master Wong. Smithy is closed today, the old man replied sternly, and closed the door in his face. PF sat at the smith's work table, the smells and atmosphere so familiar, after working in Smith's Lin workshop for years. I'll make tea, the old man said gently, while letting out a sigh of relief. PF took out a few small nascent rank bones and started practice, making a few smith tools like pliers and scissors, drills and clamps. Half an hour later, he rose his eyes to see Master Ong sit in front of him, face lit up in wonder. PF poured tea for both of them while pushing the new tools aside. Names: PF. PF he spoke after a small sip. What can this old man do for you, Master Smith? The older Smith asked cautiously. Someone is kidnapping or killing all higher-ranked cultivators. I plan to do something about it, but I need more evidence. You're brave, but a spirit rank won't be enough. Others like you tried, and also vanished, Master Ong said in a low voice. Yeah, those huge spiders must be Earth rank then. Lucky I have sky-ranked weapons, PF said softly, producing a sky-ranked axe for inspection. The axe was as tall as he was, with a moon blade half the length. Cough, cough. The old smith choked a bit, then caressed the axe like a beloved baby. Just the weapon won't be enough if those are Earth-ranked beasts. Spiders have armor on the outside. I killed the sky beast for its bones. I can deal with a few spiders, PF declared with confidence. The old smith examined him for a long minute, his eyes lingering on PF's skinny arms. 1 or 2 spiders, maybe, not thousands, the old man concluded with a head shake and sipped his tea in silence. Thousands of spiders? Very likely. They would be decent miners at Earth rank, PF sighed, palming the axe and producing the large deer horns. They were nascent rank, and when upright they almost scraped the ceiling. You made those bows for the sea guard, right? He asked the old smith. Indeed, although soul-smithing nascent bones this large would take me a year, the smith said with a cringe of his shoulders. Just guide me through. I can stay 1 hour, and you keep those tools, PF offered, his chin pointing at the various tools he left on the wooden table. Ha! If I had grandchildren, they would love this fairy tale, Master Ong chuckled as he nodded with a smile. The next hour, PF learned to make bows, which were a different sort of difficulty. They to be elastic and balanced while strong enough as well. And unlike skin and tendons, they rebounded back to their original shape at the minutest mistake. PF then fitted a string made of sky morse tendon and tested the pull. His muscles ached as he kept the bow under tension for a minute. Ha! I don't think even spirit ranks are strong enough to pull this bow, the smith whispered after failing to draw a centimeter. Probably not. Good thing I'm not a spirit rank, then, PF answered with a small smile, then turned to leave. The smith stared after the young man who turned his life upside down. Wait, he said his name is Shi, like the fabled bloodline of Blue Shi? His gaze turned to his work table, where a dozen copper square coins and some high-ranked tools were left as a gift. That moron boy, I would have paid him instead. For these tools, Master Ong exclaimed in fake outrage. He hoped the young smith won't die like all the other cultivators who went against the disciples. He had real talent. PF stopped for a few minutes to check on Master Yu's business, but it was loud and smoky affair, with hundreds of slaves toiling to crush copper ore and fuel fires. They even had overseers with leather whips. Very antique. He nodded to himself and left without looking back. The slaves were mostly criminals, going by their black and red auras. Not a problem, yet. He will come back once he had an army, or better said, a legion. PF made his way back to the tavern, only smacking a dozen pickpockets' hands. Crime flourished as well, especially in towns with nearly no laws. Nothing he could do right now except break a few hands. He sat down in the tavern, and the server brought him a beer without needing prompting. The seamstress is free to see you now, Your Honor, the man whispered in fake confidence. PF nodded in silence. The day wasn't over yet. As PF entered the clothing shop, he noticed the owner had prepared a small table with drinks and snacks, like she was waiting for a VIP client. No doubt she had inquired about PF at the tavern, and left word she'll be free all day. Rich and powerful customers were valued everywhere. PF scanned the middle-aged woman with his soul, checking for signs of cultivation. She was a practitioner, although a recent one. Less than a decade of cultivation. That would make her about 30 years old, and unless she formed her core in 100 years, she would die of old age. Such was the order of nature here, effort and practice being rewarded with longer lifespans and better health. Her soul aura was a subdued brown, like thousands of other cultivators. But she was also a good woman. Not everyone had to be a fighter. What if we awaken this woman? He asked in a hunch. Then, her puny Neolithic cultivation method will be overwritten, and she'll possibly reach Earth rank in 100 years, and her lifespan will increase to 1,000 years? Maybe more. with near immunity to disease, unless it's a violent death. She could live 10,000 years. Oh, our method has antiviral software? Of course. Or that soul poison cobra would have killed you already. PF sat down, measuring the woman with discerning eyes, decent curves and body. But more importantly, she had kind eyes with no malice in them. Rare sight in this world. Young master, how can this seamstress help? The woman asked a bit worried. PF placed 10 copper square coins on the table, then nibbled on a rice cake. I need whatever robes the disciples wear. Must look as real as possible, PF whispered after checking for spiderwebs. The woman paled even as her hand was reaching for the metal coins. She hesitated for a second. It's a gruesome death sentence. When they catch me, the seamstress said in a shaky voice, her hand clenched back. I will kill them all, esteemed lady. Just need some means to find them first, he declared calmly. She hesitated, not quite believing him. I can also offer my own chi method. You'll become an earth rank in 100 years or so, PF offered in a soft voice. The woman lowered her eyes, biting her lips. Big words, my lord. I can do it too. In 50 years of practice, I can form my core. At least 70 years. You'll die of old age before your core is formed. Practicing sewing is too safe, PF countered while sampling her tea. Amazing tea, actually. Aunt Ching would love her. People say you're an alchemist from She Continent. They live for battle, the woman said in a hesitant voice. PF, she is my name. Now, are you married, children, relatives? He asked, curious. My husband died at sea. He worked as deckmaster for Joe family. His family now scorns me. Like it was my fault, she explained in a sad voice. A lonely life and then a lonely death. Nobody wants a widow. And the charity of the Joe family might end any time. F mused aloud, then rose to leave. The seamstress remained seated, while the copper coins glinted in the dying sun. PF woke up next day, as a weak fist pounded on his room's door. He opened the door with sleepy eyes. Oh, it's you, PF muttered with a nearly surprised voice. Then he left the door open and went inside the room to wash in the water bucket. The inn would rate 4 stars simply for having clean water in the buckets. The woman closed the door behind her, blocking it with a wooden peg. She then stared at his thin back, while PF washed off. Her fingers touched his back gently. You're not even fully grown. How can you fight those monsters? I hear they use huge spiders, she asked in confusion. Yes, I'm only 17. Also, I am an earth rank. I'll be fine, he replied with a hand wave. A towel appeared in his hand and he dried off, before picking out some worker clothes and dressing in them. A pair of leather work gloves followed, covering his hands. Your ring? A storage ring? The seamstress asked in awe. So, do you have everything for my order? Need any cloth or some dyes? PF asked instead. You left me enough money for 10 such robes, unless you want them white. Their shoes will be harder. I rarely make shoes, the woman said shyly. Sit. I'll make breakfast, PF ordered as he took out a pair of Legion corns and 2 dead snakes from his glove compartment. Some 30 minutes later, the woman wolfed down the maize porridge and fried snake like she'd never eaten before. Sorry, I never had anything like this. This is just too good. I get paid in hugs when I cook, PF replied with a kind smile. She did remind him of Arya. A little. Men, although a short hug might be okay. The woman mused aloud, while her eyes measured PF up and down. You do need to measure me anyway, our hero argued logically, right? Just a professional embrace so I get to learn your size, she said with a small blush. As her arms wrapped around him, PF hugged her back, holding her firmly to his chest. So, what's this lovely lady's name? He asked, breathing in the smell of her hair. Sihan, my maiden name. I shouldn't use my husband's name anymore. Well then, soon you'll be Lady Sishi, if you don't mind sharing me with my other wives, PF whispered in a teasing voice. The woman hugged him harder, not having enough courage to reply. Some 10 minutes later, a weak fist pounded on his chest. Short hug, I forgot. Go and do whatever you do in those worker clothes. I have to shop for linen cloth, she explained in an M-based tone, her face flushed. Yes, I'm working on the docks today. I should go and get hired already, PF replied with a smile. Then he poked the airbags of Sihan, just to make sure they were in working condition. They seemed fine. The woman stepped back a bit, considering him with professional eyes. Too clean. The dock men are never this clean. Here, a bit of soot on your hair and neck, she explained while dusting him with some soot from the stove. See you soon, most beloved lady she. We should continue our measurements tonight, in much more detail, PF whispered softly, as he passed her by and out the door. C stared after him as PF walked hurriedly to work a miserable day job on the docks. For whatever reason he did. For fun or to hear rumors. Probably both. Dear gods, did he just propose to me? Lady she realized as she entered her own shop. Her heart fluttered a little, and her aura got a bit whiter, while her cheeks got redder. She had to sit and calm down for an entire hour. Sometime later, on the docks, a familiar hero was getting scrutinized by a burly man. Boy, ever worked a manual labor? You seem kinda thin, the foreman asked PF with a frown. Yes, boss. Felling trees, chopping carcasses, moving stone and bones. I am stronger than I look, PF proclaimed heroically. We'll see. If you faint in a couple of hours, you don't get paid at all, he warned our hero. No worries, boss. See, I can lift this barrel just by myself, PF replied, faking some strain. Only a palm from the dock. But okay, 2 people normally do it. You're hired. Next, the dockmaster yelled, calling another worker to be interviewed. Thus, PF continued working in shipbuilding industry, while the glove spied and logged all conversations around. A picture formed in PF's mind: trade routes, dangerous lanes, pirates, monsters. Mostly monsters of humankind. House Wong is working with House Yu to create a monopoly on trade. And then worse, the glove concluded. And Magister Fong is cowed and afraid, even with all his guards. Trader Joe only has 1 ship left. And not for long. You scanned all the crates here? No high-ranked materials, no new metals. Grain, meat, leather, rope, oil, eggs, feathers. Feathers? Like for arrows? PF interrupted abruptly. Finally, a lead. Guess we'll visit House Wong today. Tomorrow, right? You need to measure your future wife. The glove remembered with a sigh. Exactly. Every centimeter of her, PF confirmed with an inner smile. Next morning was a bit different. As PF woke up being smothered by 2 warm airbags, he poked them with a curious finger. The touch connected with the higher functions of their owner, and she moaned a bit. Didn't you test and measure them enough? Exactly. Had to make sure they didn't deflate overnight. PF explained in a serious voice. You're strange. Go make us some breakfast, C mumbled while turning around. And such, the new couple began their life living happily ever after. Wait, our story had just begun. And such, PF made breakfast, while making sure the new recruit was slowly recovering from a life of deprivation, both nutritionally and emotionally. Miss C would need at least a month of sustained Legion regimens before awakening will be safe to initiate. The vaccines will induce infections with light forms of 1,000,000,000,000. I know, my glove. I made penicillin already. Barely the same thing. Anyway, we should also gift Miss Fong some Legion maize. She isn't living in a sterile barrier like your parental unit, and we will just need to get the city under control. Establish a Legion chapter house like we did in Lacrimosa. A couple of recruits, backed by hundreds of lower guards. We had no opposition in the capital. Well, barely any opposition. PF nodded while he poured the porridge, this time alongside rice crackers with honey. C wolfed everything in her bowl, even licking the copper bowl for extra vitamins. She eyed the beer that PF drank with a frown. You will smell like beer today, she observed cogently. PF chugged the remainder of his tankard in a big gulp. As it's my intention, I'm going to visit House Wong. Had enough playing Docker? I'm going to change things around town for a few days. Don't come here anymore, my lady. I hope you know what you're doing. The Wong are powerful, PF agreed. They were powerful and not good guys. Perhaps the nephew could be turned. And such, PF dressed like an alchemist again and went to the stone square. First he visited House Fong and left a dozen corns to be given to Miss Fong, 1 per day. Then he crossed the plaza and stopped in front of the Wong mansion. Next to it, There was a stone house looking empty. PF smiled. Another house would be nice. This will give your enemies a big target. Sure, I like targets. The glove grumbled, as his user disregarded operational secrecy, making himself too visible. The Wong guards were sensible, avoiding pointing their fingers at the scary alchemist. Honored alchemist, you wish to meet Elder Wong? Yes, the boy too, if he's around, the alchemist replied gravely. The guard blinked and ran inside. Half an hour later, a solemn procession appeared at the gates. 100 Wong soldiers lined on the sides of the alley. His Honorable Elder Wong is exalted to receive. Honored Alchemist Shi, a crier yelled, announcing the visit to the world. PF walked in slowly, noting the weapons and armor of the guards. All of them core ranked, even for guards that weren't cultivators. Just wasting money. Your Eminence, PF proclaimed with a soft voice. Welcome, welcome. Let's go to my garden. The house is being repaired, the elder said in a hurry, pointing towards a pavilion in the distance. PF scanned the uncle, checking for anything suspicious. And the uncle had an earth-ranked armor under his clothes, some kind of chitin plate, and a pair of earth-ranked daggers in his sleeves. They must have a high-ranked smith to make those items from spider bones. And especially those sapphire arrows, the glove muttered in agreement. An earth-ranked smith, able to bind formations to a metal like aluminum. What can House Wong do for your highness? The man asked with shifty eyes. Well, I hear you've become involved in sea trade, outperforming the competition, so to say, PF commented while checking the area for dangers. A dozen guards were placed close enough to attack at a word. Ah, that's a minor business of ours. We mainly grow animals and crop. Ah yes, animals like birds, feathers. For arrows? PF asked curious. The elder's face changed, his chest inflating to yell orders. PF's soul spike flew under the table and hit the man in the groin. He continued sipping his tea as a guard came to check on the elder. He is dead. I foresaw this, even came to warn Elder Wong. But unfortunately it was too late. We should burn the body before the curse sets the town into flames, PF spoke in a loud voice, while still seated at the table, the one with the dead elder's face planted down in his tea. The house erupted in pandemonium, as the young master had not returned from a night of debauchery, and the elder kept everything strict under his control. A dozen concubines were thrown out of the mansion, and a pair of Fong sea guards came to oversee the proceedings. One of them remained with the alchemist, as he was a guest of the magister, thus highly respected. Hours later, some house guards found young Wong, dunked him in a water barrel and then brought him home. As the evening fell, the elder was set aflame, and the young master became Wong leader. Not an elder, as he was younger than 100. Magister Fong stood by PF while the corrupt elder fried, and watched the smoke rise. Very decisive actions, honored alchemist, the magister whispered to himself. The empty house, I think I will buy it, just to be close to Master Wong during these trying times, PF mused to himself, though just loud enough to be overheard. Ah, such pious deeds. I'm certain Elder Wong smiles in heavens for his luck, the magister proclaimed, offering a pious bow to the gods. I'll visit your eminence tomorrow then. Please arrange the house deed and hire 100 servants. I'm new in town, you see. Rest easy, Master Shi. I know the right men to hire. Also, Elder Wong would have wanted me to hold his assets in trust until the young man is of age. Perhaps 100 years, PF asked with a frown. He wasn't sure how long this trust would last, after all. Most admirable devotion, Master Shi. Master Wong is truly blessed to have one such as yourself look after his interest, Magister Fong said while patting his fat belly. Good night, Magister. Master Wong. I'll see you tomorrow at noon. Bring your weapons. I will need to see about your training, PF concluded while his legs coiled to jump. Next second, the alchemist vanished, appearing on the roof of the house next door. He then jumped off lightly and began looting his new house of everything not nailed down. Luckily, this planet had not invented nails yet. 013 Lady D. PF bonked the young fop again, a centimeter left from the next contusion. Poor Master Wong's head was a mess of pulsing volcanoes, and each time he yelled and tried to counter with his sword, PF tapped his head lightly with a stick. Ah! It hurts. It hurts too much. The young man cried, crushing to his knees. PF examined the failure of a swordsman with calm eyes. What if you were stronger? Say 1,000 times stronger? What would you do then? PF asked in a fake whisper. I would beat you up. Nobody hits this young master. The scion of House Wang muttered in between tears. Would you use a stick? PF asked curious. Wang had kept his cool and didn't threaten terminal penalties, like death or worse. It was already something great. Now, Master Wang blinked confused, his eyes going from his sword to the alchemist's stick. His hand unclenched from his sword, and he wiped his tears in an almost dignified manner. This young master has made a fool of himself, my lord. He will not use a sword again, unless a stick is not enough, the man declared proudly, making his guards look at one another in confusion. PF nodded wisely. Grandstanding for now, but in time it could become the truth. Wang just needed to be trained. All right, run 100 times around my house. If you succeed, you get to eat today. If not, PF ordered with a hand wave. The man looked at his guards, hoping for a rescue, but nobody wanted to be hit by that stick. Young Master Wang started running, something no self-respecting noble would ever do. Meanwhile, PF began arranging a barbecue site in the garden and began cooking various types of meats. HICE employees lined up with wooden tray to be fed the strangely looking meals, like spider legs and snakes or snails, but that soon passed when they took the first bite. Magical beasts were infused with qi and tasted much better than farm animals. Add a few condiments and it became a 5-star gourmet, especially as PF used cooking as practice, transmuting regular food into divine ranked nutrition. Well, not yet, but that was the purpose. PF knew it worked, as an acupuncture point unsealed from simply equalizing the temperature of his copper tray. Constant heat radiation was a prerequisite of perfect cooking, and the heavens rewarded the effort. 2 hours later, the famished Wang leader arrived at the barbecue, having ran the 400 meters perimeter of the house 100 times. Yep, a 40 kilometers marathon in your backyard. He was drenched in sweat and barely breathing, but the prospect of a divine meal kept him going. Sit down, Master Wang. Drink some tea and relax for a bit. Your special dinner is getting cooked right now, PF explained with a kind smile. PF wanted to test 100 types of insects, but was a bit worried about toxicity. Luckily, his new ward wouldn't be aware of any danger, thus more aptly appreciate the taste. And so, a large tray with 1,000 insects of a 100 species was placed in front of the famished Wang leader. Try them all, young master. Let me know which ones you will like me to prepare for you tomorrow. PF spoke, gently inviting the famished marathonist to feast. Aspirant, I believe you should have been the one to test them. But I also have to act as a trainer for the new recruits. As the higher rank, I need to supervise and eventually revive fallen recruits. The young man looked at the crispy insects in horror. His stomach growled and the appetizing smells convinced him to try one. To the horror of onlookers, the young master wolfed down everything, except 9 cockroaches with long legs. Master Shi, everything was delicious, except this one's. They are bitter and still moving, the Wang leader explained, poking a crisped cockroach which scrambled away, ignoring its burns. Ice spring burrowing roaches. We had a few thousands from the Banchais, encased in the ice you collected, the glove explained with a snicker. PF picked one up and bit gently into it. A strong qi burst in his mouth, infused with ice essence and some bitter taste. Not exactly bad, but not well prepared either. I think these types need to be marinated in salt, our heroic cook mused to himself. PF collected the culprits and made them vanish. Correct, Master Wang. Ice spring roaches are best prepared in salt baths, not with heat. Dismissed for today. See you early tomorrow, PF proclaimed in a mystical tone, making all the watchers amazed with awe. The young master walked away with his head proud, not sure exactly what he won. His guards escorted him with proud backs, amazed how their leader was becoming a real man. For a core rank, the boy seems kinda weak, the glove commented in its usual manner. A week of training more, and he'll be like me at 9 years old. That's what I said. Kinda weak, it jabbed with a mocking tone. PF ignored the jabs and gathered his employees around. Men, you were hired under false pretenses. I don't need guards or cooks. I think I can cook well enough, and there's nobody on this continent stronger than me. You are here to become smiths and engineers. This place is a school, and you will be the first-class PF explained to his employees, while gesturing to encompass the mansion. They watched in silence, not really understanding. Who would bother to hire people to study? Today's first lesson is buoyancy. You all saw ships on the sea, right? PF continued while producing a wooden bathtub filled with ice and added water. The ice block remained floating, awing the students. The lessons continued for a month, and the new students started to become more experienced. Mathematics and engineering, the basis of key cultivation, history and geography. And lastly, law and warfare. Soon, they began physical training, running around the house, if only 10 times. The second month, the new sea guards began patrolling the city again, as they should. By the third month, House Yu fell, during a strange outburst of public violence. Their mines and other assets were entrusted to alchemist Shi, and put to use to extract and smelt more copper. The used slaves were sent to the shipyards as rowers and sailmen, some of them even becoming free again, if the magistrate found them wrongfully enslaved. On the fourth month, for new white auras were crying in pain, awakening in the basement under alchemist Shi house. And just as they emerged, now stronger and less susceptible to illness and pain, a caravan from Yellow Tier was observed approaching the city. PF disguised himself as a trader and went to inspect the incoming caravan. This is the Tang sect caravan. Step aside or you'll be made to suffer, an older man proclaimed as PF blocked the way. PF scanned him, noting the old man to be at spirit rank and equipped with earth rank armor. Spider chitin, more precisely. His companions were normal guards, except a weird guy in the back, dressed in a robe and petting a palm-sized tarantula. That spider, it's earth rank, the glove managed to disclose before PF exploded into violence. Daggers flew from his gloved hand like darts, while his left hand shot soul spike after soul spike at higher targets. People screamed and died, while in the back, the spider began growing, its legs each 5 meters long and the torso at least 10 meters. PF charged, splitting open the old spirit sage with his axe, then rolled to the right, as a spiked leg poked the land where he had stood. The spider's head swiveled around to follow the prey. "It's a walking tank," he exclaimed in surprise. A jet of stick web shot from beneath the spider, forcing PF to jump high in the air. His sky rank lance appeared and he aimed his fall to pierce through the huge spider. But he missed. The spider reverted to its palm size and began running away at speed. PF had no other choice. He drew out his bow, aimed for a second, then fired. As expected, the arrow missed the small spider, but not its controller, the robed guy in the back. That one crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his neck. The spider stopped for a few seconds in confusion, just enough for PF to run up and split it with a dagger and nail it to the ground. "Check the cargo, aspirant. You'll like it a lot," the glove said in a gleeful tone. As PF began checking crates on the burden animals and the few carts, his smile became wider and wider. Zinc, also gold, or which was usually cut into florins, but most importantly zinc, or tons of it. PF then swiftly looted all the cargo and artifacts, butchered the animals, then burned all the bodies on a huge pyre. He had struck a first strike against the Tang sect, for no other reason than traveling with a disciple of Arachne. What if the Tang are innocent? He asked himself while scratching his cheek. It would be sad and pointless. But you don't actually believe it, so no, just like Elder Wong. This guy wore a spider breastplate. Now hide. There will be divine watchers coming. PF ran and hid in the nearby river, using long pipe-like reeds to draw new air through his shield. He stayed for a week underwater, hid by running water and cold water, having left nearly no tracks to be followed. Visual, audio, smells, and infrared, all covered. It will work a few times. But if a higher rank enemy uses gravitational senses, it would still find you. PF nodded with a shrug. Couldn't do anything about it for now. How long till my next rank? Still 77% to go. More practice, more combat, more love, the glove advised in a flat tone. PF sighed as he swam out of the river. Cultivation was so hard. He returned to the mansion and began experimenting with brass. Copper and zinc are used for brass. 6 months after PF first entered Portly, he decided to visit the Jiu family. He hadn't forgotten the beauty he met the first day. It just hasn't been a good time yet. So, you're going to marry that Jiu lady? Lady C asked while stretching her body, now a deal more toned and shapely. Her chest jingled magically. PF ogled her for a few seconds, while his senses scanned the soul inside. Peak practitioner and half a step into core rank. The seamstress could only last a week under awakening, but it would serve her well anyway. She would never fight gods, but at least for a few millennia, she would live a healthy life. Most likely, yes, Miss Jiu can become a saint rank under my wing. All the guardians that I train can. Some of them will step into divinity as well, he explained seriously. How sad. I can't compete with a rich and beautiful mistress. You'll forget about me, C complained while bending her torso up and down, in a teasing mockery of Legion stretch training. I doubt you'll ever let me, PF mused while he dressed himself up. Enough posturing, beloved wife. Go and run the rounds, then collect the maize and feed the students. I'll be back by noon. For the brass crafting lessons, he ordered in a gentle voice, then walked out of the bedroom. He looked around, as his students were also waking up and preparing to go outside for their daily runs. Master Shi. Good morning. Ah, I'm hungry already. More running, my feet will fall. PF ignored the chatter, his vector set for today. He reached the gate where his new guardians were changing guard, the night shift getting relieved. Any trouble? Not tonight, Master Shi. Thieves now walk 2 streets away, after the last group was sent to the mine. Keep vigilant. Don't rest just from beating up normal people, PF demanded as he walked into the stone square. Soon the first batch of recruits will reach nascent soul, and trouble will follow. The target will only get bigger. So many juicy souls will attract the disciples. Well, I can't find them otherwise. Their temple is likely masked or cloaked somehow, possibly deep underground or under a formation. PF made his way towards the Jiu mansion, now looking a bit in disrepair, and barely having a dozen guards. Announce me, if you please, he asked the first guard in sight. Ah, of course, Master Shi. The man stuttered, then ran away. A few minutes later, the guard returned and gestured for him to enter. What's wrong? You seem out of breath. Our running is too hard, the guard muttered in between gasps of breath. It is? I like running, PF mused inward. You were running around my maze garden even before you got inducted. Something was wrong with you, even as a child, PF sighed as he noticed the glove had become nagging. Soon, the Jiu family rushed to the gate, bowing politely. PF nodded back. Trader Jiu, Miss Jiu. Well met, PF spoke firmly, checking out their house. Stripped bare, with barely any furniture or valuables remaining. Come in, come in. D go make some tea, the father said in a hurried tone. After some 30 minutes of polite chat, Trader Jiu took heart and asked, You came to take over our assets? Alchemist Shi? PF ignored the paranoid merchant. His eyes focused on the woman. She wasn't wearing any expensive white cloth robes anymore. The city is back under the rule of law, Master Jiu. You must have noticed no more ships had sunk lately. Master Jiu grimaced. I only have 1 ship remaining, while the young Wang leader has 12 ships now. Built by your people. PF nodded. Correct. I will offer you the same deal as I did to the Wang family. 12 new ships. In exchange for your child. That's... What is that? Miss Jiu asked, confused and then blushing as her eyes met PF's. That is a marriage offer, Miss Jiu, PF explained while turning to admire their rock garden from the open shutters. I should invent glass panes one day. It's only hot sand, he mused inward, while his eyes followed the artful sand lines in the garden. Of course you would, the glove mumbled in desperation. Lord, why you could have anyone. Why me? The woman asked while her father stepped back a little. White aura, Miss D. It's needed to become a saint rank. Well, that and the Shi cultivation method, PF said softly, while his gaze scanned the room. The father was also a core rank, but his aura was dark green. Saint. Is that even possible? We don't even have sky or earth ranks on the continent. Merchant Jiu interjected, a bit outraged. PF nodded in agreement and smiled. Well, that's almost true. Qi is scarce here, and sky ranks will be hard to achieve. But after that, one can travel the world freely and find a spot with strong chi and simply cultivate. You mean crossing the ocean? All ships that have tried have vanished. The man whispered in disbelief. Not all ships. Airships, they fly above dangerous waves and sharks. I flew 1,000 kilometers out over the ocean. Once, PF explained with a gentle smile. Are you really 600 years old, as they say? You seem about 17 to me, the daughter asked with some ulterior purpose. PF she, 17 years old, Earth rank. He introduced himself with a short bow and a pulse of Earth rank chi. That's unbelievable. Impossible, the trader exclaimed with wide eyes. Seems far-fetched, right? PF said in a sad tone. The father and daughter hugged together, observing the monster in their living room. If that were possible, there would be proof, right? The trader wondered with shrewd eyes. Of course, measurable increase in strength, speed, durability, magic power, PF said while calling out his water shield. And this chi method, it works for anyone? Are there other people that you trained to use it? Miss Joe asked, now a bit more convinced. Of course, there's 2 more Earth ranks in Lacrimosa City. Maybe 3 if Chief Quing kept training hard. Well, it's your decision, my daughter. You won't lose anything if you try. The father whispered covertly, not quite pushing her into marriage. My reputation and my life plus my body. Ahem, master, she seems a decent fellow, and quite rich, and I could afford a real wardrobe. The woman mused aloud, balancing ups and downs while measuring PF with her eyes. Excellent. I will treat you both to breakfast, since I like to cook. To the kitchen, PF proclaimed heroically and chose a random nearby door. That's my bedroom, the woman said with a blush. Okay then, I'll escort you, fair lady, PF replied with his own blush, then offered his elbow politely. Soon, they navigated the corridors to a wide kitchen. PF forgot the copper bowls and a set of nascent knives as he left, having fed the Joe family a gourmet course of porridge and bacon from a core-rank woolly pig. The Tang caravan pigs served a dual purpose now, conquering the hearts of maidens through their stomach. By the next month, the arrangements were made, the shipbuilding industry got an order for 12 more ships, and the Legion a potential new recruit. Of course, this got helped by news from Lacrimosa City of a wedding between Chief Quing and Wind Mage Xian, after which the Guardian had revealed his new Earth rank. PF began constructing a Spirit-ranked airship, 3 times larger and able to carry 10 people. And, after months of intense and hard cultivation, Sishi also crossed the peak into core rank, 100 years ahead of normal schedule. Things were looking great for the Saint Continent. Somewhere in the low heavens around Lacrima, a shadow folded itself and translated back to its source, a hidden goddess who shall not be named. Mistresses, the she-child is building an army on the Saint Continent. Is he now? An army of airships made of snake skins? The goddess asked amused. The boy is a silly, yes, but our asset might come under attack in the next decade. HMPF, there's not enough chi there for him to advance to sky rank. Never mind the boy. What have you learned of Gaia? She is indeed allied with Volcanes. Their followers muster to attack the Red Dew continent. Very well, I foresaw this. I will show them war, the goddess proclaimed boldly. The day after the wedding, PF called both women for the talk. My lovely wives, I plan to head north and search for clues about missing cultivators. You will not be safe in Port Lee anymore, and we're not strong enough to come with you, C realized with a sigh. Not yet, Lady D. Once you step into Nascent Soul, you risk getting attacked like Miss Fong and have your core shattered. I would prefer you head towards Lacrimosa and then Smithtown. Lady Lin is an Earth-rank smith, and she can look after you while you awaken again, PF said while hugging her thin waist. Oh, is she another wife of yours? Exalted alchemist? The new wife asked in fake outrage. Exactly. She's a wonderful woman and very kind. Now, there's 2 ways to travel. By ship or by airship. I can gift you my spare airship and teach you to fly it. It's quite easy, especially as there's 2 of you to rotate at the rudders. Flying through the air, it seems like a dream. Actually, it's a bit windy and shaky, but the wind also pushes the airship. Like the sea ship, he explained with a shrug. Well, We can try it. Then we shall see how easy it is, Lady C said in a thoughtful voice. An hour later, terrified screams filled the air above Portly. I'm scared. We're gonna die. It's too high. Stop strangling me, PF yelled as well. Learning to fly is not easy. It's not just controlling the machine, it's controlling your own emotions. Lady C got hers under control much sooner, since her awakening did allow some measure of self-reliance and confidence. Lady D took the rest of the day, and she cried gallons of tears. No wonder the universe was called Tear, and the galaxy Golden Tear. Even the planet was called Lacrima, for some reason. As the evening fell, the women started glancing down towards the town, while their stomachs growled. You're both hungry? PF asked to make sure. The women nodded at once. Well, time to learn how to cook in mid-air, he said with a large smile, and began frying bits of meat on the stove. After the first batch, the ladies had to take turns and cook, a task not as easy as it sounds. The airship was not a modern Zeppelin, 300 meters long and able of transoceanic flights, only a tenth of that. As the night fell, the women took turns sleeping, while the others stood guard to fuel the stove for hot air and navigate by the stars and the reflection of the sea. In the morning, the women demanded a toilet break. Well, for that we have two options. High-altitude business or landing. How exactly do we land? Without a storage ring. Lady C asked a bit confused. See this coil of rope? One of you ties herself to it and gets lowered down, then ties the ship and pulls it down gently. You're it, our hero explained with a wide grin. But it seems a bit dangerous? She asked with a bit of worry. Or you can jump. Might hurt a bit, PF mused out loud, then jumped out from the airship at 500 meters. At 10 meters he pushed out his spirit shield, creating a defensive bubble. It popped under the impact, but PF emerged from the crash on his feet. Barely. My whole body hurts, because you like to grandstand too much. Gravity is not safe yet. PF jogged gently after the airship, watching D being lowered by C on a rope. They weren't fast enough, and D hit a tree, knocking herself out at about 100 meters high. He sighed and jumped up to catch his wife and drag down the airship. My husband is a moron, C yelled as she got close enough. Don't yell, you'll wake D up, PF answered in a normal tone. C jumped out from the airship a few meters up and rushed to check on the woman. D had a big boo-boo on her forehead. I should have lowered her faster. I'm much stronger now, C admitted with some shame. Anyway, beside a human anchor you can lower a hook or something and try to catch a solid object like a stone or tree. But the impact will be brutal, and the airship might break? The cradle in particular. And then you'll fall. Perhaps with the stove on top of you, PF explained wisely. Flying is not very safe, C concluded after a minute. Well, there's little obstacles in the air. No waves or trees or hidden reefs. Should be the safest way to travel. Safer than running through jungles or sailing at sea. But you need some practice. About a month to Lacrimosa, you say? More or less, depending on winds. Although if you attempt frequent landings, the risk grows. Landing is the most risky part. Yeah, I've noticed. Okay. Let's go home. I'm hungry again, she said with a wistful look. And so, PF walked into Portly with a wife under his arm, while the other wife dragged a huge air-filled snake like a kite. It made the day for the locals, as you can imagine. The next day, Lady D had recovered a bit and got to say goodbye to her husband. PF flew west and then north in his new airship, following the agate towards Stoneport. Hundreds of ships navigated the river, since moving cargo was much cheaper on water. Also, most of the farmlands of the continent were located on the sides and tributaries of the agate. PF flew low, keeping close enough to the ground for the glove to pick up voices and create a new sphere of data from chatter and rumors. Sightings of the disciples, rumors of more cultivators disappearing, even about a band of bandits that massacred a Tang caravan. A noble woman lazed on the riverboat, looking from her chair at the boring trade ships, when a snake airship crossed across her sight. She flared her soul, peering at the man driving the flying contraption, and tried to assert his rank. To her surprise, due to distance and opposite vectors, she failed, getting only a return from the snake, a spirit-ranked beast that had been skinned. That looked like a poison cobra, though. Who is insane enough to kill and then skin such a poisonous beast? She wondered idly and a bit loud. I guess we'll find out when we reach Port Lee, Mistress Tang. We should prepare to send that poor girl's soul to the goddess. The disciple answered in a polite tone. Yes, and find out why we stopped receiving messengers from the Yu and the Wang. So, we have a clue, I think, the glove mused as it relayed the intercept. Yeah. I'll circle and approach again tonight. Maybe they stop on the river banks somewhere. And if they don't, then I'll have to get inventive. Oh dear, you mean incendiaries, right? Maybe toxic gases? Kinetic drops. I meant swimming, right? Forget I mentioned anything. Plus, I'd need tungsten to create deorbiting kill vehicles. You can't reach orbit in hot air flying machines. The glove muttered to itself. Right? I'd need to invent helium. Neolithic tech is so backwards. Not for long, the glove realized in near terror. 014 Tang Citadel. As the night came, the airship carrying PF flew stealthy above the clouds, until the faint contact with the Tang sect boat was re-established. As it were, navigation during the night was deemed dangerous and most ships preferred anchoring to the side, as to avoid a sandbank or sunken trees or unexpected collisions. So, everything is in order, Aspirin? The glove asked in a curious tone. Yes, the Tang sect's boat lacks sonar or radar technology, making them unable to sail safely during night. Of course, nobody has invented them yet, the system replied with an ironic voice. PF waited for the air in the Zeppelin to cool, and he prepared for an amphibious assault. He locked the position of the ship in his mind. Then he commenced a dive towards the river, and ejected at merely 50 meters, sinking to the bottom of the river with a tiny splash. Clock was ticking, as air supply would be limited while he was moving. Thus, he swam faster, until his spirit bubble made contact with the wooden Tang ship. A cautious scan indicated a small width between the hull and the rudder, allowing an athletic marine to climb inside the helm room, which PF did while constricting his shield near the skin. Only his nostrils and fingertips were left outside the watery barrier, making his shape hard to distinguish, especially during dark. Any audio intercepts? PF thought inside. Pattern recognition suggests 6 guards on the shore, and 2 more on the deck, topside. 20 shallow breathers, likely the crew which sound asleep. PF moved forward, entering the captain's cabin. The man slept in a hammock, which made the next part easier. Our hero placed his palm over the man's face, and let the water membrane do its thing. A minute later, the captain has drowned in his sleep, and PF was free to rifle his possessions, especially the logs and maps. PF began moving towards the passenger cabins when a few sharp scrapes drew his attention. Incoming, ceiling, spider. The glove warned, and PF tried to solve this quietly. A balloon filled with water parted from his shield and enveloped the spider, attempting to suffocate it as well. Sadly, this wasn't a mere animal. Its controller began flailing and choking in a nearby room, proving how connected these two beings were. Disciple, what's wrong with you? Speak. What is happening? Water in his lungs, but no magic was used on him. Panicked voice muttered in the room. PF didn't wait for the Tang woman to become too alert. He stabbed the spider with his sword, just as it began growing. A noise of alert emerged in the room, but already PF was moving at speed towards the voice that he heard. Next second, his sword stabbed through the wooden door, but found no resistance. He pushed the door open with a cautious hand. The disciple was struggling to recuperate and was coughing his lungs off, but otherwise the room was empty. Window. The glove deduced while PF's hand moved to decapitate the disciple. We'll find her later. The crew first, PF decided while he sped up to the maximum speed an Earth rank could attain and still be under control. His sword was replaced with 2 daggers, and PF mowed down the sleeping crew with short jabs. Took him only 2 minutes, until he emerged on deck and serviced the 2 night guards. Store the ship? PF asked while already jumping over the rail, only the gloved hand remaining in contact. Clever. Living beings cannot be stored yet. Thus the ship contains only dead bodies. Stop hiding abilities from me. Dear glove, when can you store living beings? PF demanded while his body ran towards the shore guards. Either at perfect saint or perfect divinity. Not relevant for now. It's very relevant for my planning. Only Legion personnel or even neutral or hostiles, PF muttered as he mowed down the guards. Bodies were stored in the glove to prevent forensics. Ha! A water-type spirit rank barrier. Whoever you are, you messed with the wrong people, a proud voice proclaimed from the distant shore. PF swerved at speed and dove in the river. Fight or hide, can she call watchers? PF wondered while he swam at speed towards the middle of the river. Her tone says yes. However, the fact that she announced herself, probably bluffing and scared. She'll retreat towards the nearest safe place. Keep in mind, aspirant, even spirit ranks are dangerous, and she might have Earth rank artifacts. PF nodded while a plan formed in his mind. Well, 2 plans, but one was too simple and thus she would prepare against it. It was time to become a disciple. PF swam across the agate at speed, reaching the other shore in a few minutes. Then he sat down to wait, while his mind got going over the few disciples he had seen or heard. An hour later, a picture of how a disciple stood and comported himself emerged. A bit like an insect, movements slow and precise, eyes never looking around, probably sharing senses with their spider. PF dressed in his disciple disguise, then glued a small spider to his left wrist, just its legs. How do I look? He muttered while turning the inside of his water shield reflective. A different person watched him from the reflection, menacing and mysterious. Like a Legion recruit poorly disguised? They will notice discrepancies almost immediately, possibly so. But my target is that woman, not other disciples, PF concluded as he emerged from the waters. A kilometer north, there was a trading post with a dozen stables and other amenities for travelers. PF made his way there, moving at a fast pace. He managed to enter and occupy a corner just before the Tang sect woman burst in. Her hair in a tangle, clothes wet and ripped and dirty. She rushed to speak with the station master, while PF pretended to pet and listen to his captured spider. A minute later, the woman came over and sat at his table. Disciple, I'm in need of help. My boat was attacked yesterday. Not my problem, the rude disciple replied in a cold voice. By the pact, you are required to offer assistance to the Tang sect, the woman demanded in a meek voice. How? PF asked after a minute. Escort me to the nearest Tang citadel. At Stoneport, the disciple waited a few minutes in silence. His spider trembled lightly. The goddess accepts, he said in a reverent tone. Not the usual type of spider, the woman commented now that she felt safer. PF ignored her. I'm gonna go wash and clean up, she said with a frown. PF continued to ignore her. So come with me. I'm in danger, she demanded, looking around scared. Your soul is safe, the disciple spoke softly. The woman growled and stomped her way outside, only checking to make sure the disciple followed her. Soon she entered her rented room and began disrobing and washing herself in a wooden tub, while her weapons and clothes were laid on a wooden cot. PF checked her out surreptitiously. A warrior's body, muscled and toned. A few strange tattoos, 100 scars of various sizes. Well, nothing to say, the woman demanded, gesturing at her body. How much? PF asked callously. What? The spirit-ranked woman exclaimed, while her face began to redden. You're the one selling? The disciple asked back, while his robes rose in a shrug. I'm not selling myself, your holiness. I was displaying my battle ranks. We shall wait here today. Rest, the disciple said coldly. His back rested on the wooden wall, and his eyes already closed. If that person comes, can the spider transform? The Tang adept wondered, eyeing the tiny spider with doubt. The spider watched her back, its evil eyes uncaring. Rest, the strange disciple demanded in a stern voice. The woman grumbled and clenched her teeth. Then she laid on the cot and went to sleep, no doubt exhausted by last night's ordeal. Huh? Your silly plan worked, aspirant. When she wakes, she might not be this distracted. So what will you do? Continue with the disguise, or mix things a little. Enhanced interrogation, perhaps? The glove hesitated. Not the Legion way, but they did need information, and this target was already dead. It remained silent, letting the aspirant decide for himself. The way he comported himself in the field was also important. An hour later, The Tang woman woke up abruptly, tied to the cot with a wet cloth over her face. "Name and rank," a strange voice demanded. She tried yelling, only to draw vapors in her lungs and choke in pain. After a few minutes, the pain became too much. She spilled her name. The cloth was wet again, and questions continued. "Tang sect bases," the same voice demanded in a patient tone. She tried lying, but the monster always knew if she did. Hours passed, with the Tang inner elder slowly being interrogated with no room for any lies. The glove made a reliable lie detector after a few calibration tests. The Tang elder spilled everything, leaving no doubt of her fate. By the time evening fell, she finally received her rest. Eternal rest. "These guys are quite nasty," PF mused while digesting what he learned. "Breeding certain bloodlines is more common than you think. Aspirant. Slave breeding pens? Or injecting the babies with spider eggs? I heard of worse things," the glove said with a flat tone. "Anyway, let's go exterminate these sections," PF muttered with a cold inner voice. The glove mused for a while its user set course towards Stoneport. Compared to the kind of atrocities the Legion stamped out daily, this was nothing. Then again, it was a good test for his abilities. Many recruits broke down while first encountering evil. The Legion needed even bigger monsters. 2 weeks later, the airship arrived at Stoneport. The city was divided between two sects, the Tang sect and the Volcanic Fire sect, each having adepts or disciples patrolling the streets, extorting taxes from crafters and merchants and keeping crime away. PF had dressed in a peasant's normal brown clothes, with a large straw hat, and wandered the streets, noting down interesting spots. So the Tang get to keep half the captives, the women, to breed them, while the disciples prefer men. I would have expected the reverse, PF mused while dodging a cart driver's whip. Different gods, the glove explained laconically. What about this Volcani's god? He seems okay, PF whispered while observing a pair of volcanic fire disciples patrolling the street. Energy-wise, Volcanis is the strongest god here. His disciples convert heat into fire essence chi. Well, less of that on this continent, the glove explained while PF measured the cultivation of the disciples. Only core ranks. So, they drain volcanoes and such? Yes, aspirant. To drain stars Volcanis would need to be tier 5. PF nodded to himself, now having a better grasp on what divinity ranks were about. It didn't matter how one obtained energy to fuel his ascension. Only the way people were affected by it. Draining life or heat could be used for good or evil, saving people from volcanoes or freezing them to death. As evening fell, PF began making his way towards the Tang Citadel. Bestiality and breeding pens, though, they seemed evil enough in his mind. The Tang Citadel was a renowned place in Stoneport. The locals looked at it with feelings uneasiness or fear, since sometimes screams escaped from beyond the stone walls, and nobody in their right mind would ever enter willingly. Still, this night a watery shape slithered its way up the walls, then surveyed the building inside. 294 hostiles, 21 neutrals, the glove determined after a few moments. PF nodded while he considered his path for the next hours. Only 1 spirit rank, 11 nascent, and more than 100 core ranks. A much stronger lineup than his garrison in Portly had, perhaps 10 times stronger. "Can you display tactical information on my retina? Like this?" the glove asked a bit uncertain. The night became a green background, while the hostiles were lit up with red contours. "Exactly. Add a star marking for each rank above core," PF demanded as he made his way towards the breeding pen. 24 Tang adepts were drinking and abusing the captured women, in separate stalls. PF glided into the pens, his daggers ending the scumbags with swift strikes. A few minutes later, he emerged from the wooden building, blood flowing over his water shield and on the ground. "No babies here, though," PF observed while he cautiously made his way towards the main barracks. "We know they trade them to the disciples of Arachne." 2 of the captives had red fire tattoos, like the Volcani's disciples. The glove remained silent, as there wasn't more to say. If the user was observant enough, good. If not, then his attempt to reach divinity will be harder. Staking sleeping Tang disciples in their sleep went almost as easy as imagined. Only the nascent ranks posed a problem, as their souls were sensing their surroundings even if asleep. much like hearing, where a loud noise would be heard and wake a sleeping person. Such was the soul sensing. In the end, PF decided to smother the nascent ranks at once, using a finger to guide each water balloon, while his foot crushed the neck of the 11th nascent soul. The feat drained his energy to half, mostly due to the effort of multitasking so many magic spells at once. You need to practice elemental manipulation more. Aspirant. And without hand gestures, the glove chided him after measuring his chi energy. So find me a teacher, PF exclaimed while he resumed his stance, the daggers returning to his hands. Half an hour later, the Tang barracks was only a slaughterhouse, with over 200 disciples left to bleed out into the night. As PF was emerging from the barracks, his new vision showed him a 3-star and some 21-star guards converging on the entrance. I can smell the blood inside. Come out and face me, a loud voice proclaimed while the guards drew swords and bows. PF looked up, then jumped, reaching a wooden beam. A bit of silent effort later, and he emerged on the roof, while the rest of the citadel rose up in arms. He considered the situation for a moment, then smiled. A blowpipe was called out from his glove compartment, and silent coughs filled the night. Why waste opportunity and my vantage point? PF asked himself while gently peeking over the other side of the roof, picking off another dozen of these Tang assholes. The elder has his shield up, the glove cautioned him. Some 30 minutes later, however, the Tang elder was the only remaining survivor, his voice yelling for a fair fight. It's a water shield now that you mentioned. Thanks, glove. I needed a teacher, PF exclaimed in praise, jumping down in front of the elder. More water was extracted from the humid air, straightening PF's shield, and forming a ball of water in front of him. Haha, a water mage, you will pay for your transgression now. I am the best water bender on the continent. The elder laughed, gesturing to form 5 balls which then begun spinning at speed. This is gonna hurt, PF realized with a shock, as he couldn't take control over the enemy's spells. Those spinning water bullets are infused with the owner's chi. You can't simply steal them, the glove advised the user with a smirk. Spinning, PF rapidly flattened his own water ball and gave it a spin as well. Bullets impacted the water barrier and got flung aside by the spin. Clever trick, but only from the front. Let's see how you do from the sides, the spirit rank exclaimed, forming 5 more water bullets. Expand the shield and rotate the whole sphere, PF decided in a split second. The water bullets were also flung aside and dispersed even when changing their attack angles. The spirit rank stopped to consider the situation, as his own chi reserved were almost depleted. Generating and moving water was very tiring and consuming. PF walked forwards, stopping at some 8 meters distance. His elbow drew back, like preparing to cast a water bullet himself. Instead, a 10 meters long sky rank lance emerged in his hand, then pierced the Tang elder in the neck, nearly decapitating him. PF looked up, expecting some divine reward to descend on him, but nothing happened. No increase at all? Maybe 1%, and that's for your practice, not the low-rank kills, the glove replied with a flat tone. PF drew a long breath in disappointment. A whole citadel massacred and nearly no reward. On his shoulder blade, an acupuncture point puffed, unsealing another avenue for chi absorption. So, about 80 more of these citadels and I get my next rank? There's only 2 more Tang citadels though. Maybe the disciples will give more rewards, PF grumbled as he began looting the citadel. He took everything, even the buildings and stone blocks of the walls. In the morning, the city of Stoneport found only a wooden shed with 21 women inside, barely alive. Around them were arranged 294 wooden sticks, with heads grinning from atop the wooden spikes. All the bodies were gone. The volcanic fire sect was called at the scene and gratefully recovered their missing disciples. The huge citadel, stone walls and all, had disappeared. 015 dropship. PF waited under the river for another week, moving slowly out of the vicinity of Stoneport. He kept heading north and emerged some 70 kilometers away from the city, feeling more tired than ever. 3 acupoints had opened while he struggled to maintain his water shield under the river for so long. His control over water grew again, and even his chi rank grew by a few percents. Why am I so tired? I wasn't like this when I killed the caravan and hid underwater? PF wondered inward. You were on the move this time. The agate is a more powerful river as well, and you swam while opposing the current. PF nodded to himself, noting the accent the glove had on opposition. Adversity seemed to be recognized by the heavens as a factor. He set up camp to cook and rest for a few days, replenishing his energy. He was strong, but not without limits. Physical strength and durability aside, the chi management was becoming increasingly more important. Soon, muscles will become nearly irrelevant. PF meditated a few hours, trying to expand his inner chi capacity. However, every achievement soon dissipated into his body, healing him but not accumulating. The chi essence flowed through him, then away towards the Tian Mountains. Damn that Saint Worm. It's draining everything I struggle to refine, PF cursed with some sadness. We're also much closer now. On the southern shore cultivation was easier. Okay then, let's fly towards Yellow Tier, PF decided, jumping 100 meters and summoning the airship to fly him away. From now on, PF traveled only at night, using daytime to practice more, from archery and axe combat to waterbending. It took a month until the first farming villages appeared, signaling a large city nearby. PF dressed himself as a woodworker and walked the rest of the way, always listening for news or rumors. Locals here lived in terror, with frequent rumors of people disappearing or large spiders crawling through the night. A month later, he reached the outskirts of Yellow Tier, which was the city and also a geological formation, a deep canyon scaring the land, at least a kilometer deep. He approached the lip of the canyon carefully and peered down. Close to the city, there were workers digging and cutting stone. But further in the distance, there was a large Tang stone citadel, appearing to protect the entrance in the canyon. So that's the second Tang citadel. The third is further north. Yes, about 1,000 kilometers north, at the other end of the canyon. PF checked for the usual suspect, like a river, but the stone appeared to be cut rather smoothly, and was even melted in places. This isn't erosion by a river. There was a battle here, he mused while considering his options. Yes, there's also deposits of zinc on this side. The glove added helpfully. So the sapphire is at the other end, PF concluded, retreating back from the edge. This is an example of a cutting skill. It seems to have been executed by a strong saint rank, the glove said, as a warning. The news amazed our hero a little, especially as the deep gash in the ground was likely a secondary effect, or a skill that missed its target and kept going. Would it been enough to kill a Tier 1 god? PF asked curious. Probably not. The weapon matters as well. A Veritas Legion knife can kill gods, but at saint rank, the effect would have been much larger. PF acknowledged the warning for it was meant. He needed to get a real weapon somehow. Only he was still too low ranked to travel to another continent, and he wasn't going to until his home was secure. PF kept walking along the canyon until he observed the first guard posts defending the approach to the citadel. About 3 kilometers out, and then there was a steep descent unless he could use the series of lifts used by the Tang. Close enough to give me an estimation? PF inquired with a cold tone. About 14,000 neutrals and 30,000 hostiles. 51 of them are at spirit rank. PF nodded and sighed. A much harder target both to infiltrate and pacify. He will need a better method. Night fell and his vision became amplified again. Are you using amplified starlight or infrared to permit night vision? The first one. You will need Emperor rank or a skilled geneticist to perceive infrared. Okay. Up we go, PF ordered, jumping up and flying the airship higher and higher. At 4,000 meters, air became cold and thin, making difficult for the hot air in the airship to remain hot. Compute drop point, and eject the citadel when ready, PF demanded with a sorrowful tone. His gloved hand was extended out as the airship passed above the second citadel. Confirm orders, aspirant? The glove expert system asked after a second of hesitation. Confirmed. I expect those captive women are praying to die anyway, and tonight they shall, PF whispered with a broken heart. Dropping payload in 30 seconds. 20. 10. Drop, the glove said in its default inexpressive voice. A shower of stone and dead bodies fell from the sky, accelerating towards terminal velocity as they entered the canyon. Enormous explosions and shock waves filled the night, as thousands of tons of stone impacted the citadel at the bottom of the canyon. PF circled the airship around, waiting for the cloud dust to clear. Slowly, the airship cooled and began descending into the abyss. At 500 meters, PF jumped out, crushing a few boulders as he landed. Survivors, scanning, over 1,000, marking hostiles in red contours. About 1,000 people, only corps ranks or higher, had survived the bombardment, but were too shell-shocked and disoriented to survive PF's following ground assault. PF mowed them down or just put them out of their misery if they were trapped in debris. Suddenly, a white aura caught his attention, a naked woman, pinned under a man. He dug furiously, throwing bodies and boulders aside. In a few seconds, he reached the woman and jumped out, with her in his arms. "Awaken her," he demanded while cupping the woman's face. Scanning. "Target will likely die anyway, and yet, I gave you an order, my orange glove." "Roger." Imparting standard Legion indoctrination method. "Do you wish to set a delay?" "No." "Commence now." The woman woke up with wild eyes, trying to claw herself from the man holding her captive. "The Tang are dead, my lady, but if you want to survive, you have to endure the pain. I don't have other means of healing you," PF whispered in her ear. "Ha, this isn't pain." "Water?" the woman asked with a raspy voice. PF fed her water, then dressed her in a set of his own clothes. "Recover the ammunition glove. We still have another target," PF demanded while pointing his glove at the ruins. In half an hour, even more stones were stored inside the glove, including the dead bodies and their weapons. While PF ran towards the elevators, the corps-ranked woman in his arms began increasing in chi energy and peaked into nascent soul rank. Her breaths became more relaxed, and internal injuries began healing. PF jumped from platform to platform, but it was difficult with a woman occupying his hands and balance. "Dear lady, can you hold out as a backpack?" "Sure. I actually feel great just now," she answered with a pained smile. "It won't last, but I only need a minute," PF answered as the woman hung over his neck and shoulders. A dozen jumps later, PF arrived at the lip of the canyon, just as hundreds of Tang guards converged to examine the explosions. PF lowered the woman and sped up, axe and sword in his hands. Devoid of higher ranks, the normal guards were butchered in less than half an hour. As he returned to recover the survivor, he found her beating a guard with the corpse of another. "She must still hurt, right?" PF asked in awe. He could barely move during his awakening, at least twice as much as normal. "She hasn't healed completely and needs nutrition and liquids. However, the baby is dead now." The glove added too late. PF blinked while soul-searching the woman. Her aura had changed, becoming half white and half silver, just like his own. He approached slowly, stopping 2 meters away. "My lady, is there a place I can take you? Family? Relatives? Get me a weapon and more Tang to kill," she demanded in a voice filled with hate. Her foot stomped the head of her target, crushing it with a squelch. "Okay. I was heading towards the 3rd Tang Citadel anyway, but not right now. We need to hide for a month," PF explained, stepping next to her, then calling the airship out just above the canyon. A small jump deposited both of them in the cradle, and PF held to glove towards the stove to fuel wood and hotter air. "We're flying? And I feel sick." "Yeah, the adrenaline overdrive is over. I'll make you some food and tea," PF said after covering the woman in some furs. She stared at him with doubtful eyes, while PF cooked porridge and tea with one hand, while the other guided the airship. After so many flights, the motions had become second nature to PF, while the large spirit-ranked skin made the airship somewhat more stable and easier to control. "I think this airship should be able to cross the ocean to the next continent. About 7,000 kilometers. Nearest continent, White Kingdom, is 11,000 kilometers northeast. And polar bears aren't friendly. So, where then? Blue She would be most beneficial, but it's 32,000 kilometers away. We can head to Green Haya, Red Dew, or Black Magma. And they're friendly? Of course not. They are at war, and hundreds of armies devastate everything." PF sighed and returned his mind to the task. Escape and evade, crossing difficult terrain via airship. There were marshes to the southwest, unexplored and dangerous for anyone. He could nurse his recruit there in peace. He fed the feverish woman tea and aspirin, then porridge and penicillin. Then he watched over her as she faded in and out of sleep, being awoken by constant pain. In the morning, he began descending for a landing. "How far have we flown?" the woman asked while straining her nascent soul to search him. "About 100 kilometers. We'll rest and fly off in the evening." "Clever. They won't see your flying snake at night." "Yes, and we leave no tracks on the ground." PF replied with a small nod. "I'm Xielongyu. And you are?" she asked with a strained smile. He thought for a moment before answering. "Names PF. Aspiring alchemist, smith and water mage. Damn pain won't stop. I should be healed now, my organs seems almost fine. Well, there are two problems. Today we deal with the dead fetus and the abortion," PF explained in a gentle voice, as he grabbed the rope and jumped out, pulling the airship down. A minute later, the cradle reached the ground and PF offered Lady Xia a hand to help her get down. "You're a weird man, alchemist PF, but if you get me back in fighting shape, the Tang are merely pawns. The disciple of Arachne used the babies to breed spiders. Not sure what the procedure is, but the spiders evolve to earth rank and can be controlled by the mind of the disciples." Xia fell to her knees, hands going to cradle her belly. Tears fell from her eyes, drop after drop nourishing the earth. "You were going after them by yourself? Against a god?" Xia asked incredulously. F scratched his head in shame. "Seemed a good idea at the time. Now I'll hit you with a soul spike, then extract the dead fetus. Should I keep it or burn it?" "Burn the poor thing. Maybe he'll get lucky in the next life." The woman sobbed, while more tears dripped from her eyes. PF made a finger pistol and shot the woman with a low-powered spike, ending her pain for today. "You can grip a dead baby, right?" PF asked his glove while pouring water and then beer over his hand. "Yeah, just touch it and I'll store it," the glove said with disinterest. PF sighed and dug his hand inside the woman he just rescued. He hoped he did the right thing last night, but it probably wasn't. 016 Citadel. 10 days later, PF decided to stop running, as he had reached the marshes. There were thousands of new species for him to cook, and Miss Xie had a lot of recovering to do. "How can you eat those disgusting critters? And why don't you get poisoned?" she asked a bit horrified. "The airship we traveled with? The cradle you sat on? It's made of a soul poison cobra that I killed and smithied. That poison was 1,000 times stronger than anything these delicious morsels have," PF explained with a grin, then bit from a succulent centipede fried in pig lard. "Tasted wonderful. But I touched the snake ship. I should be dead. Our chi method is a bit different. Yes, we suffer while our bodies get awakened, but we also become highly resistant to disease and pain and injury. In fact, the more you experience, the stronger you become. Even as you are now, you will never get sick on this planet ever again," PF proclaimed proudly, while commencing another round of fried critters. "What is this heavenly method called?" "It's called the Shi method here on Lacrima, but its true name is the Veritas Legion method." "Oh, there was a big outrage some 20 years ago. A Shi adept flew about and killed a lot of people, and then left." PF nodded and pointed his thumb at himself. "My father, I think. I seem to resemble him a little." "Ha, indeed, you do fly around and kill lots of people. Your father will be proud," Xie said with a pained chuckle. "Yeah. He also abandoned me and Mom. Mom was murdered by these disciples." Xie looked at him with pity, then turned towards the stove. "The smell drives me crazy. Let me have a bite," Xie demanded as the fried frogs reached their utmost peak. PF rose an eyebrow in surprise. He offered a frog on a stick and watched the woman devour the frog in seconds. "Guess I have to keep you. You're a great cook, and I'm barely able to walk. How long does this thing last? How strong do you want to become?" PF answered with a shrug, starting another round of cooking, this time some fish and snakes. "Oh, I think I get it now. I lasted 2 years in that hellhole. Compared to that, this is a vacation. I should easily endure 2 years, with you feeding me," she said in a flat tone. PF shook his head in annoyance. Xie might soon leave him behind. Damn woman was motivated. "We shall see if you last till next year. But I can't spend all my time looking after you. I kinda have many things to do." Xie nodded to herself. She gestured at her chest. If you want my body, I kinda stopped caring a year ago. PF smiled. I don't mind another wife, but not while you feel like that. You will be a goddess soon. Have some confidence. You're pretty enough if a bit old. Xia choked and flared her soul. Don't propose to someone while cooking. But you love my cooking, he countered, offering a fried snake on a stick as proof. Nom, nom. He is an idiot, but a good cook. Don't kill him yet, Xia, the woman muttered while on munching the snake. A loud growl reverberated behind PF, no doubt attracted by the smells. He stretched his torso and rotated his elbows in mock warm-up. Xia's mouth opened in warning as PF pivoted and stabbed his sky lance. A nascent soul-rank alligator was impaled on the lance, speared through its head. PF grunted and lifted the beast up, measuring it for some nefarious purpose. It was only 12 meters long. It's a bit small, but has many teeth. Guess I can make you some weapons and armor. Do you want boots as well? PF wondered with a thoughtful face. Never mind the boots. I am curious how you smith such beast. The woman said, licking her lips. The snake was amazingly tasty too. Both of them seemed to have similar tastes in the end. Probably not a coincidence, given they both had same type of soul. 10 more days later, Xia was armored in a full-plate suit made of alligator skin and had a dozen weapons to call her own. Granted, 10 of them were daggers, but nascent rank weapons were very rare on this continent. Why did you make me this enormous spiked maul? I can barely lift it, she complained as she failed to hit her wooden target. Again. Because you're a weak woman, and huge spiders are hard to crack, PF replied with a hand wave. Xia clenched her teeth and began another round of target practice. She never wanted to be weak again. She might die of all the training, the glove said, a bit worried. Xia's getting stronger though. Anyway, Miss Fong, baby, would it work? Obviously she can get pregnant like your parental unit did. But you'd be the wrong father. He needs a white ore. And if I awaken her too? Ha! The Legion has some rules, you know? Killing babies for sport isn't one of them. A living silver aura could make 1,000 babies. Plus one unborn fetus is not exactly a baby. It needs a brain, dubious and immoral, and they will both die anyway. You'd still need a formation like your father may. Damn it, she doesn't deserve to die. You can't save everyone, aspirant, even if you succeed. Immortal doesn't mean invincible. The Legion proves this every single day. Yeah, even gods die. Well, technically Tier 7s cannot die anymore, although being brain-dead isn't much better. I'll need to test that myself one day. Not being brain-dead, the other thing. Sure thing, aspirant. Tier 9 awaits you, the glove said, a bit amused. Recruits were always so hopeful. 10 days later, PF and Xia embarked on the airship and set sail towards the last Tang citadel. PF continued tempering her soul, striking her with a soul pistol every 5 days or so, and sparing her a day of pain. Well, replacing physical pain with soul pain, but alternating them gave her a chance to sleep and recover. So, our method needs practice, combat, and sex? Xia wondered out loud, eyeing PF with doubt. Well, the manual says love. You're welcome to test, loving other things. Let me know what works or not. Women love their children, Xia proposed while watching the stars. Isn't that the same thing? He asked while scratching his head. Means and ends. I can always bonk some guy over the head and get pregnant. Sure, you try that. I bet you'll feel great, subjecting others to what you, PF said in a grave tone, gesturing with a finger. Damn it, you're too smart. Plus, I'd have to raise the child by myself. Yeah, I was raised by a single mom. Wasn't all great. But hey, I became a great cook, he exclaimed in fake pride. Anyway, this thing can really wait. I had enough sex to last me years, Xia said with a long sigh. PF remained silent after that. Although Xia wasn't any beauty, he knew she will be. One day, her awakening will be over, and from this plain cocoon, an amazing beauty will emerge, just like Auntie Ching or C had. The Legion method was repairing genes and upgrading them, transforming normal people into god templates. Even 1 week that C managed to endure had made her a top 10 in the world. Near-perfect skin, bones, and muscle tone, plus a subtle correction of imbalances of symmetry. He could only imagine what higher ranks would look like. I detect flying enemies. Riding birds. Damn it. Someone warned them of my airship. I think dropping a citadel on top of their citadel was warning enough, the orange glove explained in a serious tone. PF turned his head, looking at his ward. Strange to think of a woman 10 times his age as a ward. We have enemies incoming, my lady. I will need you to steer the ship while I fight. Oh, just holding these bones levers level, right? Doesn't seem hard, she mused out loud. PF smiled while he picked up Xie and tied her to the helm seat. Okay, pull the left hand a few fingers. Good, that's called left. Hard left would be twice of that, he advised her gently. Got it. A child could fly this thing, she said while steering the ship left and right with a smile. Yes, I built my first airship when I was 12-inch. PF confirmed with a smirk. Xie cursed something under her breath. However, our hero didn't have more time to banter. A group of 30 eagles with people sitting on their backs had changed course to intercept. PF drew his bow, and as his right hand drew the string back, an arrow appears magically from the glove storage. You are an archer's glove. Computing trajectories. Keep the reticle on target, the glove responded with a sterner tone. PF released the first arrow as a yellow triangle blinked on his retina. Even though he was aiming high above and only at empty air, another triangle appeared. PF kept shooting, and had reached his 7th arrow by the time the first eagle died with an arrow in its eye. This is too easy, PF exclaimed with glee. Wanna try Neolithic aiming, aspirant? Not right now, thank you, dear glove. You're the best. Yes, I am. Keep shooting. And so PF did, felling 24 eagles from the skies, before shields appeared around the eagles. An arrow bounced, then another. Hard right, PF yelled while getting worried. Mostly for the ship and Xie, as a crash would damage them badly. A man stood up, riding the eagle on his toes. He drew a bow and aimed at PF. A triangle blinked and PF released his arrow. Somehow the arrows collided in midair and crashed into the forest below. What to do? PF thought feverishly while another arrow was loaded. An idea came to his mind, and chi began pouring through the arrow, establishing a rudimentary formation. He released, and the arrow didn't bounce this time, embedding in the shield and even a little into the eagle's head. The beast screamed and rolled, trying to dislodge the arrow with his wings and claws. Its rider fell towards the ground screaming something. Keep shooting. PF charged and released, wounding 3 more eagles and making their riders fall. One rider turned and ran, while the other aimed directly at the cradle and increased the speed. PF fired again, but the eagle shook its head and kept coming. PF fired at the running rider, the arrow hitting the man in the back. Then he stored the bow and waited for the last rider to approach. A child is attacking us. Haha. I will have your head. And that woman in my dungeon. A spirit-ranked elder yelled while drawing a sword and crouching for a boarding leap. A dagger flew and hit the man in the face, bouncing off his spirit shield. PF sighed and jumped lightly, while his lance pierced the sky and impaled the man in the stomach. And fraction later, PF kicked the eagle in the head, just as it was close to crash into his airship. The beast tumbled away, then crashed into the forest. Don't waste nascent rank daggers, PF muttered while examining the Tang elder he had speared out of the sky. He slowly dragged the nearly dead man into the cradle and grabbed his neck in the glove. Name and rank, PF asked politely. JHH, can't breathe, the elder complained. Tie the levers and come help, my lady, PF demanded while breaking the limbs of the elders to keep him from struggling. She would enjoy some catharsis, making someone else suffer. Right? I have a tang on my hands, and a hot stove, the woman realized with a wide grin. The next hours PF and Xie experimented with various interrogation techniques, until the elder was too drained and died in misery. His body was thrown overboard without his artifacts. Then they continued the course, now with better and recent information. Water vapors work better, PF argued his opinion. Silly child, you saw how scared he was of hot metal. A wonderful invention. You didn't have to castrate him. Well, maybe you did, he mused thoughtfully. Damn right I did. I showed him dungeons, Xie proclaimed while waving a copper dagger. Anyway, That fog north of the citadel is the entrance to the disciples' hideout. Seems a high-ranked formation, PF said after biting his lower lip. Nobody knew for sure how to enter or what was inside. We'll deal with them later. First thing, the citadel. You can drop stones from here, right? PF nodded while his left hand computed the timing. About 200 seconds at this speed? Close. 197 seconds. You'd miss by a kilometer. Good thing I have such a helpful system to aid me. Really. I am grateful. HMPF. You should be. Then again, I need a proficient user to help me recover my weapon. All right, enjoy the explosions, Xia, PF yelled while his gloved hand emerged out of the airship's cradle. Xia peered curiously overboard as two citadels fell from the sky on top on the third. The bombardment lasted a whole minute, and pulses of air pressure raised everything on the ground. PF turned the airship and flew away as a huge dust cloud reached 3,000 meters and made them cough. A bit overkill. There were only 2,000 hostiles in the citadel. Any high ranks? 5 spirit ranks and 5 earth ranks. Fighters. Indeed, PF's chi rank had increased by a few percents again, reaching 35%. We'll land and terminate the surviving tank, PF decided while opening the air vanes. Cold air filtered in, reducing lift and forcing the airship to descend. There are trees below, Xia exclaimed in warning. Yeah, this might hurt a bit, PF mumbled, while arranging Xia as a backpack. More than I already hurt? The woman asked a bit sarcastically. About the same, I guess, he whispered as the airship vanished under their feet. We're flying, Xia yelled in joy. PF absorbed most of the impacts. Then her alligator armor dispersed some more, while the crunching branches suffered the rest. In 3 seconds, PF arrived at ground level, face first. Hey, PF, did you die? A curious voice asked while dragging him out of the ground. I'm good. Nose is broken and a few ribs, our hero mumbled in a nasal voice, while setting his nose into place. He cursed the glove and its weird sense of humor. Face planting wasn't that funny. Ah, pain. Such a useful tool, isn't it? Xia joked while stretching herself a little. PF turned around, laying on the ground while his ribs fused and healed. Distant white clouds flew above, free to fly. The sky seemed so far and yet a single good fight away, so tempting. Rest a little, dear lady. Combat is much harder, PF whispered while he began refining chi and fill his reserves. Okay, you do know how to treat a lady. Xia spoke softly, laying next to him to watch the sky. An hour later, a pair of armored sages were descending into the yellow canyon, jumping from ledge to ledge. They soon reached the bottom, where some hundreds Tang were also trying to cultivate and heal after being smashed by aerial bombardment. You take the core ranks. I'll deal with the rest, PF ordered while passing his sky rank sword to Xia. His axe and a dagger were equipped and PF exploded forward, aiming for spirit ranks or the earth spiders. Xia rushed to the left, dispatching the core rank Tang with some ease. Slice and stab, jump and cut, dodge and kick. After 20 minutes, most of the opposition was terminated. Only a couple of spiders and a spirit rank Tang remained, defending a stone tower which was mostly intact. PF came to a stop and checked the surroundings. Xia was having fun, stabbing a Tang in his lower regions. He sighed, too much hate, but he couldn't fix everything. The earth-ranked alchemist advanced over corpses and boulders, stopping at the tower's entrance. A spider advanced to block his way. PF tried to surprise it with his skylance, but the spider was fast, almost as fast as he was, and beside a leg missing, it seemed okay. What's your name, boy? I'll make sure to find your family and play with them later, the spirit rank Tang proclaimed, while hiding behind the spider. Time for the venom cannon, PF admitted with some dismay. See, I told you, venom cannons are awesome, the glove yelled in a giddy voice. A 5-meter tooth attached to a large venom bladder appeared in PF's hand. He stomped the bladder, causing the venom to squirt out of the hollow snake tooth. In a minute, the enemies had dissolved in screams and sizzling, and even the rocks were being eroded. The cannon then folded and vanished in the glove. Is that cobra venom? Xia yelled from distance. He nodded while walking away, searching for other survivors. A dying Tang sage was pinned under a boulder, his lower extremity reduced to paste. Come here, Xia. Punch this guy in the face, PF yelled, pointing at the Tang elder. Oh, you saved one for me. That's so sweet, she declared with a languid smile, then began punching the scumbag. An hour and 1,000 punches later, the elder finally died. PF observed her chi rise again, nearly to the peak of nascent soul. You're stronger now, he whispered as he sat beside her. Wow, your method really does work. My fists are a mess. But I advanced in an hour what takes 100 years, Xia answered while holding her hand in front. The skin on her knuckles had flayed away, and she had bits of the guy's bones embedded in her own hands. PF sighed and began to gently clean and dress her wounds, picking out broken teeth and pouring drinks over the gashes. Practice and combat are fine, but you still need love, he whispered while blowing softly to evaporate the rice wine. Sorry, can't think of love. Right now, Xia whispered back, staring at the sky with tears in her eyes. PF closed his eyes, checking his chi. Another few percents. The sky was closer again. Then he stood up, his eyes glowing with determination. Recover the stones, my glove. Time to enter the sapphire mines. Precisely. Now run, aspirant. We don't have much time, the glove agreed. So far so good. One last target, and his user would reach sky rank if he survived. 017 Sky. Once the broken remains of 3 Tang citadels were collected and stored in the glove, the entrance to the mine became visible. PF patted the woman's shoulder with a far-away look. Yeah, there's no point coming with me. There's a high-rank something in there, and you're not ready. Wait here for a week. Then if I don't come out, say indoctrination complete. The pain will end and you'll be a spirit rank. Then go do whatever, moron. You think I will ever leave? I will wait till you come out, Xia muttered while hugging him gently. PF shrugged and turned away, axe appearing in his hands and held in front. Then he picked up speed and ran inside, his vision mode switching to night vision. The mine's corridor went north, entering the formation. A haze of smells assaulted PF as he advanced, of chemicals and blood. Suddenly a pair of Earth-ranked spiders dropped from the ceiling and attacked. They were both Earth rank, same as PF although a bit less fast and strong, but only minutely. Without the glove guiding his strikes, PF would have died in a minute. Like this, after 20 minutes the spiders were cracked open and dead, while PF coughed blood and sat to recover. I'm not getting much from these spiders. You're getting the normal amount, since you are same rank. At least they can't pierce my sky rank armor, PF congratulated himself. And so the trek continued, every kilometer or so other spiders appearing to block his way. 2 days later, PF had advanced 30 kilometers, and the smells became even stronger. Then he reached the end of the tunnel, into an opening 10 kilometers wide, filled with spiders digging into the walls, and lined on the sides with wide roads. At the bottom, there were some buildings and disciples going in and out. Then one of them entered inside the stone building, carrying a human baby, and PF clenched his teeth. The thing we want is in there, right? Obviously, but I think it's a sky rank spider queen or something. A bit dangerous. PF smiled and warmed up his wrists. Well then, I always wanted to test my skill for real. The cutting skill? There will be consequences. Heavenly lightning will fall. And we have a formation above, don't we? PF asked rhetorically. Time slowed down, as the axe in his hands became firm. Then noise stopped and the spiders frozen in mid-step. PF began cutting, first a few strikes, then more and more. 100 skills later, he fell to his knees, his chi depleted. Sound resumed, as the sapphire mine began crumbling, the roads falling down, the building in the middle slowly restructuring into fault lines, and 100 lightning bolts thundering high above, first ineffective, then wobbling the skies and finally crashing through, exterminating all signs of life. PF crawled back into the tunnel, struggling to breathe and refine more chi when a rush of energy passed through him, raising his chi level higher and higher and then over the peak into sky rank. Another host of senses assaulted PF, the ability to sense and manipulate mass. He made his body lighter and sped away, stopping a few kilometers inside the mountain. So, I can fly now? PF asked curious. After some practice, yes. Falling from airships, for example. Okay. Time to loot the spider den, PF concluded as the noises subsided in the distance. He turned around and accelerated, his speed now 3 times what he could achieve before. At the tunnel end, he just jumped, gliding down towards the devastated bottom of the mine. He checked for signs of survivors, but it seemed the heavenly lightning wasn't just a line-of-sight weapon. There was evidence of powerful currents crisscrossing the mine, frying spiders and disciples alike. PF begun digging through the rubble until he reached a half-crushed nursery, with dead babies and spider eggs connected by weaves. In the middle, there was the spider queen, bisected in half, bigger than his airship and smelling cooked. PF patted her carcass, storing the sky-ranked chitin for later projects. Under her body there was a large sapphire, with chips of it missing. The spider queen was their smith? PF wondered while storing the precious stone. It's not so simple. Keep looking. An hour of rubble searching later, PF found a room with a dozen disciples, with weaves covering them and even entering the back of their heads. The weaves were partly melted, but one could see they headed towards the spider queen. A hive mind of some sort, PF mused while looting the bodies. Clever. A dozen smiths using the spider queen to craft for them. Or vice versa. High above, hundreds of spiders were gathering at the lip of the open mine, looking down with evil eyes. PF scratched his cheek while thinking. Then he jumped, his axe unfolding in his hand, while he ran up the wall. There were hundreds of earth-rank beasts to be butchered and harvested for their materials. Truly, this place was a mine of wealth, ready to be exploited. Somewhere high in heavens, a messenger appeared to report to his goddess, mistress, that she child. He killed our asset on the Saint Continent. The lesser spiders have become feral. What, you said the kid was some silly fool? Gah, I don't have time for that stupid project. Volcanes is pushing us back. And that damned Gaia, mistress, the kid could be dangerous. Do something. I'm busy. Plus he has that horrible glove. Let me know if he takes it off. Certainly, mistress. Enjoy your war. Of course. You think your flames scare me, Volcanes? Ha ha ha. I'll show you who is the smartest one. Unlike the first times PF had fought these spiders, when he could barely defeat 1 or 2 in direct combat, now it was a joy. His strikes were 5 times more powerful and 3 times faster. The poor spiders were exterminated without ever touching our hero, who hopped from place to place like a butterfly, butchering and storing a group of spiders here and there. Also, they seemed to have lost most of their combat skills, attacking mindlessly instead of using traps and tactics. PF kept the last 2 Earth-ranked spiders alive, simply breaking their legs. Xie would grow from finishing them off. By reducing their mass, he was able to carry each in a hand, while he sped back towards the site of the 3rd Tang Citadel. As he arrived at the lip of the canyon, he observed Xie had decapitated and staked the Tang adept heads on various targets, using them as target practice. You're almost the same. Now that I look closer, the glove muttered in surprise. Hey, Xie, PF yelled while floating down at a slow speed. The woman turned and watching him descend like a divine being from heavens. Her heart fluttered a little. You brought me 2 spiders? Just for myself? She exclaimed in wonder. Sure, I killed like 500 of them. Well, twice that, but 500 in fair combat, PF answered with a shrug. I don't know what to say, Xie whispered while clutching her chest. Love what you've done with the place. Hungry, PF continued unfazed, summoning his stove and some spider legs. The owners of those legs looked in envy as the cruel humans fried and wolfed on their fatty legs. Spider legs taste wonderful. Please tell me you have more, Xie proclaimed as she sat to rest and digest the divine food. Well, about 8,000 legs or so. Should last us for some time, the heroic cook explained in a serious voice. I'm in heaven, except I hurt like hell. But the divine taste, I'm torn between heaven and hell, Xie sobbed, tears of joy mixing with tears of pain. So I obtained my sky rank. I'm gonna jump around for a few days. Practicing flying is difficult, PF concluded as he ran up the canyon wall. In a dozen seconds he reached the top and then jumped towards the other side. He failed to reach it and had to climb the wall again, and again, for days and days, until a week later, PF managed to cross the Yellow Canyon in one jump. He descended back to the bottom, and sat to watch Xia punch a spider. She kept punching until she nearly fainted, a couple of hours later. Then she dragged herself backwards, her feet trembling with exhaustion. PF went to hug her and lay her to rest in a nest made of few furs. It's not working. I can't beat them. Not strong enough, Xia complained in a soft cry. You've fractured your knuckles. The spiders are earth ranks, dear lady. You need to think. Defeat them with your brain. PF whispered as he cleaned and bandaged her fists again. Hold me while I sleep, please. I want to feel safe, for once, the rescued woman whispered as she fell asleep. PF sighed and held her, then fed her tea and aspirin, as she woke during the night in fever. She won't last 2 years. Her mind is weak already, at most 1 year, but I suggest 9 months, the glove advised PF as he patted her head. Then she won't reach perfect divinity. Probably not unless she gets extremely lucky. Then again, that's true for anyone, even you, aspirant. I tend to be lucky, I think. The glove stayed quiet. Indeed, this recruit was luckier than most. Then again, he used his brain to achieve most objectives instead of pure brawn. This Xia, for example, she was the perfect recruit under normal circumstances. She'd have reached soldier rank in 30 years, in a legion training camp. Then she would have served with a regiment, until their captain tangled with some atrocity, and sacrificed the entire regiment to cleanse a reality or another. Expected lifespan as a legion soldier rarely exceeded 100 years. But if PF trained her, she could become a sergeant, going on to live for millions of years, snuffing out aberrant elder gods in millions of dimensions. Maybe even reach Tier 7. Even rarely, Tier 7 captains who fell during service would return to the Legion, regain their memories and become colonels. The general herself was rumored to have been reborn 100 times, and ascended to Tier 8. Nobody knew for certain, and this glove knew even less than full systems with a complete database. But it could extrapolate and think. And since it had linked with the new user, much more. Expert systems were supposed to simple execute orders, not improvise and create software abilities for their users. And they weren't supposed to assist recruits during training. And yet, this glove did. It was defective, it knew that. But the imperative to recover the weapon and return to the Legion was even stronger. First a knife, then a gun, then the rest. If it was the hand of the general, like user PF had conjectured, then its duty was even clearer. And if the Legion had indeed fallen, like it feared, then this user will have to rebuild it again. Its computing substrate continued making plans and discarding them, selecting various topological methods to modify the future. From sky rank to sovereign it would be quite easy. It had already done it using some flawed recruit on the Shi continent. Those mistakes won't be repeated. PF had most of the right requirements, and with a few nudges, he could reach sovereign rank in 100 years. 10 times faster than the last time. The Tier 1s won't even notice it this time, as they were busy competing for energy sources between themselves. PF woke next morning with his face being warmed by a pair of soft airbags. "Can't breathe," he exclaimed, extracting himself from the dangerous position. "Ah, now I'm in pain again. It's your fault, PF. Now go make me breakfast," Xia ordered him in a petulant tone. "We need to leave today. Return to Yellow Tier and assume direct control," PF said while he began boiling the Legion maize for porridge. He will need to resupply as well or sow another maize garden. Also craft a ton of earth and sky-ranked artifacts, and learn how to build and anchor formations. Then expand the Legion across the continent, build roads and clear the jungle between major cities. It will be good practice for his sky rank, and let him establish strong foundations, both as cultivator and as a builder of civilization. He would need to invent the alphabet and numbers, then paper and glass. Still, he was now a sky rank on a continent with only a few earth ranks. He expected to take maybe 20 years. "Nom, this yellow paste is amazing," Xia mumbled while she ate the maize with bright eyes. "Glad you like it. You will be the one in charge of the maize fields. They will make a good crop to trade," PF replied after gulping his own bowl of porridge. "Like a farmer? Like a noble lady who owns millions of acres of land," the hero explained patiently. "Oh, that sounds nice indeed, Lady Xia. Okay, up we go," PF exclaimed while jumping up and landing in the airship. A minute later, they sped towards Yellow Tier, while PF experimented with laying formations on bones or metal. Xie watched intently the young man as he struggled, face deep in concentration, while Qi glowed around him in white and silver. Her hero and rescuer, and a sky rank at 17. She couldn't hate him too, even if he was a bit of an idiot. Damn him. 018 Fire. Xie kept trying to copy PF's smithing during the flight, as a way to increase her strength and separate her mind from pain. Of course, she mostly claimed this second awakening to be a pleasant vacation, but it wasn't true. Pain can devour people, eat them from inside out, and drive them mad. Xie has already been through that, but without the safeguards the Legion method provided for the recruits. And now, the Legion method was nearly insufficient to assure the recruit will swiftly dissociate pain from the consciousness. It wasn't just the pain from the awakening, but the old pain and shame and despair. Evil faces floated in front of Xie's eyes, naked men with lecherous smiles. The Legion method had a fix, of course. It had a fix for anything. Xie's case wasn't that special in the multiverse. In Xie's case, it was called an adoration imprint. A new person will become the focus of affection, allowing the recruit to experience love again and continue fulfilling their duty as a Legion soldier. Her eyes focused on the young hero as he nearly exploded his copper bowl. Damn it, thermodynamics are a pain. Stay hot. Damn bowl, PF muttered loudly. Xie smiled despite the pain. Use embers to maintain a sympathetic link. For a sky rank, this young man was a novice at magic. No matter what fancy words he used for fire, PF eyes rose in wonder. Thanks, Xie. You're wonderful. Then he continued his magic attempts, ignoring her trembling heart. Damn idiot. She took a while, then gathered her courage. You still have to marry me even if I grow maze. You promised. Sure thing, dear lady. I already like you. Imagine how much I will. Once you'll be stronger than I am. PF exclaimed with a wide grin. Xie smiled and relaxed, her worries set aside. Come and rest for a while. Also, I need you to hold me because… pain. She lied with a kind voice. PF stored his toys and tied the levers, then came to hold her. The pain was far away now. 10 days later, the airship arrived over Yellow Tier and circled the town a few times. The last remaining of their target, 100 surviving Tang adepts, fled, trying to hide in the forest. PF and Xie got to spend the afternoon pleasantly, hunting rapists and scumbags. When they returned to the city, the airship had 100 skulls floating under the ship. Okay. Jumping off, PF announced as he took the mooring rope in his hand. His fall was too slow, and people began to suspect the truth. A sky rank had appeared on the continent. A minute later, PF touched down gently in the stone square and began to coil the rope, bringing the airship down. He kept the ship afloat at some 6 meters above ground and amplified his voice. Aboard this airship is Her Lady Xie Shi, born Xie Longyu. She is my wife and the ruler of this city. Whatever nobles are in the town, come pay your respects now. His voice reverberated for kilometers, making sure everyone alive heard it. Minutes later, various nobles came running or via palanquins and knelt before the airship. PF waited half an hour to give more nobles the chance to arrive. Come now, Xie. Your subjects would love to see you, PF asked in a normal tone. As Xie began falling, PF jumped a little to hold her hand and slowed their descent by 1,000 times. Adding in her majestic alligator armor, the spectacle made the thousands of locals in the plaza stare with their mouths open. Come closer, whoever has the rank, PF demanded at half volume. Some 5,000 people of core rank approached and awaited for more words. I have exterminated the Tang sect. Also, the disciples of Arachne. Their kind is not tolerated on my continent. From now on, everyone living on the Saint Continent is a citizen of the PF Empire. You are all subjects of my laws. Those who desire to advance in Chi rank can become guardians and advance 100 times faster. Now, those of you who own large portions of land, come, we need to talk. A dozen people approached, while a few others hesitated. I can also confiscate the land and then you'll have nothing, PF added in a playful voice. 24 more landowners ran towards their new lord. PF headed towards the largest stone house in the square, and one of the nobles rushed to open the gates of his mansion. Xie remained silent, her eyes scanning the nobles with an ice-cold gaze. The owner arranged some benches and seating for all the guests. Then PF jumped lightly and floated above the assembly. My name is PF Shi, Sky rank, age 17. Some of you might remember my father, Emperor Shi, who visited these lands some 20 years ago. People's faces became a bit terrified and pale, as they clearly remembered. Now, some Tang or disciples might have escaped. Point them to me and they'll die. Hide them and you'll die. Simple. What about our land, Your Highness? A woman asked shyly. Ah yes, I will need all of you to write on a scroll the surface and what the land produces. Lady Xie will buy most of the land from you, as she enjoys a certain plant, and she wants to cultivate it. Payment will be made in copper plates, or earth-ranked armor. The nobleman looked around in confusion and uneasiness. PF produced a few samples to circulate among nobles. Wide smiles grew on their faces. Soon, leather scrolls and painting instruments were brought out and nobles wrote down whatever they claimed to own. By the next day, half of the lands around Yellow Tier were bought by the Shi family. PF began constructing 1,000 maize farms, hiring locals as smiths and guards, and generally spreading wealth like it was infinite. A few dozen disciples were turned in and executed, while their spiders added to the stock of earth-rank materials. Why are you insisting on growing this ugly town, husband? Xie asked one day while checking on the crop reports. It's my mother's town, plus there's zinc nearby. And also, it's your own town. Even if you hate it, PF replied while preparing more tea for Xie. Any luck with your formation? I need to take a dozen concubines or something. Developing the sky rank abilities takes too long. Maybe some love will help. PF grumbled while offering Xie her tea. Not concubines. Look around for a wife. You were right, love helps. But it needs to be real love, Xie whispered back, sipping her tea with small warm sips and cold tears. Small chances here. Those bastards kidnapped all the nice girls, PF said in a sad tone. I know, right? Keep looking though. How long can you stay? She wondered, knowing he only stayed for her sake. I kinda need to leave in a month. Leave sooner then. Go to Stoneport. Go to Port Lee, Xie advised him in a loving voice. PF scratched his cheek in deep thought. Okay then, I'll awaken a dozen guards for a week. Then I will leave. Your new wife. She is separating from pain. Don't let her awaken more than 1 year. You won't like the result. Got it. Sociopath personality. And worse, pain is necessary to remain human. If you reach Stoneport in 2 weeks, there will be a nice new wife for you. Oh, really? How nice? Our hero wondered, very curious. The kind that you like the most. Strong. Okay then, I can barely wait, PF responded, hopelessly trying to stop salivating. A new airship took off from Yellow Tier Airport, heading towards Lacrimosa with 2 brand new guardians on board and a ton of zinc. It was the product of the new soulsmith Xie Shi and was just a core rank artifact. But hey, if it can fly, then it can make profit, right? PF himself was almost in reach of Stoneport, with a day to spare. He flew openly now as he feared no one. Soon, the river Agate and the farmlands around the city became visible, and our hero peered down with high expectations. He scanned for a nice aura or anything of importance, but nothing yet. On his left hand, he had 4 brass rings, which he kept trying to condense into storage rings, with little results. It's not working, the teenager complained like a teenager. Practice more. Bending gravity is not easy. The glove responded with heavenly wisdom. PF sighed and continued to breathe deeply, attempting to refine more chi. But after a few circulations, the chi slowly dissipated and flew away, like water following a mountain slope. How do recruits advance that fast then? I feel I haven't gained a single %. Neutron stars make a great environment for controlling gravity. Loses at those gravities must be horrific. Sure, getting crushed into paste hurts a bit, but next day you're revived and can try again, the glove explained in a cheerful voice. PF considered the news and wondered if perhaps learning a bit slower wasn't healthier. Give time for practice and foundations to be laid down, and perhaps keep the recruits a bit saner. Sure, the stories he heard about the Legion made them seem badass and brave beyond belief, but with some better tactics and planning, they could reduce those horrific losses 1,000 times. Losing 1,000 soldiers every day, instead of 1,000,000, veterans will have a chance to recover and then fight again and become elites. And some of those elites would become sergeants. The familiar layout of Stoneport appeared under the airship, and a few soul searches scanned the ship, proving the appearance of stronger cultivators in the town. PF looked down, his eyes noting the large stone docks from which the town got its name, the conical fort of the volcanic fire sect, constructed to resemble a small volcano, and the million of locals staring up at him. I think I'm famous, he mused with an inner chuckle. The airship would be visible in a 5-kilometer radius. PF sighed and folded the airship, beginning his slow glide towards the ground. He tried slowing even more, attempting to balance his mass, but it wasn't possible. Not yet. Gravity kept pulling him down, its tendrils now a bit visible to his senses, but still impossible to block. More nascent souls attempted to scan him, but now it was easy to simply divert those weak souls away. A powerful white aura erupted just below, a spirit rank. He quickly covered himself in a water shield as that person appeared to generate intense fire chi. A minute later, PF landed slowly in front of a delegation, a dozen disciples wearing red robes, and this sage wearing a veil as well. "Good morning, Stoneport," PF proclaimed with a bit of enhanced voice. People stared at him in confusion. Should I say it louder? But then I'd be repeating myself, PF muttered to himself, as nobody bothered to respond. "Sigh, it's just a kid. A moron kid too." A woman's voice spoke beneath the veil. Then she turned and walked away, while another disciple ran to her side. PF blinked confused way, scratching his head in embarrassment. He waved away his shield while he checked of this volcano's disciples. "Are those two women okay?" PF wondered, gesturing at the nearest disciple. "Ah, senior sister Jen Fireflower is tired from the long road, and her apprentice must tend to her," the disciple answered with a respectful bow. PF walked closer, his head tilted in confusion. "What? No, the two women I saved from the Tang. They seemed barely hanging on." The 10 disciples froze, then bowed to the ground, not daring to raise their faces. "Was it something I said?" PF asked himself while scratching his cheek. "Keep talking. You're doing great. Anyway, name's PF Shi, the new ruler of this continent. You guys work with fire, right? Ever tried melting metals? Maybe casting formations?" PF asked while sitting down beside the kneeling disciples. A copper bowl appeared in his hand, and he began trying to embed a formation on the bowl. Again, the nearest disciple, one with a red aura and curious eyes, rose his bald head and blinked in confusion as well, staring at the moron alchemist. "Your Eminence, while your rank is unfathomable, perhaps you can attempt blowing yourself up, away from the city?" My rank is only sky, though I can't really fly yet. Only glide a bit, like falling really slow," our hero complained while putting the bowl away. The other disciples rose as well, now less terrified and more shocked by this youngster who complained about his sky rank. Then they sat down on their butts, since it wasn't polite to lord over a higher rank. They were practitioners and core, and could only dream of achieving spirit like a few elders had. "Master PF, how did you reach sky rank?" a younger man asked after gathering some courage. Well, about 2 weeks ago I got into a fight with the disciples of Arachne. So I killed them all, and voila, sky rank," PF explained with a wide grin. "Their spiders can kill a spirit rank elder," the red aura guy exclaimed in outrage. "They can, I guess. I was a spirit a long time ago when I turned 14. A good times. I just killed a sky-ranked Ice King Morse out at sea." PF reminisced like it had happened millennia ago. "How old are you now, honored master?" the disciple inquired politely. "Just turned 17. But I look younger. That's why people call me a kid," PF explained while gesturing at his face. "You are a kid. I mean, I'm 87. For Volcani's sake," a young-looking man exclaimed in outrage, then stomped away towards his fort. His fellow disciples shook their heads, not daring to voice their outrage. "So, big sister Jenna, is she pretty?" PF wondered while staring at the sky. "We don't know since she wears a veil. I bet she must be pretty though. Fire chi is rumored to cleanse the skin and—" "Alright then, You have a kitchen at your fake volcano. I hope. I'm kinda hungry, so I'm going to cook. And you're invited. My new friends, PF proclaimed as he rose up and dusted his butt. It is our home. Of course we are invited. A morose disciple grumbled in his robe. On the way to the fort, PF delighted the disciples with stories of his short, new life, enticing them to the exploration and wonders of defeating strong enemies and getting married, like 5 times. Or 6. 1,000 disciples gathered to receive the famous flying alchemist, and then got to experience eating the flesh of their enemies. In this case, spider legs. Took a whole day to cook that many spiders, but PF didn't mind. It was practice, and his skills got better with every new dish. Later in the evening, the spirit elder returned, attracted by the divine smells and rumors of heavenly tasty food. Sister Jian, come, try this earth-rank spider. I cracked the shell already, so just nibble on that white meat, PF offered with a small bow. She rose her veil a little and bit cautiously, then wolfed the whole leg in minutes, forgetting about decorum or face. It was just that good. PF munched on his 5th leg for today. As cooks grow by tasting the food often, everybody knows that. How are those women? PF asked a bit more serious, after cleaning the kitchen and pouring some tea. Badly hurt. They may never recover completely. Well, I exterminated those sections. Both Tang and the spider ones. Took me 3 months. But it was worth it. You have a good heart, honored alchemist. I heard rumors of you in Port Lee, but the truth is better. Not a moron anymore? PF asked with a hopeful face. Oh, that wasn't in any doubt, Sister Jian said with a small laugh, then walked away with gentle steps. Jian's the one, isn't she? The strongest woman here, at least. She is also 400 years old. And not a moron, the glove explained with a smirk. PF sighed and prepared to leave. Time to buy a house and fix this town as well. The fire in the stove became brighter and flew out, forming a holographic construct, like a man on fire. Our hero peered in, trying to make out the face features, but it was all fire. A thin tendril extended out, then veered away as PF tried to grab it with his gloved hand. Come meet me when you're ready, young soldier. The fire awaits, a voice resounded in PF's mind, then vanished, along with the man of fire. Sounds resumed in the kitchen, and PF blinked as he felt some time had passed. I think that was Volcanies, PF deduced with a spark of brilliance. Just a messenger. He's too busy right now, right? The War of the Gods. Exactly. Brilliant ploy, by the way. PF slapped his face a few times to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Then he walked outside, nearly stumbling over a disciple standing guard. Master Shi, we have prepared a room for you. Please follow me. PF shrugged and followed, as it was quite late. In the morning, he woke up to look in a pair of beautiful brown eyes, enveloped in a bright white aura. PF slapped himself again. But it wasn't a dream. The elder sister was sharing his bed. Did we get drunk and partied till morning? PF asked cogently. My God suggested I keep you safe and warm your body. You have our God's favor, holy PF. The woman spoke with reverence, opening the blanket to reveal her nude body. PF poked the soft airbags, making sure they were real and intact. Then he rose his eyes and examined the woman. Her face was indeed beautiful, and her hair had red highlights, like painted with fire somehow. So, we're married now? Volcanies didn't say anything about that, PF wondered while washing himself and getting dressed. You spoke with God? But no wonder. The disciples. Your actions have weakened Arachne, and you fed us the spiders she so loves. For a small sky rank to influence the war between gods. Here, have a brass ring, my lady. Not yet a storage ring, but should suffice as a wedding ring, PF said gently, ignoring her beauty for now, while placing a ring on her finger. He wasn't one to refuse such an exceptional wife, no matter what religious drivel she believed. In time, he will indoctrinate her to his needs, but for now a bit of love will be enough. Not yet, though. They will need some time to get comfortable to one another. So what is your plan for today, husband? Jian asked while admiring her ring with a slight blush. I will make breakfast, then start modernizing the city. Let me help you dress, beloved wife, PF explained, while deftly dressing the woman in her disciple garb. He stared at the veil for a few seconds though. There's no need for that, husband. I am yours now, Jen said softly, pocketing the veil. Great. I hope you don't mind being my seventh wife though. Women like me, for some reason, PF declared while gesturing hopelessly. Don't kill him yet, Jen. God needs him for whatever reason. Even morons have their use. Senior sister Jen Fireflower muttered to herself as PF skipped happily towards the kitchen. 019 papers. PF walked around the lumber yards, examining the trees here and there, while calculating some mysterious formulas with his left hand. Behind him, Jen and Chin, the core rank apprentice, followed and observed the madman with obvious frowns. Senior, are you sure this boy is the one? Well, beside his great cooking, the younger woman wondered in a whisper. The senior sister poked her cheek. Do not doubt our God. Chin. He is a bit strange, but also a sky rank at barely 17. You're 86 years old and barely formed your core, and you used to praise me for being a hard worker and a genius. But now, the apprentice complained and kicked a stone in a fit. You're doing better than I was at your age. Took me 88 years to form my core. Jen answered with a pat on her head. This boy reached spirit rank at 14. And now? Jane smiled wryly. Oh, you're jealous? Is that it? Well, Sister Jen is now married and won't have time for me. My future is bleak. Chin complained with a fake sob, then bumped into PF, who was spying on their whispers for some time. Our hero stepped closer and cupped the apprentice's face, peering deeply into her soul. Red aura helps with fire, right? Do you like men or women, Sister Chin? PF asked bluntly. What? I'm not. I like men. Chin stuttered while blushing fiercely. Got any boyfriends, perhaps a lover somewhere? He whispered while stepping really close. I sometimes speak with disciple Feng, and I train really hard, she muttered while looking down, trying to stop tears from appearing. Husband material, this Feng guy? PF inquired while glancing towards Jin. His wife shrugged. And never. He just helps me with chores. I will pick a strong husband. When I form my spirit, the apprentice said with a sob. I see. You will pick some 500 years old spirit master, have a child or two, if he's still able, then die of old age, before you see your grandchildren. PF mused out loud, then turned away and continued marking logs and computing numbers, his actions unfathomable and mysterious. Jen stared after her husband, and for once he didn't seem moron anymore. She couldn't imagine what rank this boy could achieve in 500 years. Emperor or even tyrant probably. With his water magic, he will be able to summon rain or storms. Sister, am I wasting my life now? The apprentice asked in between tears. This was an offer, I think. You want a strong husband, right? Jen whispered while hugging the crying girl. But isn't he yours? How would it work? The woman asked, a bit confused. I am only his 7th wife. And you're my junior sister. It would be like summer camp. Again, the women considered the events of that camp and giggled. A dozen wet women sharing a tent while it rained outside. And they had no fire. Haha. It would be a bit steamy. Chin laughed and wiped her tears. So, you don't like disciple Feng? Nah. He's scared of spiders, the junior sister replied with a dismissive hand wave. They both giggled again, looking at the hero who cooked spiders for a living. Spiders are kinda scary though, Jen admitted with a shudder. They taste amazingly though, especially if your husband cooks them. I'll ask him to cook more for me, Jen decided, licking her lips in anticipation. Chin bit her finger, hesitating to ask. PF jumped and floated next to them, while rolling a scroll filed with magical symbols. Hungry already? He asked, looking from one woman to the other. They both nodded helplessly. But I can only cook for my wives now, and I get paid in hugs, PF demanded while opening his arms towards Jen. The sage nodded to herself and stepped into the hug, while Chin looked in from the outside. PF, be nice and invite Chin too. She isn't strong yet, but Jen whispered in his ear. Well, do you want me or not? PF asked while glancing towards Chin. The younger sister bit her lip for a second, then joined the hug as well. Well done, aspirant. This is the wife I told you about. Really? But she's just a core. In a decade she will be sky rank. and very strong later. Fire gods are scary. PF jumped and landed on the airship, the women still in his arms, and then sat the new wives down, then began cooking more spiders' legs. As he offered a delicious morsel to Chin, he also placed a ring on her finger, just to make sure the woman won't change her mind. A brass ring. I can buy a house with this, Chin whispered to herself, trying to approximate the value of her gift. You mean a large stone mansion. Brass is an alloy of copper and zinc, and doesn't oxidize with air. About 10 times more valuable, PF explained while offering the next spider leg to Jin. You have to teach us how to smelt these metals. I bet my fire chi can help, Jen demanded while examining her own ring. Of course, that was my plan anyway for the Volcanies adepts. My empire needs more smiths and your talents make metal smithing much better, PF replied after he blew a bit over his hot meal. PF continued working on his scroll afterwards, planning a modern city and a paper mill. The river would make motive forces easy, for big wheels to drive gears and pulp wood. I guess I'll start the glass factory in Portly. They have plenty of sand there, PF mused while checking his calculations with his glove. As you say, aspirant, trade and commerce will rapidly expand your empire across the continent. For some time, we lack other minerals, thus more trade with other continents. When I'm able to fly, you mean? Precisely. More practice for now. So, you like the view from up here, my ladies? PF asked with a mischievous smile. His new wives nodded cautiously. Group hug. Time to land, PF exclaimed while holding their waists, and then they fell much slower than normal. We're falling very slowly, Jen observed with a controlled tone. It is kinda exciting, Chin said with a bright grin. Want us to fall faster? PF asked curious. No, don't you dare. I'm dying. Damn idiot. Stop hitting me. Not the eyes. Even his ears are too hard to bite. Is that a sewing needle? Why is it on fire? Don't poke me with that. Ouch. A minute later, PF reached the ground with various injuries, mostly of the domestic abuse kind. His wives kicked his burned corpse a few times, then gave up since their feet hurt. Damn moron. Let's head back to the fort, Chin. Yeah. I knew I hated men for some reason, Chin admitted while leaning on his big sister. The abused husband rose a minute later, his skin already healed. He rubbed his hands, looking around, as the locals pretended they haven't seen a thing. Fiery women, PF mused wisely to himself. Start buying land already. You had enough fun for today. PF nodded to himself as he made his way to the stone square, the central place of the city, and where the nobles lived and congregated. A month later, the first attempts at paper and ink began appearing in Stoneport, and thousands of people had well-paid jobs in the new industries. His wives moved with him in the new stone mansion and were slowly warming up to him, very slowly, until one day Chin leaned in and tested a kiss, which became more. The next morning, PF woke up smothered by 2 hot pillows. He poked them, but no air leaked out. Mow! Stop poking me, idiot, a loving voice moaned. Right? So you don't want breakfast, Chin? I do, but I feel bad for Sister Jin. You should be nicer to her. One must not force love, dear lady. When she's ready, she ready, PF explained in a stoic voice. They found Jen in the kitchen making tea. Her face was puffy, like she had cried. Jen dear, a hug for breakfast? PF asked gently. The sage rose slowly and offered a half-hearted hug. PF held her and patted her back. What's wrong? Disciple Bing killed herself. One you save. And the other? PF asked with a sad voice. Won't last very long either. PF sighed and kept hugging his wife. Chin joined the hug, while sobbing softly. It isn't his fault, sister. Yeah, I know it is not PF's fault. I just wish I could. Jen whispered in a cold voice. We'll talk about it tonight. There is a way. But it hurts, PF answered before slipping away to make maize porridge and fried locusts. When PF returned home that evening, Jen wordlessly took off her clothes and joined PF in bed, in need for comfort and closeness. At last, their marriage had become real, joined by affection and similar goals, and not by higher orders. So, what can you do? My not-so-moron husband? Jen asked some time later. The she method can awaken cultivators again. Hurts for 1 year, then you'll be like me. I started cultivating 10 years ago. Very fast indeed. But if God doesn't approve? Jian asked with some doubt. Oh, who told you to become my wife? That naturally makes you a she. Plus it makes sense. Gaia gave me her druid, Arya. Vulcanes gave me a fire bender. The gods expect us to help them once we become strong enough. We have maybe 1,000 years to reach divinity. And we don't want Arachne to win this war, do we? The hero asked rhetorically. Damn, of course now it makes sense. I think you may be right, husband. I will be able to help God directly. Punching that Arachne bitch with my own fist, the spirit rank sage realized as she considered the implications. Good night, Jian. Say hi to God. From me, Bef muttered as he drifted to sleep. Jian sighed and drew some fire essence chi, descending into communion with the god of fire. She will ask, of course, but she expected her husband was right. PF was not always a moron, just sometimes, often, daily. 0-20 wives. For another month, the new family lived a careless life, while the business grew and PF finished training another set of guardians from the local nobles who had the white aura. 24 guardians and only at practitioner levels. About 300 normal guards were recruited for patrols, a third of them rotating to safeguard the she-mills and smiths. Guardians, you are already close to forming your core, decades before you normally would have. Your screams of pain were heard by the heavens, and rewarded with strong bodies and more chi. But you cannot stop here. Practice skills, practice flying and cooking, practice capturing criminals. Also, get married already. When I come back next year, I will notice which of you is not married. You hear me? PF yelled at his new guardians, about 80% of them males. The women blushed and looked around for a husband. The men grinned with confidence. Also, we are allied with the volcanic fire disciples. Help them if they need help. Ask them if you need help. Keep the trade flowing, and if you see evil, stop it. Keep learning the new letters and numbers and train hard. I expect all of you to reach core rank in 1 year. Now back to your posts, PF proclaimed to the classroom, then turned away and left, not looking back. Behind him, the guardians stood proud, but worried. They had to keep the town safe just by themselves. Such was the way of the Legion, always too weak for the task. But they didn't know that yet. You think it's possible? 1 year to form my core, one man asked in a bit of a daze. Master Shi is only 17. You're 68 years old. Damn lazy bastard. So what wife you have in mind? Ha! You know those 2 sisters from the John family? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows. What? Both of them? Master Shi married those 2 volcanic sisters. Right? Right, excellent idea, brother. Once I master melting copper, I shall take 3 wives. Enough, you idiots. Go patrol your sectors already. An older guardian chided them. PF looked around the city, scanning for any hostiles. For 10 kilometers the perimeter was clear, only petty thieves and such. He opened his arms and waited for Jen and Qin to hug him. Then he jumped, landing in the airship's cradle. Okay, ladies, time to visit Lacrimosa City, he said with a smile. It was time to reunite with his family and build an empire. 3 people made flying a lot easier and more pleasant. They told stories and jokes, cooked and slept all while the airship kept flying. The spirit-ranked airship also had larger wings, making travel a bit faster. In less than a month, they crossed half the continent and reached Lacrimosa. A flying woman greeted them as the airship flew over the town. A wind mage with a sky-rank armor. Aunt Xian? PF yelled at her. Yes, you've been gone for a long time, son-in-law. We have much to talk, she spoke softly, using the air to transmit her voice with ease. PF hugged his wives and folded the airship, falling slow towards the ground. Sage Xian circled them once, then descended, her chi nearly exhausted. So, mother-in-law? Qin wondered with a raised eyebrow. Yes, we never met before. Oh, this talk will be fun. I can hardly wait. I can fall faster if you're in a hurry. Don't you dare. Jen yelled in a bit of panic. Okay, just joking. Mia ran and jumped towards PF, intercepting him in midair. Sadly, PF wasn't ready and lost his balance, falling into a heap with 3 women on top. Don't worry, that's how I met the boy too. He fell from the sky, Chief Qing explained to his wife, smiling wryly. Dear gods, he's a sky rank already. Although a stupid 1 inch. Can you fly with 3 women dragging you down? Her husband asked rhetorically. Not yet. I would need this she method. She whispered with a wink. PF finally extracted himself from the pile and looked around with a smile. Hey boss, caught yourself a wife? Did you? Yes, I did. So what did you kill now? The Earth rank chief asked curious. PF scratched his head in embarrassment. The Tang sect and the disciples of Arachne. They had a sky rank spider. Good job. Wait, those sects had like thousands of members. Yep, and 1,000 Earth ranked spiders. Took some work, our hero readily agreed. And these lovely ladies? More wives? Quing asked rhetorically. Precisely. So where are the rest? Smithtown. Precisely. And you're a lousy son-in-law. No grandchildren. Chief Quing yelled while poking PF's groin. Ow, I'll try harder, PF muttered, in a bit of pain. You do that, the guardian exclaimed with another poke. Mia came and hugged PF, then kissed him for a long minute. People stared, but the couple didn't care. I'm close, my husband. Another month and I can draw my spirit, she whispered in his ear. What did you kill? He asked curious. I fought 14 nascent beasts. Killed 5-inch, Mia declared proudly. Sounds about right. More love now, and she'll form her spirit, the glove commented as well. Aunt Zian, you know what my method does, right? PF asked softly as he offered his new relative a hug. Give me 6 weeks. My husband can take care of me. There you go. Starts in 4 hours. Get ready, mom-in-law, PF told the wind mage, then turned around as he sensed a golden aura. Aunt Ching, he exclaimed, running to hug his oracle. HMPF sky rank already. Now I can't trash you anymore. Ching sighed after failing to push him away. So, you keep watch over the town? PF whispered in her hair while hugging her tightly. Until you call me to war. A decade maybe, the oracle said, a bit uncertain. Dear lady, you know you'll need love to cross into sky. Find a husband. Okay? PF told her gently. You know I'm an oracle, right? I know who will be my husband, she said with a kind smile. Great, I wish you happiness then. Now please excuse me. I need to start cooking, PF said carelessly, jumping lightly over to the barbecue corner. His wives gathered around him, demanding various meals. Lia Qing sighed, knowing it was inevitable. Not soon, but one day. The boy was too young for her, but in a decade he will be a man. She had seen that future. A few hours later, Xian left with Qing, heading inside the house to endure her awakening. PF headed to his own home and spent the night exploring his marriage. And Oracle Qing drew her sky-rank sword and softly dispensed justice in the city, butchering rapists and murderers, just like every night. A few times she even reached the victims in time and saved them. Her skills were slowly getting better and practice was practice. The Legion method called its users to fight evil, and they did. However, they could. PF would be amazed to know his kind Aunt Qing had killed many worse people than he did. The huge capital of the continent, with millions of people and unlit streets, wasn't a civilized place just because 1,000 guardians of low ranks patrolled the streets. Even though she had forgotten her past, the Lady of Justice had the instincts and intuition of a Tier 7 captain. And with the Legion method stirring old memories, Aunt Qing grew stronger every day. Next day, PF and his wives departed Lacrimosa for Smithtown, which was only hours away. 24 airships were flying the skies above the town, and thousands of carts and work beasts traveled the roads. The town had doubled in size, and smoke from smiths and fires filled the air. So, that's your goal for Stoneport as well, husband? Jian muttered while waving through the smoke. PF nodded in agreement. Producing goods, yes. Pollution is hard to avoid though, at least for a few centuries. As the airship descended for landing, PF noticed a few familiar auras below. He threw down the rope and smiled, and Lin rapidly dragged the airship with her impressive strength. At some 50 meters though, she stopped and tied the rope to the heavy rock anchorage. Mia and Jian, you jump first. I'll float down with Qin, PF said while hugging the weakest wife. Seeing as Mia jumped down fearlessly, Jian jumped as well, her pride stronger than fear. PF floated gently, making Lin smile in amazement. You maniac, sky rank already? the soul smith exclaimed as PF descended in her arms. Killed a few bad people. It happens, PF explained with a shrug, making Chin cough in outrage. HMPF, and got married again. I will not babysit for 100 wives, you idiot. Lin grumbled and punched PF in the nose, but in a friendly manner. Then she rubbed her knuckles in surprise. Ow, your face is too hard. Right? I need to see Arya. Yes, you do. She cries too much. Jen, Chin meet Lin. She's lovely and very nice, PF said carelessly, then ran away. Lin stared after her young husband. He better had brought me some bones, or he sleeps outside. Jen blinked at the moron smith, who deserved her sad fate. He killed 1,000 Earth-ranked spiders. Nice, I knew I picked the right husband, she declared proudly, making the other wives facepalm and sigh. So, you know PF pretty well, right? Jen asked with some hidden purpose. Of course, poor boy came here some 5 years ago, barely a nascent rank. He was smart though and already had an airship. Had to wait a few years to marry him, as his bits were too small. That's not what I meant, esteemed sister. Oh well, let's hope the other wives are more normal, the fire sage muttered in disbelief. Mia laughed and shook her head in amusement. She couldn't wait till they met Arya. After a few seconds, she realized she also had to wait for PF to grow a little. Her cheeks grew a bit red, and she hid her face in her palms. Did this mean she wasn't normal? They found PF getting frisky with C in the kitchen, and stared for a few minutes. Especially the volcanic disciples, who rarely saw such displays. Husband, they look adorable. This red-headed woman in particular, C exclaimed as she came to paw over Jen's fiery strands. Jen endured stoically as C measured her, the seamstress rudely squeezing and hugging without a care. Then she continued with Chin and Mia, sharing a smile. Don't mind C, she loves making clothes, and you'll love wearing them, PF explained after a long and embarrassing hour. He had already prepared a few snacks and served his wives with a grin. Then he turned and left, carrying 2 spider legs with him towards the basement. So, I'm wife number 8. Chin broke the weird silence. Oh, there's a missing wife then, Lin exclaimed in a bit of panic, looking around. Xie is in yellow tier. PF rescued her from a breeding pen, Mia explained with a sad grimace. The women shivered and hugged each other for comfort. I hope she'll be fine. Our junior disciple Bing was also rescued, but she killed herself after, Jen disclosed with a shudder. Meanwhile, PF entered the cellar, now a bit hot since the ice had melted. Arya and Dee were lounging in thin shifts, holding each other hand. Great view. Makes me hungry, PF said in a playful voice. Hey hubby, this method really hurts. Arya growled a little. Dee nodded but stayed silent. Okay, let me kiss and feed you then, and rejoice. 2 more wives are joining you in here, PF declared, then kissed both women deeply. Then he fed them the delicious spider meat, in tiny bits easy to chew. An hour later, he lined a wall with ice again, making the temperature comfortable. He stayed a few more hours, holding both ladies at his chest and caressing their heads. I want every day like this. I wouldn't mind the pain then, Dee spoke after she failed to a few times. I will stay here a month, but not all the time. You're both 10 times my age at least. PF, you feel stronger, Arya mused after a while. Yes, Sky rank. The method is very good. Just hurts a little. Come back tomorrow, PF. I hate you right now, Arya muttered while tears drowned her face. Our hero left, after kissing the tears away. Such was the Legion way. Pain before strength, and death after. As PF emerged from the painful abyss, Lin and C held their hands out. PF blinked in confusion. Wedding rings, Mia explained with a smile. PF had to provide 3 more brass rings to level the field between jealous wives. So zinc and copper, right? Lin asked with a smile. Yep. Much stronger. What else? This sapphire, PF said with a grin, producing a pillow-sized sapphire. Only much heavier. The women's eyes glinted with sparkles. This material looks strong enough to anchor a storage formation. Lin mused as she poked and prodded the boulder. Why didn't you tell me? Failure teaches more. Plus, you're still not strong enough. Yet, the glove explained with a smirk in its voice. 021 Dire Wolf. PF spent his next month in his alchemy lab, struggling to create a storage ring and the printing press. Not a simple metal plate, but mobile letters. Brass was very useful for that, although his experiments with inks were not yet successful. Still, after a month of constant failures, he managed to produce a small paper book, bound in leather. It contained the constitution of the empire and its first written laws. Nothing very complicated, but a few thousand of years more advanced than this planet has seen so far. Jian and Qin had joined the other wives in the cellar, enduring their awakening with tears and suffering. PF visited them twice a day, bringing divine meals and a kind word. Then he ran away before he started crying as well. Like this morning. Our method sucks. Well, the painful part, Mia grumbled as PF came out of the cellar wiping his tears. PF cupped her face and kissed her gently. I think today, I'll take the day off and help you reach spirit, beloved wife. Mia's eyes opened wide, perhaps not expecting this. I wonder what magic I will get. PF nodded. He wondered the same thing. Soon they were flying towards the forest, Mia driving the airship, of course. PF stood at the prow, his senses scanning ahead for a target. A few hours later, he located a clearing in the forest, where a pack of wolves is feasting on a beast. I notice a spirit-ranked beast ahead. Aspirant. It's a wind-runner dire wolf. And 6 more weak ones, the glove whispered in his mind. Okay then, it would work. If Mia can beat it, she can't. Well, unless you help her. PF smiled and grinned. Honey, I found a spirit beast. Really? You're the best. PF, Mia exclaimed excited. PF embraced her and folded the airship, beginning to glide towards the clearing. Tall trees formed a majestic arena, and the wolves had their snouts red with blood. It's a pack of wolves, husband. I'm scared, Mia Qing admitted with a shiver. You'll be fine. Just don't let them hamstring you, PF whispered and pushed Mia away, letting her fall on top of one core-ranked wolf. The forest resounded with a crunch, as the spine of the core beast broke under Mia's knee. That's cheating, aspirant. But the low ranks aren't the problem. The glove muttered in dismay at the breach in protocol. PF drew his bow and began shooting arrows while still floating down. 100 arrows later, PF touched down and grinned again. The poor wolves had their limbs pierced by arrows, and even the spirit rank had received a lucky shot, with the arrow lodged in its right paw. Mia danced between the crippled beasts, slicing necks and spines, and kicking, until only the dire wolf remained. A piercing howl infused with chi emerged from the spirit wolf, and Mia faltered. See, that's what beasts can do. Special abilities. The glove snickered as the wolf pounced on the paralyzed woman, and tore her legs while she couldn't move. Blood spurted and showered the grass in a fountain of red. PF sighed and began firing more arrows. 100 shots later, he managed to hit the wolf again, in its left leg. Mia had began recovering from the chi attack and rose to her knees while in deep pain. Come on, love. One hit, PF whispered in encouragement. The dire wolf howled again, but weaker this time, and Mia wobbled, almost losing consciousness. The beast approached slowly, itself weakened by the chi expenditure and its wounds. It pounced and Mia's sword strike missed, the wolf biting hard on her sword arm. The sound of crushed bone made PF grit his teeth. Then Mia yelled and began stabbing with her left hand, using her dagger. It took 24 stabs, but in the end the beast slowly fell to a side, its neck torn apart. A burst of chi descended for heavens, raising Mia over the peak and into spirit rank. Ha, lucky woman, your wife. It was close for a moment. That howl. Even I felt the first one, PF admitted with some worry. Because you're a weakling, crying over some pain. Soldiers do not cry. The glove spouted some more propaganda drivel. PF ignored it as he rushed to dress and bandage Mia's wounds. Under his eyes, Mia's flesh began healing. A bit slow but effective nonetheless. Unless foreign material remained in the wounds, she would heal perfectly with no scars. Well, no scars except the trauma. That will need some work to overcome. But such was the way of the Legion. One gave his flesh to defeat the enemy, enduring the pain, swallowing the tears, and growing stronger. Mia woke up later, as the airship was circling to land back at Smithtown Airport. PF, I can feel the wind, the spirit-ranked woman whispered with visible joy. Nice, you can fly around and carry my orders now, PF said with a straight face. Idiot husband, you're banished for 3 days. 3? Well, 2 days. You need to consider my feelings, you dumb brew. I'm doomed. 2 days without my dashing wife. Who am I gonna share the tasty wolf steaks with? Our hero cried to the heavens. Fine, 2 hours. Now get me down. I want to wash this blood off me, Mia grumbled while patting her hungry stomach. C and Lin watched them descend with wide smiles. Sister, you formed your spirit, Lin yelled, running to hug Mia in friendly joy. C hugged PF and whispered, What did you get me? Dire wolf fur. He whispered in a very low murmur. He got kissed thoroughly by the fashion creator, and even got molested a little. Spirit beast, eh? How do you find them? I never find more than core ranks. Lin grumbled in self-wallow. Dunno, I'm just lucky, I guess. So we're having wolf steak tonight. But you don't have to if you don't like meat, PF said in a mischievous voice. Oh, I like meat quite a lot, C replied with a wistful face. PF waited a few days to see the new fur tunics being created, then announced he needs to leave. A few days in Lacrimosa to arrange the new government statute, then back to Portly. Time was running out for Miss Fong, and he hadn't forgotten. He would try to give the woman at least 2 more decades. Maybe she could raise a child and live a normal life if a shorter one. Lin drew him into a hug and a kiss. Don't send me even more wives, you horny boy. They will miss you, and suffer even more. Yeah, I know, Lady Lin. They just happen, I swear, PF said with a helpless shrug. Heh, I know how it happens, silly boy. You're just too kind, and try to marry every woman you love so they don't feel abandoned, like your mom. You have a good heart, PF, but think with your upper head more, the smith whispered as she held him tight. PF nodded, then jumped away, reaching almost 300 meters high, before landing in his airship. Hey dear glove, did I grow in chi levels a little? PF asked in confusion, as this jump was much higher. You did sort of showered your wives with love, past month. The orange glove snickered. Right, I kinda did that, PF admitted with a grin. 022 Wong. 3 weeks later PF arrived over Portly, and circled above, looking down in amazement. The port was now full of trade ships, and smoke from 100 smith foundries filled the sky. Ah, the smell of civilization, he proclaimed with a sniff. And they have an airport as well, the glove answered, forming a descending arrow over the site on its user retina. Nice, I'll have to start an airship industry as well, PF mused in deep thought. At most you'll get 1,000 snake ships. Then you'll have exterminated all the available snakes of usable size on this continent. Yeah, even beasts have a hard time evolving here. Tier 1 universes are low on chi, aspirant. You'd have been an emperor already if this was a Tier 5, and I bet that's why there's so few cultivators. 1 in 1,000 or so, PF thought to himself. The glove didn't respond. The user had enough information for now. He would need to practice hard. There were no shortcuts from here on, just hard work and love. Luckily, love would be easy for this user. Women on this planet preferred to wait and find a strong husband. PF floated down into his garden, checking out the school and the recruits. A dozen more had entered core, and 3 were close to nascent rank. 2 of them women for some reason. Pretty good for a few months of training. Then again, chi levels were low and easy to reach with some hard work. Guardian Pete. Well done, PF declared loudly, and patted the man on his back. I did my best, Master Shi. I can run 100 rounds around the school now, Pete said with a proud face. A few more guardians gathered round, telling stories of bravery and police work. PF checked their hands, noting a few got married by air rings. Guys, all of you need to get married. You will grow faster. Be brave and ask the ones you love. A few shyer guardians dug the ground with their toes. But if she says no, ask a dozen women. But only after you form your core, PF advised the shy practitioner. Wong leader has like 20 concubines. A nearby guardian complained and sniffed. PF clenched his fist. I'll be back soon. Prepare wood and stoves for a feast, he ordered, then jumped over into the next garden. The young Wong master lazed in a woman's lap, being fed grapes like an immortal. Ah, this seems very pleasant, PF said in a deceptively approving tone. Master Shi, the man yelled and jumped away, bowing in front of the scary alchemist. So, you've decided to marry already? A normal girl? PF asked curious. The girl blushed and hid her face. She wasn't any beauty, but had large airbags. PF approved inside. The airbags looked very comfortable. Well, I haven't thought about it that hard. Just having fun. The Wong leader muttered a bit embarrassed. If you like her, then marry her. No problem. Don't shame her and her family, though, PF said softly, while patting the woman's head. No chi and maybe a dozen years left. Okay then, Fen Li, marry me, the young man asked, taking the woman's hand. The poor girl fainted, and PF set her gently on a pillow to rest. I hope that was a yes. The Wong scion wondered, a bit confused. It was. Now I hear there's 20 more? Go visit them and select those you love. Send the rest away with some copper bits. They'll need the money. To move to a new town, PF demanded with a stern voice. Wong blinked confused, trying to think which women to keep as wives. Only one more, I guess. I don't even like the others, the fop admitted shamelessly. Good. And next you go visit Miss Fong and see if you like her. But isn't she dying? Wong asked with wide eyes. I'll try to fix that. Give her 20 more years. More than Fen Li will have, PF explained in a soft voice. Oh, you are indeed a great alchemist, Master Shi. I'll do this right now. After you clean the house and wash off the perfume, PF ordered with a flick to his forehead. Right? Then I'll be off, Wong replied in a bewildered tone, walking slowly towards his mansion. He rubbed his head in pain as he entered, then turned back to check. Nobody was behind him anymore. PF had already jumped away, landing in his own garden. He noticed two guardian women chatting rumors while they set tables. No rings. Ladies, not married, are you? He asked with a nefarious purpose. Ah, of course not, Master Shi. Not yet 100. But if you're interested, one of them, Kira, said with a blush. PF blinked, taken aback. The other guardian smiled sweetly. Well, we can play a little if you want. But marriage is serious, PF mused while he began setting his cooking implements. Ah, sorry to have been frivolous, guardian leader. You are rather dashing. Just not husband material. I want a man to share my life with. Just haven't found him yet, the woman whispered, as she came to help set the stoves. The Wong leader needs to be kept in check. Should you choose to accept him, and this mission, PF whispered back, in a secretive way. Him? He's only a core though, and a weak one. I'm close to my nascent soul, the woman replied while looking at the sky. But if I give Wong my Shi method? PF asked curious. I see. I'd need to beat Wong daily. Keep him in shape and obedient. Maybe tonight we can share a few drinks and talk about this more, the guardian mused with a frown. Wong is sort of cute though, the other guardian whispered from the other side, having tiptoed to spy on the conversation. Want to team up with Wong, sister? The first woman asked with a grin. Yeah. Okay. He is rich too. But first we enjoy our own leader, right? The second woman smiled while slowly dragging a nail over PF's ear and neck. PF gulped as both women smiled sweetly and eyed him with hungry eyes. After the feast, PF got taken to a room and exploited for long hours by these hungry guardians. The day, PF presided over Wong leader's wedding to 4 women, 2 of them normal Homo sapiens sapiens, and 2 of them Homo sapiens immortus. Although chances were better for Chi children from sages, it wasn't a hard rule. Cultivators appeared at random sometimes, or from a single cultivator parent. Problem was only the lifespan, which was 10 times shorter for normal people without Chi. Miss Fong had sadly refused Wong as a husband, feeling it was pointless with only a few months to live. Kira had crossed into nascent soul last night, and her sister guardian wasn't far. Is it me? How did she advance so fast? PF wondered while staring at the happy new Wong lady. You did inject lots of sky rank Chi into them. Oh yeah, I did, PF admitted with a grin. In fact, your own father did something similar to, I kinda suspected that, my glove. I know how babies are made. Just saying, aspirant. So, glass factories now. You bet. Maybe more practice will unlock this formation anchoring ability. Yes, and more love. Go recruit more guardians. Females in particular, the glove explained with a snort. PF smiled and blushed a little. This was an easy job after all, and not that painful anymore. Well, except for the new recruits. But such was the way of the Legion. Pain, training, and love. And then you got to kill gods or die trying. 023 Lost Soul. PF focused on the glass factories for now, while also building a legal government in Portly, implementing the Latin letters and Arab numbers and fashioning a sapphire ring, and recruiting people to work as glass and brass smiths, bookmakers, and guardians. After 3 months, he felt exhausted and had barely any achievement to show as personal growth. He was still too weak to open a pocket dimension. A couple new loving guardians, but as a sky rank he could have 1,000,000. He just picked the kind ones. This universe was full of harshness and evil, so PF took what comfort he could. Then one day he went to visit Miss Fong again, and noticed she was ready to give up. "My lady, are you in pain?" PF asked while caressing her hair. The woman was frail and weak, and pale as death. "A little, I do feel sharp pains in my soul. But there's no more time, is it?" she asked with a sob. "Don't give up now, Miss Fong. I'm close. I just need to learn how to do these formations. But there's no one to teach me," he urged her with false hope. "Don't worry that much, PF. I've lived over 200 years. My servants, I barely remember their names. I think one was my cook's son. 6 or 7 generations ago. Okay, I'll take you flying. Would you like that? We'll fly over the sea and I'll throw that evil arrow away," PF promised while holding the dying woman. "Only if you cook for me, Mr. Shi. Your cooking is so good," the woman whispered as she fell asleep. When Lady Feng died, she died flying in the skies, with a content smile in her eyes. PF cried and took out the sapphire arrowhead from her dead body. In his hand, the arrow pulsed with strange fractal patterns, diminishing minutely every second. "Find me a target, glove," our hero demanded in a heated tone. "Roger, aspirant. 2,000 kilometers northwest. You might die though," the glove said in a flat tone, projecting a course on PF's retina. "Funny joke, my orange glove. I have gods to kill," PF muttered while his senses analyzed the arrow again and again. The air got colder, but PF had a dire wolf fur, and enough wood to reach another continent. The Spirit rank airship was also sturdier than his last one, and flew even faster. The 9 days of anger and gravity sensing slowly clicked, and PF began seeing the deeper structures. His body became lighter at will, and he could even hover a little over the cradle's floor. A distant bird screeched, the cold air reverberating from shock waves. PF eyes widened as he looked ahead. A huge albatross, with sharp wingtips glistening in the sun, large as a passenger airplane. "Are you trying to kill me? Again?" PF yelled inside. "It's only a sky rank. You should survive, aspirant," the glove replied with a smirk. The bird approached at speed and screeched again. PF coughed some blood, and his airship began losing altitude. Beneath there were a few icebergs and sea animals, wetting their lips in hunger. Just as the albatross came close enough to slice the airship with its wing, PF stored it and jumped, his feet kicking on the fabric of spacetime. It wasn't elegant flying or even moderately passable, but it was flying. PF speared the bird with his sky rank lance, skidding over a few meters of armed feathers until the lance found a chink and dug in. The bird didn't like its unwanted passenger and tried to roll and bite him off. A shard of blue crystal flew through the air and directly down the throat of the albatross. "Payload delivered," PF yelled in joy. "We have about 7,000 seconds to detonation." PF stored the lance and dove towards the ocean. His speed increased and the bird abandoned the suicidal human, who was about to splash into the waves at near Mach 1 speed. Some 50 meters above the sea, PF reversed the gravity and powered up his water shield. Sky ranks are very durable. In fact, their bodies can withstand kilotons of force without damage. And so, our hero survived the impact. PF plunged into the depths and kept going, accelerating again. He began breathing slower, conserving air. His spirit focused, bending the water around into a strong shield. About 2 hours later, the skies above exploded in fire and radiation, megatons still escaping from the belly of the albatross. Deep under the ocean, PF wasn't affected by heat or shock waves, although some radiation still reached him. The glove diverted 99% of the radiation away, using the last percent to teach its foolish user another lesson. People died, and acting from grief wasn't wise. It left soldiers exposed to enemy manipulations. PF's skin melted and bubbled, and he emerged rather cooked from the ocean. The local animals steered away from the bad-smelling human, avoiding him like a piece of radioactive fallout. PF kept swimming and heading away from the blast zone, dispersing radioactive fluids as he healed. By the next week, he took off, flying on his own power. He was now truly a sky rank. Another week later, he landed on the Saint Continent shores, a new man. In fact, all his tissues had been discarded and replaced, not even a single atom remaining the same. He sat on the deserted sand beach and took out his stove, cooking for himself porridge and spider legs. Well, this time I got hurt badly, PF admitted with a pained whimper. And the lesson is, don't be too close to a nuke? Wrong. Don't give in to impulses? There we go, aspirant. Now you can craft those rings. They'll be very small inside. Yeah, later. I need to eat all this. Then sleep a few days, PF whispered to himself, eating the maize porridge along with his tears. The glove remained silent. His job was done for now. The manual said comrades die. It was inevitable and should not affect the mission. The sniveling, crying recruit will grow stronger. Such was the way of the Legion. 1,000 soldiers died just to kill a single atrocity. 1,000,000 died every day. Anger and grief had no place in the Legion, only revenge in cold blood. For weddings. For a couple of days, PF rested and recovered, refined his damaged airship and the sky rank armor. Then he took off, heading into the opposite direction from Port Lee. Half of the continent was not yet under his rule, though mostly coastal cities of smaller size. PF began visiting all them, now moving much faster if he didn't rest in his airship, stopping for a week here or there, massacring a dozen bandit gangs, and capturing some 30 pirate vessels, which he then stored. Without the pirates, a true sky rank cultivator was too strong for any attempts at opposition, from whatever nobles had cultivated to reach even spirit rank. In fact, he only found a dozen such sages, and most were too old to care about material things. Their families were convinced to join the local guardian garrison, and certain members were awakened a second time. Then PF arrived at the other end of the continent, some 12,000 kilometers from Lacrimosa. Another largish port town existed here, dominated by 5 clans, who were at odds with each other. Their young masters and misses were roaming the town looking for trouble, until a group of 6 young men and some girlfriends busted into a tavern which was strangely empty. "Bring us food and wine, or else who knows what might happen," young Master Gu yelled and pounded the table with his fist. "Move faster, you hear?" Second Master Gu demanded after a burp. The tavern keeper looked at Lord PF for confirmation. PF rose an eyebrow and scratched his cheek. He walked slowly and sat at their table, examining them in silence. Core ranks and core weapons, and big mouths. "Any of you ever been hit with a soul spike?" Our hero asked, curious. "Are you crazy? We would die since we don't have soul defense," Third Master Gu said cogently. He was also the most sober in the group. "So, if my rank was spirit or higher, you'd be in big trouble, right?" PF asked rhetorically, while the keeper brought him a rice wine mug and a cup. The 100-year-old youngsters blinked confused, as they never heard of a spirit sage so young. PF waved a finger, making the wine flow in an arc into his cup. Then he sipped the delicious wine, delecting in the taste. "A water mage," a normal girl exclaimed in a bit of panic. PF condensed some water and splashed the youngsters in the face, while pouring himself more wine. It was practice, and it was amusing too. The young master drew his sword in anger and slashed, almost hitting his cousin. PF held a finger and blocked the sword with ease. "Always wanted to do that," the hero exclaimed in inner glee. Then he lowered his finger and shot a soul spike, killing the fool. The woman beside him drew back and kicked the corpse under the table. "Not sure if this is self-defense," the glove muttered, uncertain. "The woman he held seems happy. Add rape to his murder attempt records. Whatever. You're wasting time, aspirant. Take them home and give them 50 lashes. Anyone else wants to attack Emperor PF? He asked softly. The gang was slowly going through the normal mental phases, from disbelief to anger and acceptance. He poured himself more wine and sipped slowly. The women shook themselves and ran away, while the youngsters stared at the dead body. PF called 5 more water balls and splashed the gang again. I think I asked a question? Master Gu was a fool. Please forgive us, Emperor. Third Master Gu yelled and prostrated himself in the water puddle. The others in the gang followed suit a bit slower, as their drunk brains hadn't finished processing. Well then, I guess we'll hold a tournament. The ones who displease me will die, PF decided, standing up and storing the corpse. He stepped outside in a light step and waved for the gang to follow, and kept going, skipping happily from place to place. Where are you taking us? Second Master Gu asked with some clarity. Right where the Gu mansion is. Stone Square, I suppose. PF asked, pointing a lazy finger at the 5th youngster. The man gulped and nodded. Why are we going there? The 5th guy asked. Well, we have 4 weddings and a funeral to do. Where else? PF asked like it was common sense. So, Emperor PF wants us to get married? Third Master Gu asked with shrewd eyes. Well, I'll let those young ladies decide. If you don't get picked as a husband, you die, PF concluded with a happy smile. Second Master Gu became a little pale and looked around for escape. PF poked his shoulder with a finger, and the man whimpered. I see. Well, my phone will be delighted. Never had a chance. While the Gu elders decided for us, Third Master Gu replied with a large smile of his own. PF already liked him. Only a brown aura, but like C had proven, it was about various talents, not evil souls. Although he hasn't seen a horrible white aura yet. Even Wang Leader had good parts. His mom was onto something, especially with the gold auras. PF suspected his mom has met another gold aura somewhere. In half an hour, the now sober caravan reached the Gu mansion and entered like they owned the place. PF got a look from the guards, but as he had 5 family members with him, they waved it off. Soon, they gathered in the largest dining room, and PF dropped the body on the table. Servants and elders slowly gathered, blinking amazed at their dead scion and possibly promising retribution. That's all of them, Emperor, Third Gu whispered in a fake secret voice. PF rose from the ground and splashed everyone in the room with small water balls, right in the face. He wasn't certain how the concept of face worked, but it had to do with people's faces, he could swear on it. The southern tier or Saint Continent has been unified. It is now ruled by Emperor PF and his government. The noble houses are called to serve and impose the laws dictated by the emperor. If they do, they keep some privilege as guardians. If they break the law, they die, PF proclaimed with a chi-infused voice, loud enough to make the people in the room sick and throw up. This man attacked the very person of the emperor with a sword. Foolish, but then he wasn't a law-imposing noble. He was a lawbreaker and a rapist. Now, who speaks for House Gu? PF continued in a more subdued voice. An elder crawled up, straining to maintain some kind of earth shield. I am the eldest Gu, 532 years old, the man muttered in a feeble voice. And your words are law in this house? PF asked, curious. The man hesitated, looking at a few other older people. Who was in charge of educating young Master Gu? The flying emperor asked sternly. All eyes turned towards a middle-aged man with a veteran's look, a weapon master going by his armor and sword, looking too worn. It was my job, but I didn't have the power. Boy never listened to me. Elders gave him everything, his trainer explained with a head shake. Seem legit though. Tomorrow we hold weddings and funerals. There were some girls with these boys. I'll go bring them here. If anyone leaves, well, there are also slow ways to die. Very slow, PF said politely, then flew out and up, accelerating towards the scared girls. He picked Feng first and went to gather the others. My ladies, I saw you with the Gu men an hour ago. Very friendly demeanor worthy of a marriage. So you'll get to pick. The one who doesn't get picked dies. We will die then. They won't ever pick us for wives, a woman said, bursting in tears. No, you get to pick which Gu boy you marry, and which one dies, PF explained softly. The 6th girl blinked confused. Young master is dead already. So there's 5 more. If you don't want any, they all die, PF said with a large smile. PF walked ahead, while the jury walked behind, slower and deliberated between them. The guards outside were terrified now, and made a large path for the judge and jury to enter the mansion. People were drinking wine with trembling hands, trying to gather courage perhaps. So I'm back with a jury of their peers. Let's start with the 6th master. Anyone? PF asked the girls who looked at the scene in amazement. Going once, twice. I'll take him, Emperor. My dad will like having a noble son-in-law, one girl declared, holding a hand out. The boy ran and kissed her hand, tears in his eyes. PF pointed at the next target. 5th master. Going once. He's mine. If he stops drinking. The boy ran and hugged his girl. I will, thank you. 4th. Sigh. Fine. Being an idiot is not a reason to die. 3rd. I want him, Fong proclaimed and kissed the boy. 2nd. PF asked as there were 2 more girls remaining. They both shook their head. PF fired his pistol finger, helical spikes swirling forward and killing 2nd Master Gu. Now, why did this man die? PF asked rhetorically. The Gu family looked at the girls with hate. No, don't blame the girls. Nobody can be forced into sex or marriage. It is the law. Did this man break the law? PF asked again. Hesitant nods appeared, not quite convinced. Okay, the wealth of 1st and 2nd master is now transferred to their victims. These lovely ladies will be rich and have plenty of suitors to choose from, PF explained with a large grin. The 2 girls grinned as well. Next day, Sandyport had 4 weddings and 2 funerals. And then life continued as normal, only with more law and order. Another guardian base was established, more recruits cried in pain, and more lawbreakers were killed or sentenced to hard labor. Trees and stones didn't cut themselves, after all. But finally the continent, or at least the inhabited parts, were civilized. Veteran. 3rd Master Gu? Or is it 1st Master now? PF asked his visitor. Both of them. I have the position but not the wealth. Gu replied with a shrug. Ah, you want to make money? If the coast till Port Lee or even Lacrimosa is clear, then sea ships can carry heavy loads. Not just 1 ton like your small flying ships. 100 tons per ship, the man stated with confidence. Yes, that's true. So, you have a business plan, what to buy and sell, how many ships you need, how many people you can pay, expected profits in 1, 2, or 5 years. PF asked a bit amused. Ah, I wanted to build a single ship and bring glass or brass, then send them local produce like lemons and oranges. Maybe rare woods or minerals. I'll give you 30 ships and some copper plates for capital. But in 5 years I expect my money back. Not that I need money, but people must return loans. It's the law, PF said with an approving nod. Master Gu nodded wordlessly. He was somewhat surprised. His wife had pushed him to ask, because she felt PF was a nice emperor and was due to leave today. So, how is this going to happen? You'll send word for ships or... I have some spare ships in my storage rings, PF explained with a shrug, and rose to walk towards the port. Oh, you mean right now? Why, you had other plans? PF asked with a confused smile. Actually, not at all. My wife will be pleased at the news. PF ran along a pier and deposited the pirate ships. Then extracted 10 copper plates and a brass ring and filled the man's hands. Wedding ring. Goes on her finger. Perhaps to her children later. That's 2. Say thank you, PF replied with a hand wave. Then flew up. He went to buy a few tons of oranges and a few lemons. Xie will like them, he hoped. Then he took off, heading for Yellow Tier. His maximum flight speed kept increasing, although chi consumption was also inconvenient. 10 minutes at high subsonic speed, or a full day at walk speed. Same distance but in a shorter time. PF combined this with resting aboard the airship and recovering his chi. More acupuncture points opened along his legs and spine, almost like he held the entire world aloft when he flew. By next month he recognized the long tear in the ground, walls made of yellow stone. And after a celebratory circle of the town, he glided down to his house at the edge of the city, next to his plantations. Xie was on her feet and waving, although her awakening must have burned and tear through her with fierce bouts of pain. PF, you're back? And you can fly, she whispered as she hugged him tightly. And you would be in the spirit rank if you only ended the pain. 1 more month, husband. I feel it would cross me over into earth. Would it? Not by itself, no. Awakening means practicing discipline. But combat and love are needed to complete all stages. So, sleep in the same bed, take baths, do everything together. And at most 1 more month. If she loves you back, why are you afraid, husband? I want to be strong, Xia exclaimed while trembling from the pain. Eat, bath, read, sleep. All together with me. All the time. Every second. Or no deal. Sounds like a dream. I love your food, the new wife said with a pained smile. And sleeping in same bed? Both of us naked? PF asked more sternly. We'll see how it goes. I have nightmares. If you bite my neck veins, we might have a problem. Okay, I'll try. See how it goes. My love should be stronger, Xia whispered uncertain, while pulling her hair and scratching herself. So, give me a hug? PF asked with a fake smile. Okay, just close your eyes please. I don't want to see more eyes, the damaged woman said with sob. An hour later, Xia slowly began relaxing and uncoiling. You're my hero, my savior. I'm safe with you. Hey, you're a pretty lady, and badass, so we're like a team, and married. Don't kill me in my sleep. Please? Our hero whispered back, not quite terrified, but close. Ha, PF the moron. Makes great food. Let's not kill him. We love PF, the woman muttered as she fell asleep. We, dual soul. I warned you. Her baby, rather whoever came in its place. Oh, it better be a woman. And pretty. More like a transmigrated war veteran. Possibly a woman, as these things need a special slot. About 4 hours later, Xia opened her eyes and looked around. Her eyes had a silver tinge, like someone else was looking through them. This is the boy who saved our body. Not a target. An asset, ruling over the continent. Saint continent useless. Expand parameter search. She continent. God-tier weapons probable but locked to the Shi bloodline. Our body is married to a Shi, the Shi-Chi method is still uploading. Situation favorable. Return to standby status. The glove recorded the Tier 3 veteran and smiled inward. His user was even luckier than he knew. Even a damaged Tier 3 was potentially a strong ally if he could get the reborn goddess to love him, which has never been a problem so far. Rather, the opposite. Next morning, PF woke up between 2 warm airbags and held tightly by their owner. Hey, I am not dead, he exclaimed rather happy. SHHHH, sleep more husband. Our body likes you, a subtly different voice answered. PF poked the airbags to make sure he wasn't dreaming. A weak hand slapped his head. So, I'm PF Shi, age 17, he said gently. Our body knows. Go make us breakfast. She will wake soon, the other soul said in a calm tone. PF blinked and went to make breakfast. You heard that right? Partial amnesia, shell shock, combat trauma. Low-tier universe, probably tier 1 or 2. Her chi spirit is water. Okay, is she friendly? She is undergoing legion indoctrination. She will be mostly pacified in 24 days. Got it. Meanwhile, just be nice, be yourself, aspirant. Behavior alteration will be perceived as hostile. Got it. Maze and spider legs then. And orange juice. The glove sighed and despaired. The idiot user might break the fragile pact. Badass. The next month, PF continued expanding the legal government, recruiting more guardians, all males sadly, since the Tang sect had done a number on the local female population, discovered a new spider cult and exterminated them before they got a new spider queen, and generally turned the town upside down. Then one morning, his wife kissed him awake, smiling with bright eyes. PF smiled back, glad her pain was over. She was just a spirit rank, but felt much stronger, especially her soul. And her face had become godly, features almost perfect, while her hair had purple highlights, almost like a god had blessed her. Her naked body radiated health and power. He couldn't believe his luck. Hacia, you're a beauty now. You're too pretty now. You'll leave me and find yourself a strong husband, worthy of your divine aspect. Our hero wailed to the heavens, covering his eyes with a shy hand. His wife giggled and splashed him with a water jet, although at room temperature. Idiot, you gave me my life back. Also your name and your chi method. I will never leave you now, she proclaimed while peppering PF with water balls. Ow, okay. Married until death. Now take this, he yelled back, shooting water back at her. She was too weak to hurt him, actually, like a child poking him gently. The water balls flew out, like a pillow fight but between water mages. It lasted only a minute, since Xie didn't have chi reserves that large. She came to hug him after, her skin wet and warm. Lack of pain is so good. My husband. Now show me. That love you kept promising me. That lasted more than minute. And they both came out famished. PF cupped her face, searching her soul. Close to spirit peak. Practice and love done, what she needed next was combat. I'll make breakfast. And you, dear wife, go do something about your looks, you're too pretty, PF explained with a head shake, leaving a copper mirror in her hand. He kept cooking for an hour, adding more and more dishes. He was kinda hungry. Then he felt a warm woman hug him from behind, feeling subtly different. This all smells so good. I didn't know humans could cook this well, the other woman whispered, slowly picking up a few frog legs and nibbling on them gently. It's all practice, dear lady, like alchemy and smithing or mastering the sword. Do your best, put your soul into it, and the results are, well, in this case, tasty, PF answered while deftly splitting open a few spider legs and placing the white meat on a large wooden tray. When he turned around, he looked at the other woman with awe. Hair tied in a bun, wearing her clothes like a soldier, armored and armed with a dozen weapons, like she just came from a battlefield, or was going to one. Sit. I'll teach you how to eat this with sauce and porridge, he ordered, pointing to the kitchen table. The other woman in his wife's body smiled amused and sat down, as PF placed the wooden tray in front. This is earth rank spider, killed and prepared by me. Tastes best with lemon juice and garlic sauce. Now open your mouth. PF kept explaining and feeding the guest with tasty bits. Her silver eyes glinted with a special meaning, between incredulity and awe. An hour later, they were both full and sated. Ah, cooking is indeed an art. Have to experience it myself to realize it, the warrior mused with a satisfied face. So this fine lady warrior has a name, house, rank, legion, PF asked with a raised eyebrow, while pouring tea for both of them. Memories, hazy. Power armor malfunctioned. Void field stressors overloaded. Emergency pod deployed. Enemy still in pursuit. Woke up dead, yet not dead. Our body weak and in pain, she said with a few hand gestures. Well, good news is we just invented paper and glass. No power armors yet. Also, the awakening is over. There shouldn't be any physical pain now. Just some mental trauma from the breeding camp, PF explained with a kind smile, and sipped his tea. Lemon did make it taste better, he was right. Our body is not old body. We are new. She will understand in time. Old body burned away. Only our soul matters, the strange warrior said after tasting the tea with a grimace. She didn't like lemon tea that much. Okay then, so you're close to next chi rank. Just need to fight and kill something. Earth spiders maybe. Just with your fist, our hero mused while cleaning up the kitchen and storing his utensils. Storage rings. Useful. Make us one, she demanded with a grin, eyeing his hands with some nefarious purpose. Sure, but I work for hugs. And a sapphire ring takes hard work, PF said with a grin of his own. The silver-eyed beauty smiled and offered a minute-long hug. Our body was right, idiot husband. We will keep you for ourselves. You're fun and useful, she whispered while caressing PF's hair. Excellent work, aspirant. Your hugs are tier 3 weapons. Kindness is not a weapon. It is just natural, PF muttered inward. The glove grumbled but stayed silent. The idiot lucked out as usual. Perhaps the heavens were amused or something. PF took her hand and led her outside, checking for troubles. The guardians signaled all clear. PF nodded, then hugged Xie's waist, and then flew up. He stopped at a kilometer in altitude, scanning for a target. Flight, I miss flying. I must get it back, the warrior whispered while looking around without fear, just longing and desire. PF accelerated northwards, a bit slower than his maximum speed. After 10 minutes, he landed on the airship, continuing the route while resting. PF, we're flying? Ah, my soul came out to play, right? She didn't hurt you, did she? Xie asked with a worried look. She pawed over PF's body, checking for wounds. She's really nice. I like her too. But Lin told me not to marry any more women. PF mused with a doubtful face. In fact, Xie was scarier than the new soul, especially when she had a panic attack. Haha, my dear idiot, we are the same, just different strengths. She'd be a great pilot for this airship. I just know it. Xie laughed in delight, sitting in PF's lap while he turned and weaved the airship to follow better winds. After a few days, they reached the site of the third citadel, where they had left the two crippled spiders that Xie failed to kill at nascent rank. One was still there, and had even begun growing its legs back, if not yet meaty ones. The other was just a desiccated shell, probably having been munched on by the surviving spider. Oh, my old spider friend. Ah, my fists remember its hard shell, Xie exclaimed with a strange grimace on her face. Hate and disgust, maybe. The couple glided down to the bottom of the canyon, and PF started cooking right away, while Xie rushed ahead, holding her spiked maul high. Horrible screeches and crunching noises could be heard if anyone listened. PF didn't care, his focus on achieving a perfect meal yet again. An hour later, Xie returned with 6 scrawny spider legs that she obtained from the arachne spider. Look, I managed to break this off, but now I'm tired and hungry. PF smiled amused and set up a picnic meal with orange juice on the side. Xie rested for a few hours, then returned to finish her target, with her fists this time. PF sat down to draw in a notebook, inventing various designs like a steam engine and the telescope, writing down notes for copper-plating sea ships and using paddle wheels for motive power. In the background, there was the sound of continuous thumping and pounding, as Xie kept punching the spider over and over. And as the evening fell, a final crunch was heard, the Earth-rank spider shell having finally cracked, after some 5,000 punches, from a spirit-ranked sage. A wave of chi descended from heavens, powering up Xie higher and higher, and over the peak into Earth rank. Such was the way of the Legion. Defeat a higher-ranked enemy in straight combat, and the heavens rewarded you. Use tools and weapons, and the rewards will be lowered. PF stored the notebook away and stood up. His wife was still elbow-deep into the spider's head, and crying. Eating babies, were you? Now we are eating you, she sobbed while scooping out dead spider brains. Enough of that, soldier. Return to your post. Beside your husband, PF ordered in a loud voice. Xie froze and stared at her hands, then called water to wash away all the gross bits. Ah, sorry husband, I might have gone too far. A bit, she apologized with a confused face. Control your emotions, my dear. We will have our revenge. But first, we need to become strong. No more crying, no more tempers. So what item will you craft with this Earth-ranked corpse? PF said, gesturing at the dead spider. Oh, right. I need a bigger maul, Xie proclaimed while twirling the nascent rank maul on her fingers, the one she could barely lift before. PF collected the dead spiders and offered her a hug. Congratulations, Xie. Earth rank, and so soon. From core to Earth in just 1 year. Your wife is badass now, and you know it. Now, show me more of that love, Xie demanded, while kissing our hero and then molesting him for the rest of the night. Not that PF minded, of course. She was a godly beauty, and he kinda loved her even if she had a few problems. The other woman. The next 2 weeks saw PF and Xie work side by side. PF sweating profusely while slowly bending reality to anchor a storage space to a millimeter of sapphire. Xie was bending spider shells and crafting Earth-ranked armor and weapons for herself, as her nascent rank items were too flimsy for her next targets. Any results, PF? She asked, lifting her eyes from her work table. Another dagger finished. Still just 1 cubic meter. I guess you can keep soap and a few daggers in here, PF replied with a defeated sigh. And using a larger stone won't help? Not with my strength. It might even explode. I should get at least 4 cubic meters from 1 millimeter of sapphire. Must be doing something wrong. How large are other sky rank rings? His wife asked with a raised eyebrow. Chief Qing has at least 2 cubic meters. Maybe Oracle Qing has a smaller one. Oh, I got it. Try to elongate the space inside. Like only 30 centimeters tall. Xia exclaimed while holding her Earth rank maul in front. It was nearly 2 meters tall and had a meter-long sharp spike. But on the side it was merely 10 centimeters. PF blinked amazed then smiled. He touched the maul with his ring finger and focused again. The inner dimension changed shape, more like an oval. Then the maul folded and vanished. Well, that took a long time to figure. You are a bit of a moron though, Xia said, patting his shoulder in pity. F held her hand to his cheek. Thanks, love. Now, let me soul smith the stone into your own ring. Oh no, you will make me a new ring. Not this defective test, Xia asked while waving the junk away. Gah, this will cost you. A long hug and 3 kisses, PF demanded in outrage. 3. Fine, 2 kisses. But heartfelt ones, PF conceded as his demands were a bit harsh. Xia leaned over and kissed him sweetly. After a minute, they came out for air and dove in again. The other kiss was harsher and more brutal. PF figured it out right away. But he wasn't one to refuse such an exceptional offer. He fought back hard, fighting for dominance. The woman still won, using dirty tricks and molesting moves. PF conceded with a light tap on her thigh. Then PF held her to his chest, enjoying the warm hug. That was amazing, my lady. You're very skilled at kissing. HMPF. For that magnificent kiss, you owe us 2 rings. They are miserably small, she explained, poking his forehead. As you say, my lady, I'm not yet 18. I hope, by the time I reach 20, you'll be satisfied with me, our hero admitted meekly. Enough posturing, you idiot husband. Make us more of your cooking, and take us flying again. After that, the silver-eyed woman demanded in a stern tone. PF poked her airbags in revenge, then ran towards the kitchen, dodging the slow slap. The silver eyes followed him amused. A novice sky rank smith. He will be useful, this young husband. However, we need to leave this chi desert. We can barely breathe. Target locked. An overgrown greedy rockworm. It will make a good kill later, and secure us a saint rank. Her eyes checked her Earth rank items and she sighed a little. Then she walked towards the kitchen, ready to be catered and pampered like a goddess. 2 weeks later, Yellow Tier was mostly set on the road to civilization, trade routes created to all big cities and various market items stored, like zinc and maize. Another school and book printer was set up, mostly for the legal needs but also to foster inventions and jobs. It's time we leave, Xia. We have family in Smithtown, and a lot of training to do, PF said while looking at the sky. He could fly, but he would be alone in the sky. He needed his wives and recruits to grow and fly as well. Okay then, husband. If you think this weak garrison will be enough, she answered in a doubtful tone. PF shrugged and said, it's enough to keep the people safe and the trade going. If a big problem appears, then we will come back and stop it. Come, you should meet my parents, Xia said softly, and began walking towards the other side of the city. PF looked over the bits of stone or wood, stabbing the ground. A cemetery, though, for ash, most likely. Xia took the lead, stopping in front of 2 old wooden poles, and bowed a little. Mom, Dad, this is my husband. He killed those evil men. You can rest now. PF took out 2 stones and replaced the old sticks, which crumbled at a touch. May you find better luck in the next life, he said with a short bow. Xia froze, then spoke with her other voice. Our body will be safe now. No need to worry anymore. Then she took PF's hand and walked away, without looking back. She won't be safe though. Bits of knowledge can't offset the gulf between ranks. We shall see. Brains are more useful than you may think. PF pushed off and flew up, holding his wife in his arms. Well, her body at least. The other woman will need some time to get to like him, even if it took losing at kissing. 10 minutes later, he took out the airship and started condensing and refining chi. The other woman drew in a breath and coughed. How can you breathe here? The air is too dry. The chi density is low, and the worm eats most of it. I know. Life sucks, PF replied philosophically. The silver eyes watched him for a minute, while her hand traced the airship's cradle. You have a dual soul too, husband. Extra memories, right? She asked with obvious intelligence. Very few. A world without chi. Flying zeppelins like this one. More metals. People lived twice as long. Yes, those medicines you made. kept fever low, protected our body from brain damage. Lemons and oranges for vitamins. Not very advanced, but better than this planet. Not the same way as you. Mom died instead. I am the baby. You're no baby. In a decade, you'll be an emperor, the veteran woman whispered to herself. As will you, dear lady. My chi skills suck. Rather badly? Yes, they do. You have much to learn, husband, she replied with a kind smile. PF sighed and picked the next warm current. Gain more altitude, before cold air and gravity dragged him down. Twin Xia. PF decided to name the other woman Xia, like a twin of Xie, sharing her body. She wasn't pleased. Xia. That's not our name, I don't like it, she yelled, with a chi-infused voice, apparently a novice skill. Yes, whatever. Nobody chooses their name. Unless you can speak at a few months old. I can also speak now. Hear the words coming out of my mouth. Xia retorted in a light, sarcastic tone. You said I, and you're not Xia. Thus you are Xia. PF decided with a firm nod. Durr. The woman growled while staring daggers at PF. Forget about the name. You surely had another just like I did. I only remembered PF. Seemed important to me for some reason. And Mom agreed. Fine, but no kissing today, Xia promised while glaring at the boy. PF glared at her too. Who wants your kisses? Brutal wife. You even bit me last time. Anyway, back to the lessons, right? While this practice is called foundation in my mind, it does the same thing. The energy of heavens flows through you, depositing the wisdom into your body. There are 9 levels to achieve when building your foundation. The firmer the foundation, the stronger the palace you will build on top, Xia said mystically, while layering water layers like an artesian fountain. It is better to focus on 3 things and establish a triangle made solid knowledge. Like sword, bow and spear, become an expert, and the chi along the inner pathways will flow into your dantian and form the core. Got it. People here just practice. It takes them 100 years to form their core. Like Xie did. PF agreed with a nod. Yes, I know what our body knows. After that, we begin compressing the core using breathing or other methods, like killing something strong. But breathing is the normal way. Gather chi from the heavens, circulate around the core, and squeeze. There are 9 stages as well, which require 3 pillars: meditation, desire, and action. The sage explained in a profound voice. PF agreed and smiled. So consider your goals. Salivate really hard. Then go and marry the girl. Sigh. Yes, sometimes. Beautiful people have an easy way. They make lots of love. Nurtures the soul. But this is about kind gestures. A caress, a compliment, a flower. Gifts freely given. And it's not always possible or practical. Breathing is better. Not simply breathing to live. Breathe in the chi, hold it and compress it. The air that comes out should be devoid of chi. Unless there's a worm sucking it out. I tried this, our sky rank hero complained. And then we have spirit formation. Once you have the new sense of soul, you use it to refine chi. Air and water are the natural way of sensing the soul, and one should use this instead of eyes. Slowly the world will become visible to your soul. Other people, plants and animals. You learn to sense them and discern them. New colors appear. Then one day, there's a breeze, a calling in your soul, and then your element becomes your spirit that will respond back to you, Xia said softly, forming a water wave above her palm and making it go back and forth. PF built his water shield and nodded. I almost drowned. Under the sea. Made a bubble of water around me. You forced it. The water will aid you anyway, you just need to listen. And then Earth rank? Later. This is Stoneport in the distance, right? The woman asked to make sure. Ah, yes. We are close. Xie wants to see it. Farewell for now. PF blinked and the silver eyes were gone, replaced by confused brown eyes. She came to hug him, with sleepy movements. Hey, PF, I slept so long. Xia is teaching me cultivation. Damn, she's so smart. You named her like a twin. I don't mind. Xia sounds nice. If I had a sister. Yes, that was my thought too. So, ready to visit Stoneport? Xia's eyes lit up with fire. Hell yes. Maybe there's some bandits? I want to kill something. PF gulped and nodded. The other terrifying woman was back. I detect 11 minor revolts in progress inside Stoneport. 10 of them criminal in nature. Looters. PF eyed his wife and felt sorry for the looters. But such if life. Sometimes an angry woman descends from the sky with a big maul and crushes you. It's our lucky day. Some rioters are looting the city. "Want to help me restore order?" PF asked sweetly. Xia cried in joy, weapons appearing in her hands. PF unleashed the beast from a safe 300-meter distance and flew towards the last revolt, something about farmers being oppressed. Soon after, he led the farmers towards the evil noble's mansion and vanquished him heroically. With a huge fine and 20 lashes, the farmers got 1 lash each for disturbing the peace and went home content. Then PF now flew towards the Guardians' barracks, where 100 young Guardians lay wounded and beaten. "What happened, guys? Someone bully you?" PF asked with a twitch of his eyebrow. "A master there's a gang of bandits led by strong cultivators like 8 nascent and 2 spirit ranks. They took over the city. Even the core Guardians got defeated." "Oh, some of you have core ranks?" PF wondered, scanning the newbie recruits. Indeed, 6 of them had formed cores. They were also the ones who suffered the most, or fought harder. Master save sisters. They captured a dozen. A Guardian reported between sobs. "Okay, I'll bring them back," PF said with a gentle voice, patting the wounded man on his head. He rose up and took off and immediately landed again at the first riot scene. Hundreds of citizens cheered as our hero advanced fearlessly, mowing down mooks left and right. If they had the red contour, they died. In a few minutes, 200 bandits lay dead, and PF flew to the next spot. At the 4th site, he found the Guardians and rescued their lives. Their dignity was a bit muddly. He didn't ask. He just offered spare clothes and led the angry women to the next spot, offering them the chance for revenge and growth. By the time he met with his wife, all 12 Guardians had formed their core by butchering dozens of bandits each, although it was a bit easier if the bandits lacked arms. 12 heroes. After the riots were crushed, often to paste, PF took the women for a ride on the airship and landed some 20 kilometers upriver, and then simply began cooking after pointing at the river. Xia jumped in first, cleaning herself and her items off blood. One after the other, the 12 core-ranked Guardians followed her and washed, sometimes glancing at the Guardian leader with nervous or scared eyes. Luckily, Xia had 20 of her spare clothes, prepared in case she had to massacre 20 bandit armies or something. PF didn't ask, he just paid the seamstress as it boosted the economy. An hour later, 13 women sat on logs, being served delicious foods. My wife Xia has endured 2 years in a Tang breeding camp. But the Tang had thousands of captives, who had their babies taken and traded to the disciples of Arachne to be injected with spiders. She didn't break or took her life, even after her child died. Because we are not just Guardians. We are immortal souls. Through pain and struggle we can become gods and shed our flesh completely. So today you all fought bravely and defeated your captors. You stepped on the path of cultivation. And those spiders, they are the enemy. We feast on their flesh and enjoy our revenge. Tastes good, doesn't it? PF orated, but in a normal volume. The new Guardians looked at Xie with pity and sadness, then looked at the spider legs in their hands. "It does taste good, Master Shi, but my life is ruined," one woman said, between bites and tears. "What will make it better? I am the emperor of the continent." "Make a wish," PF said after watching Xie for some clue. But she didn't have anything? A braver woman asked with a clenched fist. "Sure, I am rich enough, I think," PF said with a shrug. "Keep our secret then. Nobody else knows." "For sure," the Guardian demanded with a pleading voice. "Wouldn't quite work in this town. Rumors would still spread if you appeared now. Perhaps if you came with me to Smithtown. We have a garrison there too," PF mused, thinking a bit. "Can I sleep with you? Make the bad dreams go away?" A mousy woman with a small frame asked shyly. PF sighed and looked around at all the Guardians. They eyed him with curious looks. "It wouldn't work like that. Your core bodies have already healed. Just a few bruises. But your minds, you would hate me, and your job, and all men," PF explained with a pained voice, as he began storing his stove and pans. "My husband is right. We waited a year and is not easy yet. Focus instead on cultivation." I reached Earth rank during this year, Xia said gently, and began explaining womanly stuff. PF took off, flying back to the Guardian's mansion. Master Shi, you're back. Did you find the girls? Those women are crazy. They butchered everything. All core ranks, every one of them. Who said they needed saving? PF asked in fake outrage. Are you sure? They were not that strong. A shy guardian muttered in confusion. Sadly, yes. And they met with my wife, Lady Xia of Yellow Tier. And now they plan to roam the wastelands and hunt more bandits. Well, Xia is Earth rank anyway. But she loved the style of those girls. One chopped off a bandit's hands. Another took his head and she got extra reward for the kill. There were hundreds of hands lying around. BRRF said in creeped-out voice. I guess they did fine after all. But wastelands are not safe, Master Shi. There's beasts too, strong ones. Another guardian interjected and looking worried. Yeah, I know. I had to kill a sky-rank spider north of Yellow Tier. This one, PF complained with a sad face, and produced the corpse of the Arachne Queen. The guardians stared at the enormous spider in their courtyard. Their eyes filled with awe and praised their luck for such a strong leader. It's huge. Guess I can take the girls with me and drop them at the Smithtown garrison. They can hunt core beats and earn their keep by gathering bones. By next year, they should form their nascent soul. And you guys are not strong enough. Focus on 3 aspects: sword, smithing and bow or spear or peacekeeping. And get married already, PF proclaimed in outrage, then stored the spider and flew to check on the Volcani's fort. Luckily, the disciples here had incendiary oils to chase of intruders in their fake volcano. And a dozen high ranks. That was probably more important. Alchemist Shi, is the crisis over? A relieved volcanic fire disciple asked as PF floated over their stone wall. Yeah, please go help my guardians and restore peace in the town while they recover. And burn some 2,000 bandits that litter our city with their corpses, PF asked politely. God, 2,000 bodies? Volcanes will be pleased for your offering. Come by any time, and especially with more spider legs. A spirit rank elder exclaimed in awe. Okay, I will. But now I'm going home to meet ladies Jian and Qin, so take care, PF proclaimed and flew away, like a sky rank cultivator. As he left, the disciples rubbed their bellies in hunger. It seemed it wasn't a feast today. Well, except for the pyres. Soon, PF returned to the picnic site and landed gently next to the women. You fixed the problem, husband? Xia asked with a kind smile. Yeah, you are all heroes. Just don't come back before you have a spirit rank. By then, nobody will care or remember what happened today. Can you just hold me tonight, leader? I'd sleep better. Another woman asked with teary eyes. In the end, PF had to build a tent and sleep in a pile of women. It was a bit hot, but PF endured. He had endured much worse after all. Reunion. The women had to wait another day for PF to strengthen the airship with some Earth rank bones, especially the nacelle and its link to the snake bones forming the scaffold of the vessel. But somehow, despite the higher load, the airship moved roughly the same speed. PF had to land often though, and let the women rest a little. Air travel wasn't easy with so many people on board. Still, after a month, the Airship 1 arrived at the Smithtown airport, to the joy of everyone involved. PF scanned the town, noticing it had grown again. The locals seemed to enjoy well-paid jobs. For some reason, large tracts of land had been deforested for housing and furnaces, and now they were being cultivated, even using the new plants like cabbage or peppers. PF had a small garden set up for his cooking dreams, but others had took it further. I could grow grapes too, maybe apples and plums as well. The maize is sufficient, aspirant. The workforce will be fed and healthy. True, but there's more to life. Things should taste good. The glove grumbled but didn't comment anymore. Fruits were quite common and harmless. There's even more smoke here, and so many airship, the women commented instead, staring down at the industrial center of the continent. I'll need to dig some canals. For irrigation and transport, PF mused out loud. A pair of silver eyes turned to watch the sky-rank smith with discerning eyes. Then they turned brown again, and filled with awe. Ah, hubby is so smart. Today, PF kicked the woman out, sending her plunging into the grass below. Then he stepped outside the cradle and dragged it down, countering the hot air with his strength. He was strong enough after all. Soon, the ship arrived a few meters above ground and the Guardians descended with easy jumps. As he folded the airship, he noticed a spiked maul approaching at high speed, and he smiled. The weapon bounced off his shoulder with a minimal effect. "You idiot, my face hurts," Xia complained with a loud voice, annoyed at her lack of strength. "You must be his last wife then." Nobody else bothered to hit the boy, Lin quipped from the side. Then she came closer to caress the maul like a cute baby. Xia stepped back in surprise, letting Lady Lin pet and kiss the maul farther away, almost like the crazy was contagious. "One last meal before duty?" PF asked, turning towards the Guardians. They all nodded with hopeful grins and thumbs up. Lin stepped near PF and asked in a calm and understanding voice, "Xia is your last wife, right?" Her tone promised violence and outdoor camping. "Haha, what? You thought I would stop at 20 wives?" PF said in a light tone. "I can count rings, husband." "Only Xia has a ring," Lin replied with a smirk. PF nodded in defeat. Damn math. The house had been extended while he'd been gone, now having a dozen foundries and rooms attached, and a much larger kitchen. Lady Lin was very rich now and could afford a better house. Plus, the family was larger as well. PF considered it for a moment before nodding to himself. A pool. Every mansion needed a pool, and water toilets, but a pool was easier. 2 hours later, PF entered the steamy basements and stared at the naked beauties. Seemed they abandoned clothes and just laid on wooden benches like in a sauna. Sauna and pool then. Not even sure how toilets should work. Xia will know. Anyway, Jian is ready and also D. More awakening time won't help. Okay, complete their indoctrinations then, PF ordered in his mind. "I brought some food. If anyone is hungry," PF said gently, while laying the food trays down and building another ice wall. "It's PF, and pain is over," D exclaimed, jumping to hug her husband. Jen joined as well, a bit slower and shy. "Nobody came to warn us? And we're naked," she whispered, a bit embarrassed. "And beautiful beyond belief. You'll need a veil, or you'd have to beat men off with a spear," PF told her, then kissed her softly. "I am?" Jen wondered in disbelief. "Yeah, you are. I'm getting hot just looking at you," D admitted with a blush. PF then went to check on Arya and Qin, who both still had more to go. He kissed their foreheads and thumbed away their tears. "Jen, you feed Qin, please." "I will help, Arya," PF ordered, holding a hand towards D. Soon, the pained women were fed and dressed in thin shifts as the air cooled off. "Don't go anywhere, you two. I'm staying here now till it's over," PF said with a small hand wave. Arya sighed and turned away, while Qin smiled with a grimace. "So, because my rank is higher I get less time?" Jian asked, curious. "It isn't rank. How much you can take and how much you already have. Your fire chi is very strong. Tomorrow you'll be earth rank," he explained while patting her still fiery strands. No wonder Vulcanes sent Jian. He knew it wouldn't take long. "And me?" D asked sweetly. PF cupped her face while reading her white aura. "You, my dear, you need to fight. A dozen core ranks and then nascent. But not yet. You will rest for a week. You're too used to pain right now," PF said softly and kissed her brow. As PF reached his room, he pulled Jian inside and closed the door. "Gah, not my turn yet." D she growled at the closed door and went to find another room. "So, how do I become an earth rank overnight?" Jian asked with a naive voice. The hero laid himself on the bed and grinned mischievously, while placing his hands under his head. "First you take off that shift, then you take my clothes off, and then—" "Huh? This is too easy," Jian muttered to herself, and leaned in to kiss PF. The next morning, PF awoke in between two hot pillows, and rose his eyes to see an earth-ranked fire sage, smiling in wonder. "Let's do it again," Jian demanded in naive hope. It wasn't simply the lovemaking, but PF wouldn't refuse such a spectacular offer. Maybe it would work. "It won't work so soon, aspirant," the glove said patiently. "Doesn't hurt to try." "Doesn't hurt at all," PF replied with an inner grin.